Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. Now that, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. It's round 6, day 6 here at the Palacio de Santona. There we see the Spanish commentary. I think they're already live as well. The live audience will be coming in very, very soon, as they do every single day. A chance at an autograph, a chance to see one of their chess heroes in person. These are the reasons they gather. The players gather to throw down on the chessboard every single day. And we gather upstairs here. We sit in our comfy chairs and then we just judge. No, I'm kidding. Here with Almira Skripchenko, Robert Hess, Danny Wrench, and we're looking forward to day 6, round 6. Almira, we got another rest day coming, but not yet, right? You excited for round 6?
Well, I'm so excited, ready to rumble, and well, I promised I have to sing once again, you know, sunshine is here,
okay,
Robert is here.
I would ask if you were looking forward to the rest day, but you just got here, so no one's really worried about you.
I have to sit next to you, so yes, I'm looking forward to the rest
day. Good. Then Robert's looking forward to the rest day as well. But until then, we have a round ahead of us, an epic round it will be, and we need to remind everybody of where things stand. Of course, Jan Nepomniachtchi is leading the field right now. He's driving the bus, and everyone else is a passenger on his joyride through the Candidates at this time. Almira, again, just after round 5, looking back at Jan Nepomniachtchi, how impressed are we right now?
Well, of course, we are very impressed, and I'm glad that you said that he's driving the bus, because I was looking for another analogy. This looks like a NASCAR race, you know. He's certainly leading, like he's this crazy pilot who doesn't let anyone in.
Yep.
But, you know, everyone is very close, you know. It's like,
yep.
And how many laps do we have to go? We have 9 more laps, yes?
It's a great analogy, right? He moved over a few times yesterday to keep Hikaru Nakamura in the rear view. How impressed were you with Jan Nepomniachtchi's defense versus Hikaru?
Yeah, it was almost a self-induced crash because he played too quickly in some critical moments.
Right.
It was kind of the Jan that we thought he'd put behind him that allowed him to win the Candidates the last time around, but it reared its ugly head and almost cost him. But thankfully for him and his tournament standing, he's still in the lead.
Great breakdown. Way to set the tone for what that was, a self-induced crash, but grab control of the wheel at the right time. And as we've been continuing to do for the community, putting together a highlight recap, breaking down the critical moments, describing what's at stake. And so another reminder about just how epic round 5 was between Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi is here for your viewing pleasure right now.
With the white pieces for only the second time in 5 games, Hikaru Nakamura was on the hunt for a precious full point against the Candidates' sole leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Needing only a draw, Nepo selected the solid Petrov defense, and Nakamura almost immediately began to think, seemingly mentally reviewing his opening options at the board.
I think he actually did not expect it. The way he's using his clock right now is not somebody who's just verifying their lines, making sure that they're not going to make a mistake. I really don't believe he had this mapped out for today's game.
Nakamura's chosen variation, one he'd won with brilliantly before in the US Championship, paid off surprisingly quickly as Nepo danced with his queen, first to a dubious square on e4, and next to a nearly losing one on g4.
It looks like a mistake, right? I mean, queen g4, h3.
And then where's this queen going? I just don't like how this game is going. It feels like it's playing into Hikaru's hands without any counterpunches.
Hikaru found the right moves to continue harassing the queen, and as Nepo realized how great his troubles were, his competitors began to hover over the board, anticipating the possibility of a shakeup in the tournament. Nepo appeared to be pleading for aid to higher powers. Nepo's pleas were granted as Hikaru twice misstepped with his knight, heading first to d2, and then later to a5.
If that bishop gets a c5, it could be the white king that's suddenly in some danger over here.
His advantage largely gone and his time dwindling, Nakamura's frustration was evident. For the second time in the game, he began to repeat the position. This time, not to gain time on the clock, but to repeat 3 times and agree a draw.
And that's such an important save for Jan.
Yeah, very important. If he goes on to win this, we might be talking about this game as one of the early games that really influenced his 2022 candidates victory.
For Hikaru, missing a major chance to press the leader surely stings, though there are many rounds yet to play. For Nepo, perhaps this will prove one of the lucky breaks that tournament champions invariably need to secure victory.
Almira, have you ever pled to the gods in the middle of a chess game for your opponent to go wrong?
Well, truth to be told, I did.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes, because during those moments, eventually during the chess game, you're always alone. This is the feeling that you have, maybe also like tennis players, but sometimes you do appeal, to some forces.
Yeah. Have you ever had someone hovering over you like Fabiano Caruana? Maybe Fabi himself being like, Robert, what's going on, bro?
Yeah, all the time, because I'm making all the mistakes. But I mean, it's a nerve-wracking situation to be sure.
Yeah. Great highlights there from the team, working super hard, and we appreciate it. But let's talk again about the highlights that has been Jan Nepomniachtchi's 5 rounds up to this point. No losses, of course, and that draw yesterday was a big one. Looking ahead to what he will do with the white pieces against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He's in the lead, Almira, so will he be aggressive with the white pieces?
Well, I don't think that Jan, he needs an extra incentive, to be aggressive with white pieces. I would simply say give him an opponent, He has a complete opening repertoire, and he will certainly try to win today, but it will not be an easy task because Duda hasn't lost a single game in this tournament.
Yeah, that's a great cue for Robert then. So what's Duda going to do, right? We saw that Alireza Firouzja did not have a good game in choosing the Najdorf Sicilian, but Duda likes himself a Najdorf, right? Is he going to avoid that, do what he did yesterday with the Petrov? Your thoughts on what's going through his mindset?
Yeah, it's a really difficult question to answer because these players, they mix and match their openings. We saw Duda play in the black side against Caruana. He played a Sicilian. Then when he played against Alireza Firouzja, he chose the Petrov. Now, Alireza chose the Sicilian against Jan Nepomniachtchi. It didn't work out very well. So for Duda, I think it would be wise to choose the more solid opening, and that typically is the Petrov. But then you remember that Jan Nepomniachtchi just played the Petrov yesterday.
Right.
And he played against Magnus Carlsen. So he has world championship preparation up his sleeves from the black side, which also means he studied it from the white side. So it could be a dangerous choice by Duda. I mean, there may be no right choice, and how he plays today, how he meets Jan Nepomniachtchi's opening, that's what's going to tell the story. Yeah,
picking between poisons. No one wants an open Sicilian with Jan right now, but great point on the Petrov with prep for Magnus Carlsen, of course. So that is one big matchup, but it's not the only matchup we have in round 6, of course. So let's dive into the other head-to-head battles that will ensue. Starting right at the top, I'm going to let Almira weigh in on Rajabov report because Robert already said how excited he is for this. So Almira, your thoughts on what will happen there?
Well, Robert gave a very extensive, I think, preview of this game, and I'm excited about this game because I think that Richard, he's a player who is certainly going for a win once again with black against Timur Rajabov, as difficult as that might be because Rajabov has a very solid opening repertoire. But we are certainly going to see some fireworks today.
Yeah. Well, I guess we do have some time, so I'll let you weigh in again. I know you want to. I stole your thunder. Radjabov report, stylistic differences. So your thoughts on that battle?
Yeah, complete stylistic mismatch.
Yeah.
And for report, he had this quote yesterday after playing Fabiano Caruana where he's like, you know, people praise my brilliance, my creativity, but he's like, I have no choice because my openings are very bad. So
I love that.
The thing about this game and where this is such a tricky moment for report is that if he plays the way he did against Duda, where on move 7 it looked terrible for report, the end game was clearly better for Duda in that one, Radjabov will punish him. Okay. Radjabov has that style, that end game precision, that technique, that experience that will help him seize a full point given the opportunity. So that's where I worry for report.
Okay. We're going to skip Firouzja Caruana because we all have some thoughts we want to weigh in there and jump to Nakamura Ding. Hikaru has won the only decisive game between the two of them, Almira. What do you think he'll be doing with the first move, his second white in a row?
Well, it's almost, the same is true for Hikaru as it was for Jan, you know. I think Hikaru is, he prepared very intelligently for this tournament. So once again, his repertoire has many new ideas, and he needs to be aggressive today.
Okay, especially with white. And then Nepomniachtchi gets the white pieces against Duda. We, as we said, will it be a Sicilian? Will it be a Petrov? Duda's in control of that. So we'll talk more once we see pieces being moved on the board. So Firouzja Caruana, we want to talk about this one because it's one that a lot of people have circled. You've got the youngest player in the field, a lot of fire, right? A lot of people saying Firouzja is the future right now. He's at the bottom, right, of the standings, but he does have the white pieces. So how aggressive do we expect him to be against Fabiano?
Well, I think that Alireza doesn't know how to be careful, especially in such a critical situation. This is the first critical situation in the tournament for him where he desperately needs a win. Mm-hmm. And especially against Fabiano, where, as we see, the score shows that, he's not his nemesis yet, but, right. He's beaten him with white pieces two times so far. So he needs to find, a strategy which allows him, not to crash today, but play for a win.
Maybe he doesn't know how to be careful, but should he be careful against Fabiano?
Yeah, he needs to be careful. But I also think that, as I was highlighting yesterday, that Firouzja's pummeled a lot of his opponents, right? Mm-hmm. You don't get to 2,800 as a teenager by just slowly making progress. Like you ascend. It's a meteoric rise. And unfortunately for Alireza, the players he's facing here, they're not going to be pushovers. Not in any single game. We've seen players get bad positions, even Radjabov yesterday or Jan Nepomniachtchi yesterday, and they put up this resistance, right? That is like, you have to play perfectly if you are going to win with your advantage. So I think for Alireza, there's a lot at stake here. He's at a minus score. He wants to win with the white pieces. But you can't just go all in against Fabiano Caruana because he is perhaps the most objective player there is. He doesn't take speculative risks. And you mentioned that sometimes that's to his detriment, but he's not going to just, meet a speculative decision by making one in return. He's going to calculate. And if you're making these kind of questionable choices like Alireza did against Report in that rook endgame, he went for activity rather than passively defending. Fabiano, he punishes people for that.
But you also made the point that even though Fabi has the 2 wins of the 2 decisive games, that because Firouzja is so young and he's ascending so fast, is Firouzja the same player now that he was in the Grand Swiss when Fabiano beat him, right?
It's a very fair question because every month Alireza is a different player.
Right.
Because
when you're that young, things are changing all the time.
We can talk about certain players and we said they've been playing the same way for 15 years. Right? Alireza hasn't been playing chess for 15 years and his style is evolving. He's getting new coaches. Right? That changes your style. He's playing new openings. He, in fact, is learning openings on a much deeper level for the first time in his career. That sounds wild to say because he's 2,800, but now he's finally playing 14 Super Grandmasters, top 10 players in a row. Right? That just doesn't happen in most events when you're ascending. So it's a very different field, a different atmosphere, and it's a different Alireza every day.
All right. Well, and it's a different set of games for us to vote on every day. So before the players come in, it's time for us to remind you that you got to cast your vote. Use the command guess and head over to chess.com/events. You'll get a direct link. So it's super easy, barely an inconvenience. Type command guess right now. I'm going to run through the games here. Nepomniachtchi versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda. I'm going to predict a draw precisely because of what Almira said. Regardless of how aggressive Jan Nepomniachtchi has been, Duda has been as solid as anybody. 5 draws in 5 games thus far Hikaru Nakamura and Ding Liren, I'm also going to predict a draw. I think Hikaru will get off to a good start, but ultimately this game will also end peacefully. I know what people are saying, like, what are you doing, Danny? You're predicting draws, the opposite of your 3 decisive predictions yesterday. Well, look what happened. I predicted 3 wins and we got 4 draws, so you're welcome, world. With Firouzja taking the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana, I'm also going to predict a draw because I think that the players playing black today are super solid and just not going to give way. With the 1 decisive victory, I'm going to shock the world here and say that I think Richard Rapport is going to get the W as black. In a game, in a clash of stylistic differences, I think Rapport finds his initiative late in the middle game, takes this thing to a time scramble, and Bob's your uncle. There he is, sitting down, adjusting the black pieces, turning his knights forward. You all need to adjust your schedules and head over, cast your vote before it's too late. You can actually do so before move 10, so that's a fun thing to know in case you're someone who wants to wait for the openings to finish. But there's cash prizes on the line, bragging rights with your friends. You can talk about things and give you more of a reason to play along. And if you do get a perfect day, you get to tell people, I guessed all 4 games correctly today. And they're like, okay, you're in last place. Who cares? That kind of thing. So anyway, take a moment to head over and cast your vote. You don't want to wait, right, Robert? Because if you wait to move 7 thinking that you might sneak it in, then the players blitz out moves, and now you've missed your chance, right?
Yeah, you have to be careful about doing that. But there is that point around move 7, move 8 where the players really start to think. And if we get the game that we saw yesterday between Caruana and Rapport, they start thinking as early as move 5, and we're in for a new battle.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, a couple of blue jackets, did these guys coordinate their dress code today? I'm calling, he texted in, like, hey, man, I'm thinking about wearing a white dress shirt with some blue pants and a blue jacket. You down? I mean, I don't want to move on from this board. It's like, can we get a Spider-Man meme on the broadcast, please, or on maybe Photoshop? They're gonna start pointing at each other, like, hey, you, me, you. Anyway.
But I wanted to say I love Danny's predictions because for once he went against all his natural instincts.
Thank you.
That may be the day that he actually can win something,
Every once in a while, I have to prove to people I can hold back. Maybe this guy needs to stop holding back. Maybe even get even more aggressive. Alireza Firouzja looking for his first win, also with the white dress shirt and the blue jacket. Fabiano, of course, sporting the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis black jacket. These guys are focused. Not a lot of smiles at each other across the board here, Robert.
Yeah, I mean, these players are locked in, and they all are in their own ways. But, these players in particular, I don't think that they're at the point where they have this blossoming friendship. There's a huge age difference. And, but that does play a part in chess. Sometimes it's really uncomfortable to play certain opponents because you've worked together or you've played on the same league team or you just have known each other for a long time. So having a friendship with somebody can actually be really bad for your chess game.
Now we have Teimour Radjabov and Richard Rapport. The jury's still out on how to spell Teimour. We have T-E-I-T-E-Y behind it. I mean,
are we allowed to send our love, by the way? Because you mentioned, St. Louis Chess Club, and I wanted really, to send all my love to
you
St.
can
Louis
send your
Chess
love to
Club.
anybody on the broadcast. We can always send love to Mom and everyone at home. Hi, Grandma on Facebook. You logged into your 3rd account. I'm glad you remembered your password. Anyway, Teimour Radjabov and Richard Rapport, a battle of 2 very different styles. And now Hikaru Nakamura versus Ding Liren. I predicted a draw. Hikaru has a 1-0 lead against Ding Liren in their all-time career. It is not Radjabov versus Rapport. We're all over that. But Ding Liren almost won with black yesterday. So if he can find his mojo, right? Dr. Evil can give his mojo back, Robert. Maybe even he has a chance to strike.
Well, I'm curious even how this game's going to start. We see they just shook hands. The clocks have been pressed. And Ding Liren can beat anybody with any color. And yesterday he showed some great chess until move 39, move 40, where he just made his 39th move, then thought for 5 minutes, almost lost on time, and then kind of freaked out and made a mistake. But Ding Liren, he's going to be a new player today. He's got the black piece in Hikaru. Very difficult opponent, especially the confidence that Hikaru has in recent times. He's been winning every single event online and also in person. He won the Grand Prix. So it's going to be interesting to see that battle.
It's funny because I think Hikaru is a good example. We've talked about the community he has, but the other word, confidence, that he has, right? It doesn't matter whether you're winning online or over the board. If you're feeling good about your chess, that translates across platform, as they say, right? And that's one of the reasons maybe Hikaru continues to just play such high-level chess.
Wow.
Yeah, I was looking at the openings.
Yeah.
Big-time switch up.
Look at Jan Nepomniachtchi in the bottom right. He didn't play e4 against Duda. So we were talking about the Petrov and the Sicilian. And he did play Catalan-style positions in the last candidates, right? He beat Kirill Alexienko in a very nice game from the white side. So there is some history there, but I'm also looking at the top right, Danny. So we'll notice that in both the bottom right and the top right, this move g3 by Weizen played. So both players are fianchettoing their bishops, but this is Firouzja opting for a closed Catalan. We'll see how Fabiano takes this on here because he's experienced from both colors.
He plays the main line here. We're going to start to focus in a little bit for the first time on one game, which will be the Firouzja-Caruana battle. Not the sharpest variations with d takes c4 on the board yet, although don't be surprised if Fabi plays it, I guess, later. Black already had the option to do so here as one of the main lines. But Fabi castles, Firouzja back on the clock. Fabi going to take his first walk.
Big opening decision by Firouzja because this is not an opening that's just like easy to play. There's so many branches in these Catalan positions, and a player that we know, Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship, but behind Magnus Carlsen is Daniil Dubov, his second, one of the most creative players that the chess world has, and he's shown that there's so many different possibilities in this variation. And the main thing, as you were pointing out, Danny, is that white gives up this pawn on c4 in many positions and doesn't necessarily aim to win it back, although Alireza says, I'm going to protect my pawn immediately, so if you take, I get to recapture, but you usually give up a pawn for central control, although we're seeing a different trend in this game.
I backed up just to show, I backed up just to show that, and we should pull up the analysis board as soon as we can, because queen d3, if it's not a novelty, pretty close to it, especially as far as high-level chess goes. We'll get some stats running in the background, but it's been played 2 times according to just our initial opening explorer. We'll run some deeper database searches to confirm. But Almira, your thoughts on this? I mean, there's so many other moves here. Castles, knight c3, queen c2, knight bd2 and b3. All these moves have been played literally hundreds and hundreds of times, but not queen to d3. Yeah,
we've seen so many games in the Catalan opening, and I think that one of the ideas behind the move queen d3, if Fabiano doesn't switch to the line with d takes c4, then you simply play knight c3 and e4. You prepare e4 immediately, so your c4 pawn is protected. So you don't play knight queen c2 or knight c3 in order to play e4. So that might be the idea.
That's really interesting. I want to show what you're saying, because first of all, if d takes c4 is played, that is just a direct transposition to a lot of other lines. So before we all freak out, you can see the eval bar switched from being on its own to being in a position that is back in the opening explorer. So it goes back to percentages. But Almira's point is, if you play the queen to c2 and black doesn't play dc4, it's harder to play knight c3 in a lot of positions without the complications of d takes c4, because the queen doesn't protect the pawn. So the subtle idea of putting a queen on this square is to play knight c3, if I'm translating correctly.
And I think that's why queen d3 hasn't been played before for so many times. It's just because the most natural reaction would be to play b6, and you're looking for this move bishop a6 next.
Okay, Robert, what do you think?
Well, there are a couple things. b6 was one of the 2 moves that came to my mind. The other is the move c5 immediately, because when I see someone bring their queen out so early, I want to take advantage of that. The reason why beginners are told don't bring your queen out is because when it's attacked, it has to move. So let's say you take on c5 here. I'm not just going to take back with my bishop. I'm going to play knight a6, and then when I gather that pawn right back, knight takes c5, your queen has to move. So it's costing white some time. So that's why I'm looking at queen d3 like, this looks kind of suspicious, but there must be specifically some kind of pawn structure change that Alireza is looking for. For example, if we go back to the live position and play the move b6 after queen d3, maybe there's something that c takes d5, and Alireza wants this type of position where, sure, at some point bishop a6 will come with a tempo even now, but that's not so important. It's a closed position, so a single tempo doesn't change the nature of the game in its entirety. We get this structure where instead of a symmetrical pawn structure, if we cut the board in half along the d file, white has an extra pawn towards the king side, black has an extra pawn towards the queen side. And so you get this position where that bishop on c8, where's it really going? Does it have a great diagonal? Sure, a6 is fine to start with, but this kind of structure, that might be what Alireza specifically is looking for.
I was actually thinking, about our conversation yesterday when we were comparing chess to art and the ideas. This is actually one of the perfect illustrations to this topic, because Queen d3 is new, subversive. It's a showing a skeptical approach, to all the dogmatic, ways that we used to see chess and the positions. But on the other hand, like if he will win this game, that's what you will call a masterpiece, and you will call it an art.
So Queen d3 is a super rare move. It's only been played 17 games, even in our most robust database, where we don't, sometimes there's different filters you have where you only have games where both players are above 2200, or you cut out some different short draws. But 17 games in our maxed out database. However, it has been played a couple times by strong players. Gelfand and Zhang have both played it. Jeffrey Zhang, now a commentator for us regularly on chess.com. There was also an online game between Liren and Anish Giri, where Liren played this move. So
that sounds like where this opening might have come to fruition from.
Well, shout out to the team. Thank you so much for that little nugget for the maybe more advanced viewers out there, kind of curious what Alireza might be trying to improve on. So maybe that's partly what Fabi's thinking about. It's not just that the move order surprised him, but maybe trying to recall what happened in those games and see what kind of position he wants. So
I think he's surprised.
You think he's surprised? Yeah. But what's funny is there must be something that Alireza knows maybe Fabi doesn't want in just the main line, because even if you're surprised, there is a bailout to just take on c4, and you're in a very popular line, right? But maybe they both know something we don't, which is that those lines are trending positively for white or something. So Fabi's like, I don't really want to bail out.
Maybe he doesn't want to play this particular line.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, their preferences, right?
Yeah.
And Fabiano has had some nice victories from the white side of Catalan positions where his opponent has taken on c4.
Right.
And that bishop on g2, it's clearly better than his counterpart on c8. And that's one of the main dynamics of this opening. So that's something to keep in mind. And that's, I think, why Fabiano's not taking on c4. He's thinking, do I play Almira's b6? Do I play c5 just to strike the center right away? Because this queen move doesn't exactly help white in many ways. It puts the queen in a vulnerable spot. So it's just a very interesting choice, and we'll see how Fabi eventually responds.
All right. Well, we'll back out real quick. We've kind of laid the groundwork for the foundation that will be a very interesting battle between Firouzja and Caruana. We're gonna bounce to another game first. Before we do, as we take in the bird's eye view all 4 games, I want to point out another fun stat. Nepomniachtchi has only played knight f3 in 8% of his games in the database, and he has like more than 1,000. He's got a lot of games. That's not like someone who's played 25 games. So knight f3, I would wonder if Duda was prepared for that at all. That's my point from Jan. We were all talking about e4 from Nepomniachtchi, but okay, let's head over to Report's battle, because that position already looks bananas.
Are we sure Rajabov has the white piece in this game?
I told you so.
Wow.
Okay, you mentioned, Robert, the beginners aren't supposed to bring their queens out too early. And Rajabov is this old school, classical, very technical player. What's going on here? This is a weird line.
Well, I think he knows these positions very well because he plays it from time to time, and especially he went for knight c6 on the move 6. I think this is considered to be, well, among other variations, the line which gives white an advantage. So he went for a different structure, and Fabi did against Richard Rapport. And this move, queen d3, once again, but with another idea that you will go to the king side and provoke some weaknesses.
Still playing very quickly too. So
very surprised, and the reason why I'm most surprised is Rajabov typically doesn't strike me as a player who likes forcing variations. He likes to build up his advantage, outplay people when he's going for that. And right now, this is like a very forcing. Look at this. Queen d5 was just played, which puts pressure on the e5 pawn in addition to protecting the knight. So clearly, Rajabov has studied some of the predecessors. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has games in this line, and so. I mean, it's just a very dynamic position right now where bishop d3 already looks very tempting just to attack this knight on e4. We like advanced pieces, but sometimes pieces go a little bit too far and they're easy to kick around, and bishop b3 looks like the start of a plan to go after that knight.
You mentioned Maxime Vachier-Lagrave plays this line as white. This game is still actually following the game MVL versus Nepomniachtchi from Croatia Rapid 2021. Let's back up and show the opening just because we jumped right into the nuttiness. Let's just show how we got here. It was a Sicilian, a Taimanov to be exact, knight c3, a6. We saw Report play this just yesterday against Fabiano. Remember, Caruana took a while and then played the move order g4. If you didn't tune into round 5, shame on you. But okay, we forgive you. Thanks for being here. We love you. Okay, knight takes c6, b takes c6 instead of what Fabiano did. Queen d3.
This move is increasingly popular.
Yeah.
And Magnus Carlsen himself has chosen this line. It gives white a good deal of flexibility because where that white king goes isn't abundantly clear at the start. You can castle queenside, but you've opened the b file. So castling queenside may walk into a potential attack with some open lines. Of course, black with pawns on c6 and e6 aims to play the strike d5 just to gain space in the center. That's not the end of the story, as we'll see in this game. But also this idea with queen sliding to g3 is important in many positions, just to keep that bishop on f8 honest, stuck to that pawn on g7.
Well, we saw that already happen in the game. After d5, queen h3, h5, h4. So this is all, again, we already established this is theory. Your countryman, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, I see you nodding over there, plays these positions as white. d4, knight to b1. This is...
I want also to underline that it's very important to play knight b1 here.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Go ahead. If the knight goes anywhere else...
Well, you can see that it's deprived of, many possibilities, while when it goes to b1, then you have a very natural maneuver of playing knight d2, knight c4, or knight f3, knight g5 at some point. So it's very important to play knight b1 in this position.
It's funny because it feels like you're undeveloping, but you're actually in a much better spot here, precisely because, as you said, the knight on d1 just puts itself into a spot where he's controlled by a pawn 3 squares away, as Robert Hess often likes to point out. I don't know if you guys know Robert Hess, but he's a friend of mine. Okay, knight f6, e5.
I do think it's important to visualize where your pieces need to go, or what squares are ideal for them. And so Almir pointing at the c4 square, people often think a bishop goes in c4, right? That's always where we go. No, here the knight is so perfectly placed in c4, can't be kicked out of that square. Knights like outposts.
Yep.
I think that Steinitz said that give me a knight on the 6th rank and I will win any game.
Yeah.
So, and then here you go, knight d2, knight c4, knight d6.
Yeah.
He was prone to exaggerate a little bit, but it is a good point. And I like the instructive point that you said, Robert, that it's about where your pieces need to go, right? I think sometimes when people look at positions like this, if you didn't know the opening, you would just dismiss a move that undevelops on principle, right? But if you think about how a structure has changed precisely because black is overextended, that's when you recognize the goal, right? So when you have a goal, you can make a move like this because you have a future, and that's exactly what white's trying to do. This is, as we said, though, all theory. Queen f3, queen d5, bishop d3, and bishop b4 check on the board. Report is still at the board, even though it's not his move. He's just thinking hard, and Timur, I can't tell if he's there or not, but he's out. So
he's going to play king f1. He's not castling this game. After bishop b4 check, he is going to move his king. I don't know if it's f1 or e2, but the point is the knight on e4 is now under attack. And if you just move your knight away, like knight c5, I guess that's the only square, I don't even want to trade queens. I want to go back to g3 because the g7 pawn is loose, and this looks just absolutely berserk. Like, what is white doing? You haven't castled, you're not developing your pieces, but at the end of this sequence, after even taking on d3 at some point, you have oh my gosh, he just played f5.
Yeah, he played it right away. They are both clearly, buckle up everybody, something is about to happen here that surprises the other in terms of prep, and we'll probably know the moment it does, because one of them will start slowing down. But they are both clearly pulling on information that they cooked up in the home kitchen.
Wow.
And you were talking about Alireza Firouzja, how different, a player he is probably now than he was, but maybe the same is true now for Timur. Maybe these five rounds of the candidates show that, he needs to change something.
Yeah.
So here it is.
He
hasn't won a classical game in 3 years, so if that's not like a memo that you need to change something if you're going to get a victory, I don't know what is.
I was going to say, I don't think I've seen Radjabov this aggressive since 2019 when he won the World Cup.
Yeah.
And look at this game. There's a king on d7. Like, that king just walked out into what would seem like the open, but the position is closed. And something that's about to happen, right? There's a queen stare down here. And a lot of people would think, I don't want black to take me on f3 because that doubles and isolates my pawns. But actually, the g file being open is really nice for white.
Yep.
So I believe that Timur will allow the queen trade on f3, even though that looks counterintuitive, because of the opening of the file. Anytime they're double pawns, they're open files. The rook on h1 will gladly slide to the g file, and that g7 pawn, surprisingly, going to be difficult to defend.
Plus, another idea would be that you would never want to trade here if you were white and help black bring a pawn, either pawn to this square, because that, again, would really limit the future of white's knight. Bringing a knight to d2 is probably an option here. So in this situation, you have both c4 if the queen were to move, as well as b3. Trying to develop within the current structure is likely what white's going to do here, not look to change it.
There's also c3. Like
if
you don't mind the queen capture on f3, because, I mean, if we just put the resulting queenless position quickly, this looks really weird and not good for white. But you actually see the eval saying that white's like half a pawn better, because that king on d7 is not well placed. The g file being open, very nice for white. And so black's pawn structure is not really better than white's, despite having those double isolated pawns.
Well, 2 games have been looked at. Both games were exciting. We're going to back up and make sure we touch on all 4 before we get through this first hour, as we always do. We want to make sure that we understand the starting point, so that as the story of each game develops, we know how we got there and we can follow along with the journey. So let's choose a different adventure. Nakamura, Ding Liren, and Nepomniachtchi Duda have both not been looked at.
Let's have a look at Nepomniachtchi Duda.
Yeah, let's do Nepomniachtchi Duda, especially because I want to correct a stat I said earlier. I said that only 8% of Nepo's games were knight f3. It's actually only 8% in the last 3 years. Okay. So the search was just for the last 3 years. Still basically the same thing. He's played e4 78% of the time in the last 3 years.
I would say that stat's more important.
Yeah, it's even more important.
If you say somebody's played knight f3 50% of the time, but they haven't played it since 2018.
And they played a 20-year career. It's not, exactly.
It's not that important, but he has not played it in recent times. But he has shown he plays on occasion, and he plays it well. So, I mean, we're 9 moves in, and it's Duda who's spent a little bit more time.
Maybe a little bit of a practical surprise. It's funny because nobody here talked about what if Jan plays anything but e4. We were debating what we'll do against e4. It was a foregone conclusion, but not so fast, says Nepo.
Well, but he goes for the ratio opening from time to time, and I wanted to come back to the move, to the 4th move, knight d7.
Okay.
To show a small difference, because here, of course, h3 is a very precise move. h3, bishop h5.
Oops, sorry. h3, bishop h5.
Yes, because at some point you also want to play, if you play with d3, you play g4, knight h4, and you want to take this bishop. Thus, Duda starts with knight d7, so he doesn't allow, this maneuver. It's also he's trying to avoid some variations in this line, and you can even go after d3, f4, queen e1, knight h4, and try to win this bishop. In a very strange manner.
Okay. So like, if black already plays knight f6, for example, you're saying h3, bishop h5, g4. Well, and here white might have both knight e5 or knight h4.
Yes, but you can still play d3.
d3 first to guard e4.
And then play knight h4, f4, some crazy ideas.
So Duda plays knight d7. Jan still plays h3, but now giving up on a traditional sort of King's Indian attack structure, if you will. Often in these positions you see d3 and white plays for c4 or even e4, but here plays d4, going back into a double queen's pawn transposition. Knight gf6, c4. It's a semi-Slav structure now with the bishop outside of the pawn chain.
And we should point out that d takes c4 was possible, but just like in the game between Firouzja and Caruana, we're talking about the promise of the bishop on g2, and that pawn on c4 is not going to be on the board for very long, so this is like the worst possible scenario. Bishop is better on h5 than c8, but your queen side will be in trouble in these positions.
It's funny how what you just said is really clear. I think that's an instructive takeaway for viewers, because the bishop itself is better, right? But you have more on the board than just a single piece's feelings to worry about, right? So the bishop feels better about his life, but the light squares on the queen side without this bishop are often the main target for the Catalan beast on g2. So I think that's a really important thing to understand about your pieces being a part of a greater formation, a greater purpose than just an active spot. And so that's why you don't take on c4, c6 instead.
But one of the most important things in this opening as well is that very often you would sacrifice a pawn because you were striving to have a very strong center. So in this variation, actually after c takes d5, e takes d5, one of the white's main ideas is to play knight c3, rook e1, and e4.
Yeah. Yeah, I was only backing up quickly because I was gonna double down on your point that if d takes c4 happens, in addition to getting the pawn back and the bishop, white is also eventually going to get a big center, which is a typical problem. But of course, yeah, great point that in this structure, white's going to play for e4.
And black just had a pretty interesting decision. I mean, e takes d5 is not forced, right? He could have taken with the c pawn because you want to control the center. But the problem for black is this knight's already on d7. That knight is dominated by the pawn 3 squares away. You mentioned how I love to.
I knew you were going to say it. I stole your thunder.
You did, but it's true. And white very quickly plays moves like knight c3, queen b3, bishop f4, rook c1. All of these moves come in with force because you have to watch out for knight coming to b5 and the b7 pawn and rook taking over the c file. And the white king is castled, the black king is not, and white is going to be ahead in development. So that kind of scenario could be very difficult for black to deal with. So that's why I took with the e pawn. But I love Nepo's response of knight to e5 because not only are you galloping forward into the center, f4, g4, and that bishop on h5 that we were happy about being outside the pawn chain, that bishop could get trapped if you're not careful.
I love that.
That's why the move orders are so important. This is a very precise move order. So Nepo only played d4 after black played knight d7, and after c4, c takes d5. Of course, what Robert said that knight is on d7. It's sort of a very strange Slav, you know, with the bishop which is out, but white's play is very simple in this position. There are a lot of natural moves here.
I love it. I'm starting to wonder whether or not this is the kind of thing that maybe Jan thought about playing against Magnus Carlsen in Dubai, or just for whatever reason never went for. This is different than what we've seen from him. As we said, 78% of the time in the last 3 years he's an e4 player, right? But he's playing it incredibly well. You both just did such a great job of pointing out the little details that meet the eye, especially waiting to take on d5 until after the knight is on d7. This is how you get an advantage, right? Even against the world's best players like a Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
I have to give props to Jan Nepomniachtchi's team of seconds. And, you know, himself, of course, when you work with a team of seconds, you know, ultimately you make the call of what you're going to play. But if they said against Duda, let's not worry about the Sicilian. Let's not worry about the Petrov if he plays e5. Let's go for something that gives you a stable plus where you don't feel like you're on edge. And you were saying how Jan Nepomniachtchi doesn't need an invitation to play aggressive chess and to go for attacking lines, and sometimes he goes a little bit too far. How is he going to go too far here, right? It's a very solid foundation. He's done nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, he's played just good move after good move, principal chess, and it's leading him to a position where I really like his chances because even making a single move here for black isn't easy. If I were at the board playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi, I think, well, I want to develop my dark square bishop, but I see that f4 is about to come to reinforce that knight, and then g4 is going to come, and my bishop on h5 might get trapped. So I'm already looking at this position as one that's not easy for black to play. It's only move 9, but this move is really important.
Yeah.
I also wanted to say something about narrowing down to how they narrow down their the preparation, because, you know, the spectrum of Jan-Krzysztof Duda's opening with black against e4 is much larger. So not only, well, they have to worry about the Sicilian or the Petrov, but there is also Caracan, sometimes a few other openings. So I think that's exactly what Jan's team did, and I really loved Robert's comment.
It's a great point, and I'll add one more just in thinking that Jan-Krzysztof isn't the youngest player in the field, but he's one of the youngest, right? And we know that sometimes the way that even 2,800 players, despite how strong they are, they're young and that they haven't played as many openings. You said Firouzja is still becoming the player he'll be, and I think Jan-Krzysztof too. And sometimes it's the wrong approach against a younger opponent to go at the theory you know that they've played and spent more time with than anything else, right? Like a Petrov or a Najdorf, playing things that are slightly obscure, right? To maybe trick them in terms of transpositions and move orders is often, it's what was done to me when I was younger by players. And I know it's a thing, regardless of how good Jan-Krzysztof Duda is, it's often a strategy. But all right, we just talked about some ways that Jan-Krzysztof might go wrong. We just said that despite how good Jan-Krzysztof Duda is, but he is very good. And let's remind everybody of how he got here, how he became Poland's #1 in our next chess.com player profile.
Although saddled with the lowest rating in the field, Jan-Krzysztof Duda has been playing well heading into the candidates. The 24-year-old from Poland also brings a solid record against Magnus Carlsen, should Duda manage to win it all here in Madrid and challenge for the world title. The second youngest player in the field, Duda defeated Carlsen at the FIDE World Cup to secure his bid here at the candidates.
I think he must have resigned.
Yep, it's over. Jan-Krzysztof Duda beats Magnus with black in the tiebreaker. What a performance.
Phenomenal result by Duda.
Duda enters the candidates with some steam, recently taking both the Oslo Esports Cup and the Grand Chess Tour in Poland. His success against Carlsen makes Duda a pretty interesting story to watch, especially should he get through Madrid. Amongst his triumphs, Duda stopped Carlsen's 125-game undefeated streak 2 years ago in Norway. He also beat Carlsen in his World Cup victory that punched his ticket to Spain. With some momentum and big match experience, Duda is looking to become the first player from Poland to challenge for the World Chess Championship. Time will tell if he can pull it off.
Time will tell, not just in Jan-Krzysztof Duda's career, but in this game here, how comfortable he feels in this very interesting choice from Jan Nepomniachtchi that we've been applauding. As we said coming in, though, he's been a tough nut to crack. So even if Jan gets an advantage, we'll see if he can convert it. Duda has not lost so far in his candidates debut. And then he gets white in the next round versus Nakamura. So speaking of that man, it's the last game we haven't touched on yet. We need to back out and get to that game because Hikaru Nakamura's position right now versus Liren is an interesting one. It's a little bit of a repeat we have to start with. The fact that they repeated the opening from round 2 in this event, where Duda was white against Liren. The novelty came on move 15. Queen to a7 was not what Ding played in that round 2 battle versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda, but okay. Regardless of that small shuffle, the structure and the thing that people were applauding Liren for, this really interesting position that we got with the closed center and eventually the long-term relocation. We'll see if we get some sort of deep maneuvering by Liren in this game as well.
Oh. Go ahead.
No, all I wanted is to point out that here we have a completely different structure. There you had the Maroczy bind, and especially in this game, Ding opted for d5 instead of c5. It's a very important change.
In this position here,
yes, in black strategy.
Yeah, and it's also just interesting that Liren would repeat exactly what he had in a previous game, because this rook a3 move played before, and he chooses queen a7, which is undoubtedly the top engine line, right? There's a reason why Liren deviated, and it's because he found the better move, according to the computers. But Hikaru Nakamura, throughout his career, has had Chris Littlejohn as his main second, who goes through all the engine lines and looks at what might be a playable and strong opening. So we know that Chris, as soon as he saw that round 2 game, you know, you look at your next opponents for sure, but you're looking ahead. Can I use this against Liren? And as we continue down this variation, queen a7 makes perfect sense. You're aiming at the d4 pawn and behind it towards the king on f2 and beyond. So the move knight f1 makes perfect sense defending. d5, e5, and knight e4. So this is where things are getting really interesting, because this pawn on d4 is kind of a target stuck in place, and a way to defend it is bishop to e3 at some point. But just like in the game between Rajabov and Rapport, look at that b file, right? They're double pawns for black, but that means there's an open file. So at some moment, using the b file is what Ding will want. c6 to c5 also looks like it's in the cards. And from White's perspective, I would love to play knight g3, and if you take on g3, play rook a3, jumps over knight to take back, right? I want that rook lift.
That's not a legal thing to do, Robert. Can't jump over your pieces.
Come on. Well, let me try it. But that's the essential point, is that rook on a3 would love to participate in the king side. And if I'm being honest, I don't love the foundation of White's position. Like, I feel like in the long term, things could get problematic. But in the current dynamic, with that king on g8 feeling a little bit lonely, I could see a future where Hikaru just goes after the king side.
Do you think he was inspired by Jan's rook a3 against Fabi? You know,
a rook lift.
Rook lift.
It's a great game to remember. Not a bad idea. Although Hikaru has already moved in this position, as we see, he brought the knight back to d2 rather than g3, probably because, like you, Robert, he fantasized about the idea that a rook could hop over a knight, realized that's not the rule. So instead of going knight g3, plays the move knight 1 back to d2 where we stand. Again, I want to go back to Almira's point while we're analyzing that the c5 structure not going to be something we get here because we're already in a very different game. Ding played d5. So both of your points were kind of adding, right? Obviously, Chris, Littlejohn, Hikaru look at this game. Hey, let's go back for this line that Ding played against Duda. Maybe Hikaru was packing some gunpowder to this game, right? A little bit, not in his wallet. Don't worry, they checked his wallet. No gunpowder in Hikaru's wallet, but seriously, packing some ideas to maybe improve on Duda's play. And as good players do, Ding Liren tries to improve on his own play first before someone can catch him in any kind of line, right?
There was a really nice game that Hikaru won against Magnus Carlsen, the Champions Chess Tour, where it was a position where the engine initially says, this isn't that good for white, and you just kind of let the position sit, and you look at it, and it just becomes hard for a player to make a move. And we're about to see this, because what Hikaru has done here after knight to d2 is saying, if you take me on d2, I'm going to take back with the queen, presumably, because I want to keep my d4 pawn. Look at this bishop on b6, queen on a7. I want to attack. I want to play the move c5. But c5, I don't think is a viable option, because if you put the move on the board here, it's a situation where, no, you're not laying that bishop out. The whole point is, look at the king side. Now I'm going to go knight h4. Then I'm going to go rook g3. And that rook lift that I was clamoring for, rook takes g7, queen takes h6, all this stuff. And that king is in grave danger.
That's a great line. Just if some random, okay, you can't play a random move because queen's threatening h6, but just to show how bad it is, even if you move the king, here comes the sack, as Robert was saying.
It's checkmate.
Because you cannot stop mate after bishop g5 and bishop f6.
So
that's nasty.
You don't let the queenside pieces out of the box. That is what Hikaru is aiming for, which is why Ding does not want to take on d2. This is actually a very clear illustration showing that I don't want to allow Hikaru to easily keep these pieces locked in, the queen and the bishop. So if we just go back before knight takes d2, what Ding ideally wants is to play bishop f5 so that when you take on e4 and I take back, now I'm getting after your knight on f3 and finally my queen and bishop hitting that d4
especially if you take this way. Now I have a real problem. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
No, that's such a great point by Robert. And I just wanted to add a small thing, because when you're thinking about taking an initiative or launching an attack, a very simple thing would be you simply count how many attackers do you have and how many defensive pieces you have there. So here you have this bishop on b6, queen on a7, rook on a8. So you just count knight on f3, probably rook on a3, bishop on c1, queen d2. Here you go. You have all the premises of a very successful attack.
Yeah, it shows you black is sort of all in on the fact that what you just said is not going to happen, right? Because if anything like that happens, where these pieces are on the other side of the board and the script flips to this side, it could be over in a miniature fashion, right? So that's really interesting to see what Ding plays here, because like what you said in Jan-Krzysztof Duda's approach as black, this might already be a very critical moment for Ding Liren.
And we were joking, right? Robert, you can't bring your rook to g3. But we want to think about what I call realistic dream squares. That g3 square is the dream for my rook, and it's not realistic with the knight in the way, but that's why once that knight clears the third rank, we go for the attack. And honestly, if I had this position, I would even think about just leaving my knight on e4. So if you take and I take back on e4 with my pawn, I may lose a pawn in that variation, but at least you're showing bishop d5, rook d8. I have a target. So often the way to deal with an impending attack is to target a different part of the board to essentially distract the enemy forces. So if I can play in the center, white will have to tend to that center and can't just go knight h4 and go for the king side. So I do think that this is a really critical moment, and I'm sure Hikaru has more, and we see that Ding Liren did just play bishop f5, so he survived the first, I would say, real challenge of this game, but this is not over, right? This isn't just, I played bishop f5, I'm okay. It's like, well, what's going to happen from here?
Well, the most thematic response, especially after d5, the most thematic plan here for black is to play c5. You don't have to take on d2, of course. In any case, you have to play c5. Then take on d4, and you use your second c-pawn.
Wow.
Rook e2.
That is an interesting move.
He's preventing...
The fact that he played it so fast has Ding thinking, how much prep did Hikaru bring to the table here? Right now, you already mentioned Carlsen, Nakamura winning a game. Not exactly in the structure. I remember the game you were talking about. It was a position where it seemed equal for a long time, but Hikaru's depth of understanding of the type of ideas that were going to occur for white ultimately paid off with a rare loss for the Norwegian final boss. Hashtag rhyme time, right, to Magnus Carlsen. So this doesn't look great for Ding Liren. We see him down almost 30 minutes on the clock, Hikaru, doing what Hikaru does, playing moves quickly when he knows what to do.
Rook E2, I mean, that's a move.
There's no way that's not prepared.
You know, that is,
yeah.
I mean, look how quickly he's playing. It's 100% preparation, but Rook E2 just seems so strange. You're in front of your queen, and the question is, what does that rook really do there? Like, what is the benefit of having the rook on E2? Bishop takes D4, everybody, is not possible.
Yeah, let's show it real quick.
Because
you take here first.
You take on E4, you open up the queen to the bishop on D4, and then at the end of this, after rook D8, this is the importance of the rook E2, you have rook D2. So you protect your knight and block the pin at the same time. So rook E2 stops black from ever taking on D4. So it's one of those clever moves. And the real question that in the game is revolving around this move, black C5. So I would imagine C5 is still not possible, because if it was possible, it just looks really good for black. And as we see here, knight H4 now comes to tempo. Then we have the same exact attack. Knight takes E4, rook G3, and so on.
Oh, you see something, Robert? Because of course, rook on E2 protects on F2. But in case you would play, let's say, knight H4 here, is rook E5 possible? If the rook would be on E1.
Interesting question.
I mean, just in case.
How do we show that?
Like,
just
knight
we
H4
show
here.
knight H4. Of course, the D4 is hanging, but this is possible.
It looks spicy.
But then there is something that we don't see. You know.
I just want to show the idea of what we figured out, because that's a really great idea by Almira. You take here. Obviously, if white takes the bishop, the whole point is the rook was protecting the bishop. If you take here, the idea was bishop takes F2 check, and I don't even know what you would do next, but you might just take the knight and say, I've got tons of compensation here. The dark squares are an absolute train wreck. So the computer's saying, not so fast, you human beings. There's a win for white, but I love your move, so forget the computer, Almira.
That is just the idea.
I love rook E5. What is the move, though? Jokes aside, we have to figure it out. There's so many pieces hanging, there has to be
knight D2 to F3 looks pretty good.
Okay. And if the rook moves, now you win the knight. Okay. Yeah, that does look
still
good.
very good for white, but not the optimal move.
But still, good enough to show that it's a little too on pre, right? The pieces are all on bad squares.
It's in the air somewhere.
I was thinking, can I just take with the knight, though? Because if you take with the rook, I take here. Oh,
I take with the bishop on E4.
Okay, and I still can't take.
Wow, what a... Yeah, rook takes E5 was not on my radar, but it's a good thing to point out, because at some point, this queen and bishop, they're lining up towards...
Well, it also shows another sort of subtle prophylactic purpose of rook E2, right? It wasn't just a move that stops bishop takes D4. Overprotecting this pawn on F2 might be tactically threatening knight H4. Suddenly, this move is immediately, at least open for consideration, right? We know that it comes with risk. But Robert has pointed out how dangerous those ideas are, that if, again, I don't know if it works. I'm just pointing out that if something happened to allow the rook to come to G3, and there were threats like this, and white's piece is coming to life, here it doesn't work as black is just crashing through too quickly. But that very quick flipping of the pieces to this side of the board could be absolutely nasty for Ding Liren.
But what you just showed about why it doesn't work is a really good illustration of the point I was talking about. That when someone's trying to attack you, if you can attack somewhere else, you know, it's hard to go all in, to bring all your pieces to the king side if your whole center is collapsing. So rook E2 is a really good move. Knight H4 comes with tempo, and that's going to be annoying for black in many positions. So I could see an argument for rook A to D8, that move that you just point out, kind of your little flip in, but you're like, oh, let's do it. It actually looks like a decent move. And another idea is at some point just tuck my bishop away, like hide it on a square like H7, so knight H4 never comes with the tempo, and that way it takes one more turn for you to launch that attack while my bishop is safe and sound near my king.
Most of the good moves I've played in my career were rather flippant without what I thought. So.
But this move proves that Hikaru is going for the kill.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, Hikaru has a +1 score against Ding Liren coming in. Not enough games to really draw any major conclusions, but at least enough to say that Hikaru has no reason to be to lack confidence in this battle versus Ding Liren, right? And he does have the white pieces. He knows he's playing well. Let Jan off the hook yesterday, but let's back up again and just take a look at where all four boards sit, what the time situation is in each particular battle. This is a beautiful little multicolored board scene. It's kind of like candy. It's like edible. Like, what flavor do you like? You like cherry? Do you like blueberry? You've got that made-up flavor at Circle K, which is like root beer and Dr. Pepper in the corner.
There are three things I want to point out, and they're not actually on the board.
Okay.
Look at the clock, top left, for Rajabov.
Half an hour for report.
Ding Liren.
Half an hour for Hikaru.
Duda.
Half an hour.
Right? So these three players, Rajabov, Ding Liren, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, they're spending a lot of time. Whereas the Caruana, Firouzja, Alireza has 10 minutes more, but he has the white pieces. That's pretty standard. But there's a widening gap on the clocks in those 3 games, and it's shown great preparation by the players. And Rajabov in particular, like he kind of volunteered to get to that line, and now he's frozen because he's out of his prep. Like this is clear that he had his prep to this moment, and then he's like, uh-oh, I don't remember what I'm supposed to do here.
I mean, we could choose between that game as well as the Firouzja Caruana game, but I'm with you. We got Raja on camera. That looks like a spicier battle. We'll catch up with what's going on between one of the youngest players and one of the most experienced in Firouzja and Caruana in a bit. So back to Rajabov report we go, and Bishop G6, King D7, and
Robert,
he's been thinking for 20 minutes since we left, 25.
Actually, I wanted to ask Robert, does he find the square D7 a little bit artificial, and that's why Timur is puzzled? Because maybe King D8, was possible, the same idea.
Interesting. So you think that you're actually wondering, he wasn't expecting King to D7, and now he's like, okay, maybe I should change my plan from what my preparation was. And
what is the difference between King D8 and King D7?
That's a very good question.
I mean, okay, so usually we just start with the literal differences. It blocks the bishop, right? It also puts the king on a diagonal where maybe you think about tactics, but it also develops faster, right? The rooks are connected the moment the bishop develops. So sorry, I was doing what I would ask. I'm the weakest chess player here.
No, that's
so I was doing what a student should do. And that's true. Often when someone plays a move you don't expect, it actually really is a good critical thinking muscle to develop. Before you try to decide, is that move good or bad, which is really an abstract, subjective evaluation, you should start with, I was literally expecting this, they played this, let's unpack the differences and see if there's an opportunity, right?
Yeah, and he just played Bishop G5, and apparently that's not the best move. So you predicted Report would win this game. Your prediction, off to a pretty decent start, but yeah, King D7 and then Bishop G5. So is there something feels wrong here. Something feels really off. I mean, Rajab was playing so quickly, and then King D7 happened. So if we go back to that moment, if we just actually put that on the board, Danny, where, let's say King to D8 was played instead.
Maybe Bishop G5 was his preparation here.
Bishop G5 here
because the pin's the knight, which directly attacks, and Black can play Rook F8 just like in the game, but unlike in the game, here the knight would not be able to move because it's pinned, whereas in the game, Knight G4 is already kind of a threat.
That's the idea.
Oh my goodness.
I found it because you coached me to it, Coach, which was that the knight was pinned. And that allows Bishop E4. So, but what did we say before we left? We said these two were playing so fast. We were all getting kind of excited on the spiciness of F5, but we called it then. We said, hey, at some point, one of these players is going to go into the think tank, and that's going to tell us all we need to know. And it looks like Report is the person bringing a little more ideas to the table here, Almira, with this King D7 that surprised Rajabov.
Daniel, look at how unbalanced this position was before, well, it still is, but before Timur played Bishop G5.
Yeah.
He still has the Rook on A1, the Knight on B1, the Bishop on C1, the King on F1, the Rook on H1. He's like only 2 pieces developed. And Richard has a great center. I love this, well, the center's potential, It's an avalanche of the pawns, and if I will be able to move E5, E4, that's why actually Black shouldn't take on F3, because Black should keep this possibility in the position. Well, Richard will be unstoppable.
Wow. Yeah, I mean,
I like it.
I was suggesting C3 there
instead of Bishop
G5. It just looked like it helps that queenside development that's lacking, and we're never afraid of queen takes F3. I mean,
I think your idea was probably the best in hindsight.
Opening the G file, and okay, we're helped. We have the eval bar off to the side. We always like to mention that. It's much easier to play when you know the evaluation, whereas after King to D7, I'm guessing Rajabov knew it was better for him because he went into this line very quickly, which means he looked at it with an engine, and if that wasn't the first move he looked at, that means the second move, which means it's still better for white. But here after Bishop G5, I think Black's play gets much easier. Like Rook F8 is a very natural response. As you point out, there's no Bishop E4 because the knight on F6 isn't pinned. And Rook F8 not only defends the knight on F6, it puts immediate pressure down the F file where knight G4 could be a tremendous threat.
That shirt is tremendous for Richard Report, by the way. Apparently the FIDE dress code, as long as you wear a jacket, you can wear a Hawaiian casual Friday shirt under it. So, yeah, zoom in on that thing. That's something he stole out of Grandpa's closet. Fashionable both in the 70s and now.
No, we're talking about defense. I think that players are using now the backdoor entrance because there are a lot of hysteric fans waiting for them, you know, like Beatles.
Well, just last night when I was walking home from dinner, this young woman stopped me. I was walking with Dina Belenkaya, and she goes, Dina. And Dina kind of like turns around, and it's just someone who is a fan of Dina's and actually came to Madrid from another city in Spain just for today's candidates. So
wow,
there are a lot of fans out there, and just we stumble into one.
No one's recognized us yet, though.
Yeah, no, this is all Dina.
Dina, the streamers are the rock stars of the chess world. Dina Belenkaya, Hikaru Nakamura, and stuff. Anyway, all right, this is fascinating. I'm not just hoping Report wins so that I go 4 for 4 in my guess to move. But no, I'm not. I think this is the kind of battle that you preface. What would we get? A technical battle, right? Of not necessarily anything dry, but real accuracy required with some grinded out, or will we get a slugfest? I think we would take Report in a game like this against Rojava.
Yes, although I do want to say one thing. I was just saying Rook F8 because it looked very natural, but I'm now realizing that could cost Black a pawn. So moving the rook away from the h pawn, let's say we take on d5, in a situation like this, I mean, that h5 pawn likely can be captured. So we can see here that, okay, it's terrible for black. That's nice to know. Yeah. Excuse me, for white, of course. Yeah. It's terrible for white, so don't go for that pawn. But the players, they need to calculate. They don't have the engine eval off the side saying, yep, that doesn't work, so don't worry about it.
It shows the importance of the center, of the central pawns.
Yeah, this is... I don't even see, you don't have to see a concrete move here for black to just, this feels like certain variations of the Najdorf that I used to play in some of the bishop g5, knight c6 Najdorfs where like black is down a pawn, but has the bishop pair in these dominant structures where it's just, you feel like black is just winning the game, right? Yeah. This is just fantastic, like black is. So
sometimes if you can make an analogy also with the Kalashnikov Sicilian, you sacrifice, or Sveshnikov, we sacrifice your B pawn, so even your A pawn, and you have this powerful center.
Yeah. And you see, I mean, at this point, white's not even developed. The knight can't get out with any. If you play c3, you put the bishop on a diagonal where maybe you have other tactical problems. So, I mean, just like we get, it's black to move, which makes it even better. I wasn't even thinking about that. I mean, anything like bishop b7, e5. So many easy moves for black to play here. So, all right, we're probably not going to get that type of endgame, but it is important to point out why you shouldn't go for that pawn.
Yeah, and also point out why Report isn't immediately playing rook f8, because it's a very natural move. Yeah. Just bring your rook to a semi-open file, but there is a pawn h5 that you might have to look out for, so he's just going to be checking his calculation instead of just assuming that it's good.
Okay. Oh, well, let's back up again. All 4 games are looking exciting. I know we say that at this stage of our coverage pretty much every day in the round, and we're not lying. Every day we are excited, we're lucky, we love what we do, and it's fun to see what the players bring to the table, even if some of the games eventually, I would argue a draw is perfect chess, so let's change the storyline, right? But don't look at me like that.
Well, yesterday's game between Caruana and Report's a great illustration.
That was a great example.
That was a hard-fought draw. That wasn't just, we don't want to play today. That was like, we're both going for it, and the way it happened was a repetition with the bishop chasing the queen. So, yeah, oftentimes, great chess ends in a split point. That doesn't mean the games are not exciting. In fact, that game was more exciting than some of the decisive results we've had.
I feel like we should go back to Firouzja Caruana because we started the day with that, and so just in terms of how we normally rotate. But I will admit it hasn't had a lot of progress. We'll check in on just a few moves been played. Nepomniachtchi and Duda, as well as Nakamura and Liren, I feel like are getting us close to some potential action, given that there's a half-an-hour advantage for both players playing white there. And I also like both positions for the players playing white, although the Dingley one is a mess. So, all right, okay, we're gonna go to Firouzja Caruana. And where do we stand?
Well, even though they're still in the opening phase, I feel that already this position is very important because here Firouzja is faced with a dilemma. Should he give up his bishop and go for the position with an isolated pawn, but very good chance, he has very good chances of winning it, and also this is a very interesting positional idea. You give up this bishop, but you play then on dark squares with your knight and your bishop. You play knight c3, maybe knight e4, or you simply, you can try to exchange the dark square bishops, and this will be a much better position much easier position for white to play.
So let's look at that. So even right now, is this already a move that white can consider? Is that what you're saying?
Could be.
Yeah,
and the idea would be like if an endgame occurs, you're playing on the dark squares. You're playing knight, like bishop out. You're trying to play against the isolated pawn. Was this sort of the theme you were saying?
Exactly. Maybe it doesn't work immediately. You know, that's why Fabi is feeling so confident. He stood up immediately.
And maybe white will even have to deal with a middle game where
I think there's an important inclusion that after bishop takes d5, black can play bishop f6 first.
You have an intermediate move.
Yeah,
yes.
and that bishop wants to be there, whether the queens get traded on d5 or not.
Yeah.
And that means knight c3 won't really be a possibility, and you protect the d4 square. You always want to protect the square in front of your isolated pawn. So, I mean,
this changes everything, actually.
Yeah, that makes it better for black. The other is just fine for black. But what I was going to say is, if we just actually go back like 2 moves, they're right here. After cd5, if he wanted to avoid isolated pawn altogether, he could have played knight to b4 and taken on d5 with his knight. And that way there never would be this possibility for white to saddle black with an isolated pawn. We just showed why the isolated pawn situation isn't a problem to begin with. But here, this actually is an issue because your knights for black are fighting for the same squares. The bishop on g2 is very powerful. e4 at some point will come with a tempo, and then maybe even e5 to follow, a rook to d1. So white just feels a little bit more coordinated, even though the queen side isn't developed. So I like what Fabiano did in this game, starting when he went c5 and then just starting to trade pieces like this. I think he has a good handle of the position.
You called it. You said the move you were considering on queen d3 was c5. Almost like you know Fabiano so well, you know?
Maybe he prepared this variation.
No, that would be the stupidest bleep and bleep I'd ever heard. Robert Hess preparing Fabiano Caruana. No, okay, but no, it's a principled thing to do, right? Because you said when the queen comes out early, let's get her more in the mix, because then every piece you develop comes with tempo because you're attacking the most powerful piece on the board. So this is where we left it, everyone. We didn't know what Fabi was going to play. He played c5. We saw the trade. And then after knight c6 and cd, we just looked at the line to avoid the isolated pawn if you want. But actually, this is a more straightforward thing to do because getting a pair of knights off the board is much better than those 2 knights wrestling for the square.
And I'd argue this is not an Alireza Firouzja type of position. Like, even if there's a small little advantage for white, this is not what we're used to seeing him turning this kind of edge into a win. Actually, his game yesterday against Duda became quite sharp at some point, right?
Yeah.
When white had the D pawn and black had the 2 queenside pawns. But here, this is completely symmetrical. If you try to make it a position that's not symmetrical, we just showed that's going to be good for black. So I think Fabiano has 0 problems. It's a very successful game from the black side for him thus far.
Robert, I think one important thing about this position that we should mention is also that white shouldn't rush and play e4, to close the bishop. This is not easy to understand because you want to play e4 and to chase away this knight, but actually positionally this would be considered a mistake.
Yeah, nice knight b4 is looking good. There's also knight f4, funnily enough. It's a tactic.
Regardless the tactics.
Take your little Chekaruski first.
Yeah, and then you just take on d8. But this is the essential point, right? That white doesn't control many of the squares. This actually is kind of like the Rajabov game against Ding Liren yesterday, where it looks like white has impressive pawns, but black controls all the squares. So regardless of, we can put the tactic back and play knight b4 like a normal human being. But the c2 square, as you're pointing out, just the control of the c5 once the bishop moves out from c8. I mean, black is better developed and has great control of squares. And the pawn structure, right, for black, f7, e6, nice and tidy.
Yep.
Whereas white, this e4 pawn leaves behind some squares like d3 in addition to c2.
And you also you closed your own bishop.
I was just going to say, one of the other common themes in the Catalan is you really don't want to put this pawn in front of your own bishop unless it's coming to e5 with purpose, right? It comes to e4 to go to e5 immediately, whether it's attacking a knight or opening up lines. But this is exactly the opposite kind of structure that white would want in a Catalan.
But then what should we consider? Because the most natural knight c3 is probably met with Robert's bishop f6.
Yep. Knight c3, bishop f6.
This, to my eyes, looks like a whole lot of nothing from white's percent. Maybe a small little plus. I mean, what does it say? 0.2 better for white. That feels like, in particular in this position, it feels very level. I'm trying to think of other moves like Rook D1.
Rook D1.
Right, that's a very logical move just to pile up more pressure. I'm not even sure Bishop takes D5 is a serious threat because I feel like even if that wins white a pawn, the bishop pair often compensates for equality.
Yeah.
But after Rook D1, I can still play Bishop F6 to start with and then figure out what to do with this D file.
What's interesting, Fabi seems to have neutralized so far this awkward Queen D3 move, and now Fabi seems to be enjoying the art in the Palacio de Santonia. He's walking around, kind of pacing. Fabi has a pace. He has a very deliberate pace, and now we see his deliberate walk back to the chessboard, returning for the move. And we're going to take our very first break. When we return, we know that we have a lot of exciting chess ahead here. 4 games. Before we do, we want to give you one reminder that you can join our Discord community. We recently reached 25,000 members. Go to go.chess.com/discord and join us simul with Elliot Papadiamandis. He's going to be playing 30 people at the same time on June 5th at 7 p.m. Pacific time. 10 a.m. Pacific time, Central p.m. European time to celebrate 25,000 members in our Discord community. So, all right, we're going to be back with plenty more to come here from Madrid. Some shots of El Retiro, the beautiful park here in Madrid, a simul that took place earlier this week. Don't go anywhere. It's chess.com's coverage of the 2022 FIDE candidates returning in a few.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
This club is called Amigos del Retiro, Friends of the Retiro. The Retiro is the most big and important park in Madrid.
It's a very important park in the city because it's right in the center.
If you want to play chess, you don't know the place, this is maybe best one in Madrid.
Aquí tenemos, viene gente para aprender.
Y se hacen muchos torneos a final de mes y los domingos y pues es muy común venir aquí y echar unas partidas y sí.
Hoy, porque como se juega candidatos aquí, pues queríamos hacer algo especial.
Sí, hoy voy a dar la simultánea y a ver qué tal se da, a ver si juego bien y no consigo soltar puntos.
The defending champion Jan Nepomniachtchi is back at the candidates, effecting his second straight bid to challenge for the World Chess Championship. One of the more experienced players, Nepo brings to Madrid an aggressive style that is both challenging to face and entertaining to watch. 2 years ago, Nepo made the most of his debut in the candidates. With a round to spare, he won the event in convincing fashion.
That's all he needed. Jan Nepomniachtchi is the 2021 World Chess Championship challenger.
That victory led Nepo to a World Championship match with Carlsen and also secured his return to the candidates in Madrid this year. Despite being one of only 2 players in the field to have won the candidates, the expectations for Nepo were not particularly high this time around. However, his confidence from having won here before, in addition to his years of competitive experience, may offer him a shot to turn some heads. If Nepo should pull a major upset and face Magnus Carlsen again, the two know each other well. Nepo has competed against Carlsen for decades, ever since the two prodigies were 12 years old.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
We are back in Madrid. Jan Nepomniachtchi is back on the clock here in round 6. His battle versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda has only just begun, and the battle of the outfits began the moment they sat down. They both brought a very similar look to round 6.
Really? Did they? First time I'm hearing that.
First time you're hearing that.
I missed that.
Seeing it from this angle, I had to bring it up again. You wanted to make an instructive point about the game in the upper right corner before we move into Nepomniachtchi versus Duda. Go ahead.
Yeah, just as we look at it from this bird's eye view here, you know, Bishop F6 was played, but the major point is it looks like in that Firouzja Caruana game that Alireza is going to win a pawn by taking this knight on d5. But the compensation that Fabiano gets with the pair of bishops should offset the material deficit. So I do believe that Fabiano feels like he's firmly in control of this position, that even if he goes down that pawn, he's not worried that he's in danger of losing. And I think that was Fabiano walking right from the camera as we were talking about him.
But it's kind of a theme of the position, is the battle of the bishop on g2 versus the bishop on c8, right? The monster of the Catalan versus a bishop that, unless white changes the structure, is always going to be fighting a little bit for squares there. So it's kind of a key theme as to why Firouzja doesn't want to take the knight. And he looks like he was about to do something very different. So
I have a strange thought, you know, because Robert was talking about Daniel Dubov, you know, a lot of specialists in this line, but I was thinking, who was working with Alireza? And one name comes to my mind is Vladimir Kramnik, who knows these lines and who feels them very well. Is it possible that Vladimir, you know, was training Alireza?
I don't have any insight into that, so if you do, let us know.
No, I don't like that, you know. Yes, that's because we haven't seen him in a while as well. He didn't play anything, even any of events. Like, we have no information. For example, now we know, of course, we know for a while that Duda's seconds, we have Gajewski and Mitten who are helping him for a while. But who is helping Alireza Firouzja? It's still a mystery. So when I'm looking at this opening, I'm trying to find out, because I'm trying to think of games who play. So
Yeah, I know he's worked with Ivan Cheparinov before, and I think he still works with him.
And Ivan Sokolov.
And Ivan Sokolov. So I don't know, I guess a couple of Ivans there, but I don't know who he's working with specifically for this event. Oftentimes, these players want to keep that secret, right? You want their secret seconds. So you travel with one of your seconds, but then you have the rest at home on a different time zone so that while you and the person you travel with are sleeping, the people back home or around the globe will work on the chess. So it's a 24/7 endeavor.
24/7 machine to play chess at the 2800 level. And yeah, everyone observed Alireza traveling to the Grand Chess Tour events with Ivan Cheparinov. So that information, as far as what we know, is known, even if there are other secret seconds.
And just to put some context on who Ivan Cheparinov is, formerly over 2,700 rated himself, so he's a top, say, 30 or so player. He worked with Veselin Topalov, who was the FIDE world champion. So has a wealth of experience working with elite players.
And he's very well known for his opening ideas.
And we'll see if, but I like your point about Kramnik, an interesting one. I mean, if Alireza continues to come back to some obscure Catalan move orders, then we might have the opening repertoire for white, according to Kramnik. Maybe Halifman is there as well. Speaking of a book series we haven't referenced in a while, but all right, let's back out, because this game hasn't changed too much since right before we went to the break. The game that we haven't had a chance to look at in a while is Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and we're going to head over there right now, as Nepomniachtchi just played the move rook to c1 on the board. The structure has changed with that capture on e5, and so we should definitely highlight that if it wasn't for the fact that that bishop was pinning the f2 pawn, you would already be seeing g4 and f4, and here we go, right?
You're pre-moving for me, king h2.
King h2, you're gonna. I mean, if you're attacking a bishop in bullet in this position, king h2 is not the worst pre-move. So pre-move it.
Yeah, and king h2 is actually a good-looking idea because you want to push those pawns. And oftentimes, black deals with the pawn push f2 to f4 with f6 to challenge this setup in the center. But I don't think that black necessarily has the time, because we need to take care of our bishop first. So if can we play bishop b6, or is that running to bishop b4? Like, that also looks really annoying.
The more we look at this position, we observe the time on the clocks. We know that Jan-Krzysztof Duda is clearly more uncomfortable than Jan, right? He's not sure about this line, and especially as we've talked about the time pressure that happens in this new time control is very real, right? It's no increment. These guys are not sitting down with the idea that I'm just going to take my time today, right? When they take their time, it's because they need it.
Wow, actually,
what do you do with the bishop?
Yeah,
bishop goes here, bishop b4,
and you're not castling.
And if the bishop goes back, I think my idea of f4 might be played before the pre-move king f2. Yeah, just play it.
Yeah, you're unpinning my pawn, then absolutely. No, this looks highly suspicious for Duda. I mean, look at him on screen here. He's got his head in his hands.
Maybe you have to defend.
But the thing about queen e7, I still play king h2 because you can't take my e5 pawn because your bishop needs the queen's defense, right?
Okay.
So I have this king h2 move. Maybe king h1's better. I don't know. But I'm just putting my king
let's play it
over here, and I'm going to play g4 and f4. And actually, this is very direct. Let's say you castle for black, which looks like a reasonable thing to do, and I play g4. And you retreat, and I play f4, and you play f6, the move that I said you want to play. You have a big problem here, and it's that white just plays f5. And I don't think you're going to be very happy when my pawn reaches e6, and this hangs a piece because everything is hanging here. But if I go e6 next, that's a pawn chain. Connect 4, I win.
Go for it. Connect 4.
Is that actually the theme song?
That's the theme song. I was just playing Connect 4 with my 6-year-old. I did a little better at that than chess. Connect 4, great game. No, that's a fantastic idea. In fact, quick information. So as uncomfortable as Jan-Krzysztof Duda has been in this game, the reason Jan has been playing so fast is he clearly knows the games in the line. Nepo's rook to c1 was officially the first novelty on the board. Previous to that, Peter Spidler played the move king to h2 versus Karyakin in Wykin Z 2018. So this game, very well known to Nepomniachtchi. A couple of his countrymen, Spidler and Karyakin, played it. Guys that we know that he's also worked with, right? So he's in his comfort zone, and Duda is not. And Jan has just played the first novelty with this move, asking a very tough question.
Extremely logical move.
Yeah.
Robert, but maybe I should wait for you to play f4, let's say at some moment, so I could meet it not with f6 but f5. So you will no longer have the possibility to play g4. e4 in the center is also closed, so I will force you to take on f6.
Yeah, let's look at that. So let's say the same idea: queen e7, king h2.
But I started with
No,
g4.
I don't want to castle. Yes, that's exactly. That's why I
want to play f5 right now.
That's why I think that Jan changed from king h2 to rook c1 is, well, because he considered this option, because maybe I will not castle. Maybe black has to go all in and castle long.
Yeah, I think there's a problem though, specifically because the bishop on c5 is loose. And once I take en passant, e takes f6, you have to take with the pawn. And now your pawn structure is not ideal. I mean, maybe it's playable, but we actually see Evo is at +2. Wow, that's way more than I thought it would be. But I guess the king being in the center, I move my queen away, I play e4 and...
Yes, but I was looking at this option with bishop b6 actually. I don't want to play queen e7, bishop b6. So I want to force you. I want to force king h2.
So bishop b6, king h2 to unpin the pawn.
And then, well,
I was going to play bishop b4. Bishop b6, I want to play bishop b4.
Yeah, that's the thing to remember.
But I would still go for something.
Yeah, this is a big problem. No more castles for black.
But do you want to meet my f6 with e6 here?
I haven't decided, honestly.
maybe anything, and the problem is the king. I mean, I like the idea of getting e4. Now that that king's in the center, I'll move the queen to some square.
Queen c2 is really nice because if f takes e5, the queen f5.
Ooh. Ooh.
So I'm forced to play bishop g6 probably here.
Originally, I even wanted queen b3 just to like get e4 and open that, but this whole position just feels so scary for black. I mean, it seems like a simple, obvious move. Robert, you observe rook c1. It feels like a logical move, a logical improvement over Svidler-Karyak in 2018. But now that it's played, it feels like a much more powerful move. It's just like a forcing question that is a pain in the neck for black.
And another problem is bishop d4. Looks like it hits 2 pawns at the same time, so you're going to win material, right? But queen a4 was my response, and you don't really want to take on b2, because here I just play rook to b1, and you're going to lose a piece after bishop takes e5. I can take b7, but I have f4, g4, f5, and your bishops are just hit in all directions.
This is borderline even better with the threat of this, because if you have to defend it, then you might win the piece anyway.
Just, you're just going to attack all your bishops.
It's a problem. We've established that Poland, we have a problem. For JKD, we'll call him Nepo versus JKD from now on. Every time I say Jan and Jan, it's like, which am I talking about? J or the Y?
But Jan-Krzysztof never goes by Jan. It's Jan-Krzysztof. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, lesson learned.
So ground control.
Ground control to Major Tom. Poland, we have a problem. But JKD plays queen to e7, defends the bishop, and will we see the move we anticipated? Just put the king on a square that unpins the pawn. You pointed out king h1 is also possible, right? Maybe long-term effects of being on this diagonal are something the king chooses to avoid by going to h1.
What I don't like about queen e7, even though Jan-Krzysztof did the play, because I wanted to keep the option of playing g5. That's how you also keep your bishop alive. You know, play g5 and g4, bishop g6, and then if your king is on the h file, then I will play h5. But somehow everything seems too slow here. I cannot create the counterplay I want to.
Yeah, I really don't like Duda's position. It just seems very uncomfortable. And we'll see how quickly Nepomniachtchi plays here, because a king move is not forced, but it feels very likely, right? Because you want to play g4, you want to play f4. So I'm stuck on that. Maybe there's another idea that I'm just not giving enough credit to, but just putting the king to the side and then pushing g4 and f4 looks very nice for white.
Agreed, Town. Population us. And I like how Jan is slowing down. Even if he knows the move, sometimes when you've got a big advantage on the clock, you can take a moment to breathe, make sure you go deep into your prep, right? Don't do what you did yesterday, where you think you know, they're both nodding at me off camera, which means I said something good, chat. They're both smiling at me because I said something good.
Yesterday seems so far away.
Well, yesterday seems so far away. But I mean, you might as well slow down when you have this big of an advantage on the clock. Just make sure that you don't confuse your variations, and or Or possibly, sometimes the first move that your opponent plays that isn't a part of your prep is a bad move, and that's why you didn't have it ready, right? And so you make sure you slow down to remember your lines. You ever have that scary moment where you've been playing moves and your opponent's playing instantly, right? And the moment you play a move that makes them think, you go, oh crap, what did I do? I'm clearly not playing into his prep anymore, so that must have been a bad idea. Seriously, that's a thing.
Yeah, it definitely has happened to me numerous times.
Yeah.
Because you expect to be playing the best moves when they're responding instantly because they've looked at it with an engine. And King H2, by the way, has been played, and Nepo has left his chair. You're comfortable in the silence?
Hey,
well,
I can
finally,
talk
because
about
I think
talk all day.
anything what is going, well, you are going so fast that I think the only thing which is going faster is the light. You know, the speed of light is the only thing which is going faster than you guys. You know, so I'm going to rebel. You know, I need time to think. Would you start with G4 or F4, for example, if I castle?
G4.
G4 immediately.
I mean, you're all in it. Well, let's look at the move I was suggesting, which was after castles. If you play G4 first in here, is there any idea that I can get out this way, or is that just terrible?
I think I can just take it. And now we both have weirdly placed e-pawns on the other side of the position. But what if I just go after your pawn, like Queen A4? You'll push it to E3 at some point. I'll just put my bishop to C3. No,
go this way, maybe.
I could. That's true. But I was just going to go bishop C3 and then maybe play F5 and F6. Or
oh, wow. That's even better.
Yeah, it just feels like white has complete control over this board.
I felt like when I'm about to get rolled, obviously trading off one of the pieces behind my opponent's kingside structure feels a little better. I get rid of my piece that might be trapped, and you've got some open squares. But yeah, I hear you though. The concrete idea is that you're just about to get crushed. I mean, here come the pawns.
Doesn't look very pleasant.
Doesn't look pleasant at all. Let's back up and take a look at the other games, because there's another thing that isn't so pleasant right now, and that's Ding Liren's clock.
Oh, wow.
Shenanigans is the word for that, shenanigans.
Now, they've played many moves, right? They were getting through
we're going to have to
opening
catch up
line.
in that one for sure, because
Hikaru's up an hour.
Hikaru has still, he's basically still in prep, right? I mean, clearly at this point, whatever him and Chris Littlejohn looked up at home, there you go. Twitch.user, first of all, great username, twitch.user. I love that, chess.user, twitch.user. Hikaru, bluff or prep? I don't think Hikaru's bluffing at this point, given that there's evidence to say we know Ding plays this line. It was a direct improvement, or at least an adjustment from game 2 versus Duda, and I don't think Hikaru's position is bad at all, right? So it's not like there's evidence of a bluff there, but okay, should we analyze how we got here, because we left it a little bit ago?
Yeah, I was just trying to count the material, and we're even. Okay, that's important.
Take stock first thing. So we left on Hikaru's mysterious rook move, as is often a term used in chess. Not for rook moves like this normally, but this is a mysterious rook move played instantly by Nakamura. After that, okay, we looked at this move, rook e to d8, just very natural, and then knight to b3. There's no way we're not in prep. Like, you don't just play moves like that instantly. What are you doing?
You don't like making sure that your rook on a3 can't move.
What's going on here? This is take a snapshot, everybody, with your face camera, because this is how modern neural net prep jet engine goes these days. This is crazy. C5 played. Because it makes sense, right? I mean, you know that c5 is black's only move in the position. There is no other way to free the problems of the queen and bishop. So knight b3 actually makes sense. Takes. A big trade that ensures the dark square bishop belongs to white.
But that was interesting, right?
Very important, bishop
that
c5.
Black took on c5 with the bishop. Because normally you would take with a knight, so you trade knights. But white isn't in the business of trading knights here. But knight b to d4, hitting the bishop on f5, threatening knight c6 with a fork. So bishop d7 is the only move. And now I'm already looking at that king side. Like, can I just start going for some attack? Can I take on h6? You have no pieces over there.
You're going to take on h6?
You have no pieces in front of your king.
That's a piece, though.
And
yeah, queen c1 or
queen c1 or queen d2.
Oh, wow.
Something.
This is crazy, right? And then you just like inchworm your way over.
Well, I think actually knight g5 check is lights out. You have no pieces in front of your king.
Crazy talk.
that's what happens when your queen's on a7, hanging out.
Seriously, but the engines agree with you, which shows how deep the prep was here for Hikaru, how dangerous it was. So you need this knight on e4 as a defensive piece, is what you're saying.
I've seen games not just like this, isn't the exact replica of the position, but similar games where black is distracted over on the queen side, and that allows you to make moves like bishop takes h6. I think there was some Lenier Dominguez game where he played like this, and he just shattered black's
absolutely wild
defensive resources. So yeah, this is a relatively common motif, and it's taking advantage of the fact that black's pieces are not near the king.
Liren looks nervous, Almira. I know he broke your heart yesterday. You wanted to win really bad. This is not the mojo that Liren is looking for. Copy is what Hikaru was looking for.
Yeah, exactly. And like how great it would be also for the tournament if Hikaru wins this game.
Yeah. I mean, Hikaru let Nepo off the hook yesterday. Okay, Nepo gets into credit. We can look at that storyline different ways, right? But again, we always said that Hikaru is resilient. He moves on very quickly. He's already done it before, losing to Caruana in game 1 and then striking back against Rajabov. So Hikaru playing quickly, up more than an hour on the clock. Liren struggling because of variations like this that could have happened, where Hikaru might have absolutely blown Ding off the board. Instead of taking with the knight, he took with the bishop. The curious decision was maybe forced to give up the dark square bishop. Hikaru loves it. He plays knight to d4 to gain a tempo, bishop to f4. Okay, queen e7 makes a lot of sense because you played c5 to get out of the bad position, but the queen is not really healthy there, so she goes to a safe square, prepares to strike with the pawn structure, right? Makes a lot of sense. I'm just still shocked about how fast Hikaru is playing. He still just plays knight to b5. And after bishop takes b5, he sits down and give a bit of a curious Hikaru. Ooh, okay, looking up, remembering the theory. Yep, and takes right back.
And knight g5 quickly played by Liren. So we have to give Ding a lot of credit.
Yeah,
because he knows he's facing some kind of preparation, and he has made 26 moves. So he's got 45 plus minutes for only 14 moves left. So he's got plenty of time, right?
Yeah.
He's doing okay despite being down an hour on the clock. And he's playing the best moves. Like, look at the eval bar off the side of the screen. It's still saying that there's a slight little advantage for white, but he's holding on, and he's simplified the position. Not that the position is simple, but there's no bishop takes h6 and checkmating tactics anymore. He doesn't have to worry about many of the things he previously did.
Yeah.
So I think that while we praise Hikaru's preparation and has been excellent, Liren deserves a lot of credit for handling all of that stuff and now being in a pretty decent spot.
Also, you should mention that this is his second game with black in a row. He played a very difficult game yesterday against Timur. He tried to win desperately, and today he had to prepare against Hikaru. And he's faced with a theoretical novelty, a very interesting one, because you have to understand all the nuances and maybe you don't have the time to do all that.
But he used his time to make sure he could catch up on whatever nuances he didn't understand. I think you're making a good point, Robert, to give credit to Ding, because yes, he's used more than an hour than Hikaru, but it's one of those openings where they played a lot of moves, right? So there's only 14 moves to make to get to time control. Now, that could be a lot of moves or little, but still, I think the more we look at it, it's more that we're super impressed with how fast Hikaru's played than Liren is really in bad time pressure, right?
In fact, I think his position looks very decent here.
Yeah.
And Hikaru was surprised by bishop takes b5.
Yep.
And now he's going to spend some time thinking, because what has a takes b5 done once we just saw the trade there? It gives white a bishop for a knight. It gives white these double isolated b pawns, but it also opens up the rook to the a5 pawn. But rook takes a5, like that just wins one pawn. And it's not like white's pawns are here to stay for very long.
It's almost like a useless pawn, right? You could take it and then your rook is out of play. I mean, black might have a queen b4 or something, but even if not, right? Like black could justify something else. The rook takes a5 doesn't feel like in the spirit of the position. What feels in the spirit of the position is like rook g3, right? Trying to move the bishop. then maybe playing f4. We've got a comment here from chat. Ding is going to be exhausted after this game.
Yeah.
I think we're all going to be exhausted after this game.
But Ding in particular, he had the longest game last round, and then here he's like, it's like not been that long into the round, but it's been very stressful, right? When you're dealing with that kind of.
I forgot to say a hilarious quick conversation I had with Bobby at breakfast yesterday after the game with Ding. He was like, I'm like, you tired or whatever? And I said, you remember what you said during the World Championship? We asked you whether commentary or playing was more tiring, and he's like, did I say commentary? I'm like, you did say commentary. So feel bad for me. He's like, well, I changed my mind. Playing is more tiring. Too late, Bobby. Can't take it back. No take backs.
You know, there's one little thing here that we haven't mentioned. Black has a passed pawn. And
they must be pushed.
If Hikaru, you know, still is going for this mindset of, let me go for a win somehow, had all this preparation, that pawn can march up the board a little bit and can cause some discomfort. And of course, White is doing perfectly fine here, but it just all is about the mentality that Hikaru has, because you know he's an objective player. He's a fantastic player, but sometimes it happens to even the best of us where we're like, well, I had all this preparation. I'm 26 moves deep. I've spent less than 10 minutes. My opponent's been struggling move after move to come up with the right plan, and so you think that your position is better than it actually is. And so instead of playing the position, you start playing for like, how can I win? And that is something that the best players there are able to push aside. But it does get to even the best.
Well, it's definitely true, and I wanted to make a simple observation that Hikaru paused like just a second when Ding played bishop b5, and I think I know why, because we definitely have these double pawns, but now your b5 pawn is simply not allowing you to play c5, you know, to have, once again, this pass pawn and protected pass pawn. So it's also a very important element while you're assessing this position. That's why I think computer likes it a little bit more for White still.
Yeah, the pawn d5 doesn't get its helper. That's true.
Well, Hikaru is thinking in for the first time really in this game. By the way, some extra scowls there from Hikaru. He's really trying to think about where he wants this game to go, because he's finally on his own, maybe no longer using home prep.
But if you're playing rook g3, can we simply look at this rook g3, knight e4? I think that's why he's puzzled.
If rook g3, knight e4, yeah, we can visualize that on the board. That's maybe why he's not just instantly coming over to g3. But on that note of taking a look at all four games and choosing which direction we want to go, I'm spying. Someone I want to go back to Nepomniachtchi Duda. Again, it's going exactly how we thought. Duda could be in big trouble, but the report game, that's the one. That's the one that's got, well, it's got Rajabov nervous, or he wouldn't be fiddling the pawn a million miles an hour. He's got a bit of a poker tell there. Let's dive in to that game and see what Rajabov was thinking about. The move rook f8 was played, so we can just quickly say, we don't even need analysis yet. We'll just say we left it. Rook f8 was played, as Robert predicted. c3 comes next. Then on bishop d6, we see c4, queen d4. So the position is opened up. If you could just make like two moves for White, right? Like knight c3, rook d1, it's over. Here we come. But Black has his own things coming on the f-file, and that's why Raj is so nervous.
And actually, just even a moment ago, c takes d4 by Rajabov. He could have taken the queen on d5. This is not the first time we've looked at a variation in this game where Black sacrifices a pawn, because instead of c takes d4 just a second ago, you could take on d5, right? Queen takes d5,
right?
And then after Black takes back with some pawn, I play c takes d4. That's a pawn, right? So Report has shown a fearlessness to this point, saying material is not as important as the initiative, and moves like rook to b8 and maybe eventually rook to b4 are coming. So it does feel like Black has a lot of activity and should be fine. But there have been pawn sacrifices.
Well, I think that he's trying to find the most uncomfortable move, you know, for Timur. You know, he wants to keep the position unbalanced. There is no way to stabilize things here, so that's why.
One thing to note, though, is that the clocks have evened out. In the live position, as I look back, I can see that Report used 18 minutes on rook f8 and then another 12 minutes on bishop d6. So I don't know. Neither player playing instantly, right?
But also looks bad for White.
Yeah.
I see the eval bar for the side saying 0.1 better for black. They always do this, right? You're like, wow, this looks like it's going to be over in a few moves. And then it's like, no, it's about equal. But this position, Amir was mentioning from the beginning, white's queenside doing nothing. There's a king on f1. It's not going to be happily met by this rook on f8 here, as you point out the b2 situation. So with all of these threats, in particular knight to g4 coming your way.
Yeah, let's say you make some random move. Just show. Knight g4 is rover. Here comes f2.
Completely crushing.
That's actually a really good point. We should just start making moves to show just how bad white's position is. So if you develop a piece to stop the very clear threat, you lose. If you defend the pawn with the queen, again, knight g4 is just crushing. In fact,
oh my gosh.
What? Okay, I didn't really appreciate how sensitive this is. I'll be honest. What can white do here?
But there's one really important detail. So knight c3,
okay,
knight g4, queen takes f8, looks like it takes care of the problems. Because if you take back on f8, I have rook to d1, and I win your queen right back. In fact, white is better because the pawn structure.
Okay.
So queen c4 check intermezzo is essential here. Getting your queen off the same line as the king, and that way you can take back this queen. So this is something that players often miss from a distance. Like now that we're here, there's no way that Java is going to play knight c3 and miss that. But when you're calculating 6 moves ahead, calculating all these different branches, and then you get to this one, you're like, okay, no, I have knight c3 because I'll take on f8 and go rook d1 at the end to win the queen back. And then you get here like, oh shoot, what I was relying on doesn't work. That is something that happens to everyone, and then you start being like, uh-oh, gotta find an alternative.
Well, but what alternatives are there? You know, I was thinking about bishop b3, but then maybe queen c4 check once again, and then knight g4.
There's problems everywhere.
Wait.
Was there a better move?
Well, b2 has been hanging. Right?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Queen b2. Ah,
yeah,
okay,
bishop b3. We should just.
Yeah, just take the
rook. We should just take. Okay. Yeah, no, it's so we've established queen e2 or knight c3 run into knight to g4. You made a really good point, Robert. And in fact, I want to talk about that point because a lot of times it's easy to judge when the position is right before us. Oh, they made a mistake, right? But like you said, it was probably 8 moves earlier in a variation that had multiple trees, right? Multiple branches. And that's where you can like quickly dismiss, oh, I know I can defend this position because of this trick where I take and go here. And that's not possible because of the little in-between move there. So I think that I'm just maybe painting the picture. It's possible maybe that's what was missed. I mean, I don't know, but Rajabov doesn't feel comfortable at all. And I still haven't found a good move here for white.
And how clever was the move bishop d6? Because if the bishop would be on c5, I could trade queens and play queen d3.
Ah.
At least, you know, it would be the safest option probably here, you know. Like,
yeah. Takes, and get the queens off the board, maybe you're saying?
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
We need to trade queens here.
I would love to mate you, but I can't. Okay, but it is fair that this position is still just like...
Because the b2 pawn.
Owie. God, this position just... I mean, what is going on? Rajabov is hanging on by a thread, but it is still true that bishop e6 feels really accurate to close the d file.
Yeah, because that bishop c5, you know, once you take on d4, you can then play knight c3 for the exact reasons we've been highlighting. The queen and the king are on the same line, so you have enough time to develop the knight, play rook d1 next. Pretty much no matter what black does, that probably is a possibility, but the point is that bishop d6 closes down the file, and I think that Rajabov is going to regret not trading queens because his king on f1 is really in harm's way, and we haven't found a move. This is what's so misleading about having the eval bar for the side. Like if I were commentating without this eval bar, I'd be incorrect, but I'd be like, okay, black is just going to win this game, right? That's sort of how you think about it. But we know that there's something. Rajabov, you look at him on screen.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. But
and we say we know there's something, but we still haven't found the right move. I mean, how does white deal with 2 concrete threats? Queen takes b2, and moving the knight for a discovered attack.
So maybe queen c3. You know, I wanted to trade queens, but
ding ding ding.
Is this?
Eval bar says yes. This is the only move. Although it's still, I can't play knight g4 because you win my queen.
But everything else loses.
Yeah, and queen d1 check is mate, except for queen to e1, right? So you escape this way.
Okay, so that makes sense. So queen c3 might be the move that Roger finds. It stops queen takes b2. No checkmates as long as my queen is hanging. I want to just protect my queen. Sorry, I mean, not 2 moves, 1 move. And just like go to an endgame where I have two passed pawns. That's one option. Feels like c5.
Or bishop e or c5. Or bishop somewhere. Bishop c5.
Oh, that looks even better. Now we hit f2. And if you take, we're right back in that same spot where you have to guard this, and maybe I'm playing knight g4.
So you play bishop d6 and then bishop c5, you know how...
Yeah.
That's how chess should work.
Yes, how chess should work. Yes, exactly.
Actually, instead of knight g4, I was also looking at knight d5 just to close the d file, and you're still hitting f2, you're still hitting b2. Like that's the thing about this position is simply trading queens doesn't tell the whole story. It doesn't end the game.
Yeah.
So Rajava, like, he's thinking, okay, first of all, how do I not get checkmated? How do I survive this? And then how do I survive in a way that continues to keep me in the game versus just trading the queens off like we saw in some of these other variations. You get the queens off, but then you lose the rest of the house.
Well, Raja has his work cut out for him.
You know what I've always wondered? This is kind of irrelevant to the board itself, but do the players, like, do the cameras change position? Because if I were playing a game,
do the cameras physically change,
like,
or are we just...
Oh, do we have do we have like cameras that move? Because
there's one person down there running back and forth with a cam right.
No, they get automated.
No, I'm kidding.
But my point is, like, you know, now it's just the camera's moving. But if I were a player and the camera started, I could like feel or see the camera moving.
It's like, oh, they're watching me.
Well, they're watching me for a reason.
Yeah,
and that's actually kind of a tell.
Yeah.
So I've always wondered that because I haven't played over the board chess in a long time.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, like, you know, in events, okay, we could just be focusing on their game all of a sudden. They're used to that. But there are moments like this where it's like, wait, are they now suddenly focusing on me because I'm gonna make the right move or lose this game situation?
I don't know if they adjust physically at all. There is a camera on every player, so
got it. Well, that's different.
Yeah, it doesn't.
That's better.
And I know for sure. Like, let's back up to our bird's eye view and kind of look at some different. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is adjusted by us in studio, but there's nothing physically moving.
But that's a big difference than if you have like a camera
just
that's rotating.
Yeah.
Right? Because then you're like, wait a second, why are they coming to my game all of a sudden? Leave me alone.
Yeah.
But are you sure you're noticing the camera when like, you're having this position?
Well, you saw Rajava look kind of right at the camera, so it felt like he probably doesn't. There's one camera player, it's like far away, but I don't know.
The reason I was backing up to the bird's eye is because I wanted to go over to Hikaru Nakamura and observe that, like in that board, for example, we have the extra cameras, which is that they're right. We don't have the extra cameras on this board, right? There you can see the extra camera for Hikaru.
We're also being told by our producers that this question has been asked, and the players say they never notice the camera.
Okay.
So that's good. That's a great thing.
That's good.
I'm very happy to hear that.
They notice a person in there saying like, hey, like, you're doing good. Speaking of camera, there's one of our camera guys right in the background. Hey, Chandler. We love that guy. That's one of the guys working super hard filming stuff around the whole city of Madrid, adding B-roll to all the videos that we're doing. So we love that guy, Chandler, on the left with the mask. All right. Well, looking at all 4 games, we haven't had progress. Nakamura, Ding, Liren, Hikaru is still on the clock. Duda did just play h6. So that game is still hanging by a balance. But the balance is hanging by a thread, I guess you could say. That's one where I also look at the eval bar and just kind of call BS. I feel like white is just about to crash through, and I don't care that it says it's close.
And look at Jan, he's rolled up his sleeves. He's ready to crash through.
He's ready to crash through.
Do you think he has him on the ropes here already?
I look at the clock, I look at the position. I don't think that I'm anywhere near counting Duda out of this game, but it just feels like one of those games where if you told me this will be done in 30 minutes and Nepo will win, I would not be surprised.
Say, yeah, that's not. Well, let's head over to that game.
There is a small difference between King H1 and King H2, though. You know, you would be able to play F5, in this position. So,
because if F5 is played, well,
maybe even
not right away. If you take with check, white has bishop F4. But I wonder if you can play F5 anyway. Like, okay, engine's gonna yell at me, but I don't care. I'm gonna do it.
No, then bishop H7.
It's actually so. The point is you can't take with the queen because we have bishop F4 gaining a tempo, and actually you have multiple bishops hanging, so that's a problem. And if you move, I just wanted to like keep going.
Well, you could start with bishop f4 just to defend your loose pawn and then try to play f6.
But my idea was this, because if you took here, I thought I could play here, and then how do you defend the bishop and I'm taking? So I don't
d4. Queen d4. I like this.
Oh, okay. I didn't see this one. That makes sense.
That's essential, because if you're trading the queens off is obviously not what white wants.
Without that move, white is actually winning. Okay. So
that's why I was regretting king h2, because I wanted to do the exact same thing. But,
yeah, we earlier asked whether the king should go to h2 or h1. Jan commits the king to h2, and now he's in a position where he has to kind of think twice before playing f5 because of the check. So,
now I kind of want the king on h1 as well.
Can you just play king h1 now? It's a little too late, but
that feels. I think you can play f5, and the bishop, as we showed, has to move back to h7 and play bishop f4. It's going to be very difficult for black to go and win this pawn e5. You have to play bishop b6 to c7. It takes a little bit of time. And white at some point will probably throw in f6. I mean, this is now getting very complicated. So while I was really liking Jan's position, I still kind of do, I also could see this being a position where if you're not careful and you start throwing all your pawns forward, pawns don't move backwards and they can become targets.
Yeah, f5 is a very committal, responsible move. You have to think twice. But here, I really like your plan, bishop b6 and bishop c7, because very what direct. Else do I have?
Yeah, extremely concrete there. You just can always put a rook on e8 as well to pile up more pressure.
Is it possible? I mean, we were saying it in jest, but is it possible that Jan is regretting that he didn't play king h1? Did he just because of what happened yesterday? He confused his lines. Well, he was playing fast.
If we go back to that moment where king h2 was played, so let's go king h1. Let's just try to see the difference, right? Okay. Why do we want the king on h2 instead? What's the benefit of it being there? And if we
just play the same way,
castle, g4. There's no bishop takes g4. I don't think.
Well, that is a funny little difference. Is that in this line with queen h4 check, there's no bishop h3 to block. But this still just seems like a piece of. Oh wait, the bishop's taken. Okay.
Again, even without that,
even without that, but yeah. Okay, so not that, but if g4, bishop g6, f4. And the king is on h1. If you played h6 now, just to draw the literal difference, it's F5. Lights out.
And f6, you can't take on e5 because your bishop on c5 is hanging.
Yeah, this is the line we wanted, and there's no check.
But can you meet now f4 with f5? I've been looking for this idea for a while, and I was trying to make it work. Maybe here we can do this.
I like that actually. Looks good. Don't en passant.
No. And I'm wondering what the big difference is of the king being on h1 versus h2. Like, f5 was possible.
I've got you right here. You ready? King g3. You asked, and I answered.
It's actually
not the worst.
No, it's
not the worst response.
It's a completely possible sequence. Like you play g5, put the king on g3, start pushing your h pawn. Like that's a viable
g5, e3, h4, h5.
Yeah, you don't need to play g5. It's such a beautiful move, king h2, g3.
Following my buddy, Short Timon, not necessarily a friend, Short or Timon, don't know him that well, but Nigel Short versus Jan Timon, if you don't know the legendary King Walk.
Okay, so I guess king h2 gave black an extra option to play h6. h6 not possible with the king on h1. So from that perspective, maybe it was an inaccuracy.
Yeah.
Because h6 in the game, as we see on the bottom, the live position there, like that's nice for black to have, where you don't have to commit your f pawn and give white that potential pawn storm and leave that pawn on e5 forever. So by having the pawn on f7 rather than on f5, now black still can challenge the pawn e5 with an eventual f6. So that's a pretty important difference.
That's a perfect illustration of computer's retro analysis,
Right.
Mm-hmm. Well, Jan hasn't moved yet, but he's getting up for a walk. He just remembered that he left the sink running back at the hotel. He's got to go make sure he turns off the heat. You might just be using the restroom. I mean, sometimes you mismanage your body. I'm sorry, but we all have bodies. And sometimes have you ever gotten up to use the restroom on your own turn?
I thought you were not allowed to. I mean, of course, if you have to go to the bathroom, you go to the bathroom. But I thought like you're supposed to be at your seat when it's your turn.
No, you're allowed to use the restroom on your own turn.
Can you just the restroom, sure, but can you just go like walk around on your own turn?
You could. You can think in your head.
I guess.
It's not. It may be frowned upon, and it certainly draws attention for all the right reasons, because especially with these days, any mobile device. But thank you for being here. Love that you're watching the candidates. Glad you understand what the tournament's about. Enjoying the show and the commentary. But seriously, I have used the restroom on my own turn. Guilty at the board. Here's what happens. You're drinking a ton of water.
I get how it happens.
Right?
I don't need
Do you want me to explain the body?
Thank you for this lesson.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
so
really
you're drinking a lot
important.
of water, but you were walking around and your opponent took a long time. They moved and you sat down and you go, oh man, this is actually a really long thing. And now you're committed. You don't want to draw attention, but you have to use the restroom and you don't want to make a bad move. So you get up and you go.
Right. Look, I've been at tournaments where people don't actually go to the restroom when they need to go to the bathroom. Chess can be wild. I get it. But let's say the bathroom is off the table. You don't need to go to the bathroom. Can you just walk around and pace while it's not your move? I never know the etiquette on this.
Alexander Ivanov has been doing that for decades in the U.S. chess scene, right? He's just like, he knows it's his move and he's just pacing right by the board because he thinks better when he's not looking directly at his opponent.
It made me think of Tony Miles, who once played his game while he was lying, because he had some health issues, but he needed to play this game. So, but in that situation, should Jan be accompanied by an arbiter? I think that's the question that I wanted to ask, like, if there would be a question to ask.
I think in an 8-player field, it's in like a small confined setting with like very strict observation, probably not. But in Danny's open tournaments, he should. Well, it should be observed.
Luckily, I have not played competitive chess at a level where, since devices had engines better than all of us, like that it mattered, But as like a youngster playing tournaments, mismanaging, not aware of my own body and how it feels.
Back to your body.
Okay. All right, here we go. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and take us a different direction while Jan is back at the board. Whatever he had to do, he took care of business, so to speak. And now he's back. Hikaru took care of business on A5. He decided I was wrong and took the pawn.
And there's Ding's passer.
There's Ding's passer. Push him, baby.
And it looks like Rajabov still hasn't moved in the top left. So he's stressed right now. There's no way you're not just like kind of freaking out, because you sense this is a critical moment and your king is in danger and he needs to find an only move.
Right, I'm being told that FIDE wants to scold me about my references of the restroom, so we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be diving in. All these games exciting, and we'll try to keep the conversation focused on the chess. Speaking of being focused on the chess, everyone will be during the 44th Chess Olympiad. It is in Chennai, India, July 29th through August 9th. It's going to be awesome. We're going to have coverage right here on chess.com. You can already read all about it. Go to go.chess.com/Olympiad 2022. Mark your calendars for the next biggest OTB chess event really being played around the world after the 2022 FIDE Candidates, because that is the Olympiad. All right, we're going to leave you taking a look at Hikaru Nakamura as we back this thing out. Taking a quick break. When we return, it's more of round 6 live here from Madrid at the 2022 FIDE Candidates.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
I figure it's time for me to really blend in, dress like a local. I obviously wear jackets all the time. Okay, so we're ready for the candidates. Every local Madridian visits the chessboard on a daily basis, I hear. They visit and kind of pay tribute to Queen Isabella herself. This is I hear that this is a statue of Queen Isabella herself. Yeah.
We are here at the 2022 Candidates Tournament in Madrid, Spain, and we have our man on the inside, Danny Wrench, who's been with the players a lot, going to the players' meetings, and he's here to tell us about some special requests that a few of the players made. Danny, what have they been talking about?
Yeah, well, obviously we want to and always ask the players and get them in the spirit of the city, right? The place that they're playing from. So a couple of actually kind of unique ones that have been thrown out there, and I'm going to try to represent these as well as I can to FIDE. Okay, but the first one was a lot of bonus requests if you play and win with the Spanish on either side.
Makes sense.
Right?
Yeah.
Makes sense. There was a suggestion, you know, that anytime you move the queen, you drop a dab for Queen Isabella.
Yeah, she's the one that made the queen powerful.
Makes sense.
Okay.
But then the players were unanimous on one in particular, which was that every 2 hours into every round, they'll have a required siesta.
Well, we'll see if any of these rules are implemented for the tournament. Especially if somebody plays the Spanish, they got some money coming their way.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem likely, but I don't even want to know which players made these requests, but I've got a couple ideas in my mind.
Yeah, well, you know, and anything that gets the players to play something more than the Berlin, right, the most exciting draw in the world. Now that we have some money on the line, perhaps we see some exciting Spanish games. So I'm actually excited about that one.
There you go. You need some Alex Honnold on us? Yeah, the Alex Honnold of chess, folks. Climbing without a rope.
Oh wait, I can do it. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I feel like a little kid when I get around big things.
Slowly checking our insurance
This is like
policy.
chess parkour. Did you catch that on camera?
Can you tell he's the dad of a teenager?
Always move like a knight, guys. I think I'm gonna go hit a siesta over there with the, seems like the thing to do with the locals.
You do you, baby girl.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see you guys in a couple hours. Yeah, it's been a long day, Dan. You deserve it, buddy. You deserve it. Go ahead and throw that down and just buckle up, buddy. Yeah.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. Now that, my friends, is a chess legacy. passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. Left quite a legacy on the chess world, changing the rules to the game. She actually did, Robert. That's not a joke. Chess was different before Queen Isabella made the queen the most powerful piece on the board.
Why are you singling me out over here?
Because you're laughing at me off camera, and I can see you. So
I was
anyway.
smiling at you to show camaraderie in our
great,
commentary.
Great. We do have camaraderie in our commentary. Almira Skripchenko, Robert Hess, Danny Wrench. We also have confirmation that I was wrong on the idea that you can leave the board on your own turn, at least not at this tournament. And the FIDE rules of chess right before us, cited as 12.2. Players are not allowed to leave the playing venue. Okay, the venue is a little different than the board, by the way. So that's actually an important distinction for the team. Without permission from the arbiter. The playing venue is defined as the playing area, restrooms, other places are designated by the arbiter.
So the restroom counts. Yeah,
okay,
that's fine.
So
you're allowed to go to the restroom.
So he was allowed to go to the restaurant. The player having the move is not allowed to leave the playing area without permission of the arbiter. But if the restroom is included as part of that playing area, perhaps he didn't break the rules. So
yeah, this isn't kindergarten.
So if anything, I'm even more confused than I was before. Anyway,
you were correct.
Okay, I was correct. Yeah. All right. Yeah. It was sudden and kind of like, where'd Nepo go, right? But apparently the restroom is defined as being a part of the playing area. So according to the way the rule read there, but we'll come back to it. Not a huge issue.
Oh, we're now being told it does not include toilet. So we're just being misled left and right here.
Okay. All right. We'll dive back into that in a minute. Right now we're going to dive back into the chess. We've got Alireza Firouzja on camera. We have queens traded in the game between Rajabov and Report. First game for the ladies to exit the board. We can do a number of things. It's funny that of all 4 games, the Firouzja Caruana game is the one that has played the least amount of moves.
Yeah, and it's also not the spiciest position.
Yeah, not the spiciest position at all, for sure.
I would say, earlier we were talking about all the time disparities between the players, and Jan Nepomniachtchi in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, he still has a huge lead in the clock. Hikaru Nakamura, bottom left, also with a huge lead in the clock. But for Rajabov in particular, he's the one with a time deficit, but the worst is behind him. I think at this point in the day, Rajabov should be the happiest of all players.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he got the queens off the board, and his opponent not so happy. Go ahead, Almira.
No, I wanted to say that Robert was completely right about the character of the position in Firouzja's Caruana game, because he's struggling to find an advantage here, and this clearly doesn't suit his style.
Yes, I think objectively, Fabiano's position is very good, stable, solid, it's even. And for Firouzja, he's looking somewhere, how can I actually get an advantage? There's not one to find.
Let's go over there. We'll take a quick look. There's been a couple moves. Not surprising moves, as we said. The knight takes d5 was where we left it. White played rook d1. Totally natural. Bishop f6, as expected. One of the other big benefits to that line, you said, Robert, this game variation got rid of that other knight. Instead of the knights fighting for squares where one was still on f6. This is a huge difference in terms of how easily black coordinates the pieces. Bishop to d7, and after knight d2, queen e7. So Fabi seems to know this position maybe a little bit better than Firouzja, or at least a little more comfortable given the time management. And
I think it's also, there's no burden on Fabiano.
Yeah.
Like the burden is usually on the player with the first move to prove some kind of advantage. For Fabiano, he came into today thinking, well, if I draw this game, that's a very good result. So he's looking to get exactly what he came in for. The position is really solid for black. There's not a single target, right? Earlier we were talking about the bishop on g2 being so strong, aiming across the board. Well, now that knight's in his path. And we talked earlier how you don't want to play e4 to kick the knight because that leaves behind many squares. So I think that Fabiano should be very happy about his position.
One interesting thing, though, on queen e7 is it does allow knight e4 as a chance to try to get the bishop pair. Almira, your thoughts on that? That's the only thing I'm nervous about for black's position. And maybe at this position, you're not worried about losing that bishop.
Well, you can also keep it. I think you could play bishop b5.
Okay.
On the other hand, you also have a possibility to play bishop c6, and if you take on f6, you will play knight f6 with the tempo and then trade the light square bishops. Yes.
Okay. Not a big deal to lose your bishop if another set comes off the board often. All right, so that, it just feels like there's just nothing really to it, right? Super solid for black. Firouzja not playing openings of his style to this point in Madrid, Robert. I mean,
Queen d3, that was his kind of weapon of choice, his unique approach, and Fabiano met it seemingly perfectly. Maybe there's, of course, not maybe, there of course is underlying preparation, a lot of things to dive into where throughout the opening stage of chess, most of the positions should be within a small range of evaluations. And it's all about comfort zones. Like Firouzja played queen d3, likely looking for something specific. He clearly didn't get that thing today, and he is a fine position, but it's not one where you look at him like, oh, Alireza, he can play for a win from here. I think as we're all saying, and we're being objective about it, this position is like perfectly fine for Fabiano, and there's not a single concern in the world.
And there are so many lines that stayed behind the curtain. We know, like when chess players prepare, of course, especially at this level, they have to memorize a lot of the lines, and this is a very pragmatic approach also on Fabiano's behalf.
Yeah. Firouzja about to reach for a piece. Fabiano lurking, waiting, watching, judging. Look at the baby, look at the baby.
But I think that he has to play knight e4.
Knight e4.
Yes, it's a very natural move here.
But I like both your moves, bishop e5 and bishop c6. Oh, knight goes to f3. Okay, different square. And his idea is...
Watch out for e4, e5.
Okay, e4, e5 traps the bishop. Okay, tactic on the board. Got it.
Which I don't even think works.
Oh, okay, good job.
Like if you play rook, one of the rooks to d8, they're probably rook f to d8, and you play e4, black has the move e5.
A little discovered, in fact, it's funny, e4 now backfires, right?
Yeah.
It's all the reasons you don't want to play this move in the Catalan. Blocks the bishop, blocks your pressure to the queen side. In this case, actually blocks the queen from having exit squares over here. So knight f3.
Maybe he wants to trade the dark square bishops, to play bishop g5, and to solve the problem of this bishop actually, which is on c1.
On c1, yeah.
Yes. Because the bishop f6 is much more active in this position, so very often you want to trade your passive piece. That's how you actually think when you try to assess the position. Okay, what are the pieces that I want to exchange? And very often you would love to exchange them against the more active pieces of your opponent.
Yeah, that makes sense. So perhaps this is the idea, but either way, I mean, it's reinforcing that Fabiano has equalized, right, with the second move, doing just fine, and maybe even has the potential for better. But all right, not many people have had a better start to their chess careers, though. We still got a lot of chess here in the 2022 FIDE Candidates, so we're going to take a second, remind viewers, may have missed one of our player highlight profiles earlier in the week. Right now, we're going to look at the shooting star that is Alireza Firouzja.
Considered by most as the rising superstar in chess, Alireza Firouzja makes his candidate's debut here in Madrid. The only teenager in the tournament, Firouzja is the youngest player ever to break the 2,800 rating barrier. Born in Iran but representing France, Firouzja strikes fear in his opponents with his array of surprising tactical shots. Alireza qualified for the candidates by taking first place in the FIDE Grand Swiss. He also followed up that performance with a strong finish at the European Team Chess Championship. Coming in with heavy expectations, Firouzja has a more than reasonable opportunity here to become the youngest winner in Candidates Tournament history. With that, the teen prodigy would take one step closer to potentially knocking Magnus Carlsen off his championship perch.
Lots of expectations on Alireza coming into this event. I think mostly by media, obviously partly driven by Magnus Carlsen's comments himself. I do feel like a lot of chess experts looking at this knew that this was going to be a tough task. And of course, he still has plenty of time to come back, and we'll see how he does in these final 2 rounds, Robert. But not many people win the candidates when they first played it. I have to correct myself from yesterday. Actually, Garry Kasparov did win the candidates the first time he was in it. I was wrong about that. And technically, even though the system was different, then Karpov also won the interzonal and then also became world champion because Fischer wasn't. Anyway, but for the most part, it's a very tough thing to do. And what do you think is going on in his head at this time based on how he's played so far?
Well, look at the first 4 rounds in particular. He had the black pieces in 3 of the first 4. That's a daunting task for anybody, but especially for a player that came in with, as you said, the expectations of everybody else who was saying that this is the future world champion, this might be the next challenger to Magnus, and Magnus himself saying, I will only play Alireza. It's so much for a teenager to deal with, and that's not even considering what's happening on the board. That's already a lot when you're playing 2750, 2800 opposition round after round. So I think he had a really tough start. He showed he's willing to fight, but I will say that with a 2 out of 5 score, with 4 draws and 1 loss, he might even be fortunate not to have a worse score, because as early as round 1, he took the fight to Rajabov, but got a pretty rough position. And as we see in this comment here by Graceful Rooster, Firouzja and Ding are the most pressure coming in. I would say, no, not Firouzja and Ding, I think Firouzja. Mm-hmm. I don't think there's any competition for who had the most pressure. I mean, when the world champion says, I will only play this one person, there's nobody else in the question about who has the most pressure.
Yeah. Well, I think Ding Liren also had a lot of hype from China, for sure. No, but I agree. I mean, it's obviously something that he has said Almira many times, like, hey, I enjoy chess, like I'm feeling good, right? There's no pressure on me, and maybe that's okay. Maybe that's the case. You hopefully sort of believe it might be the case, but what do you think? Is it still the case if you end up in the bottom half of the standings heading into the second half of the event?
Well, he certainly realized that this tournament is not going to be easy. We saw his reaction, and also he's feeling this pressure. Robert, he precisely pointed out that the future of chess is on his shoulders, and these shoulders are very young still. And even though this is his first candidates tournament, he needs to gain a very important experience of playing those tournaments.
Yeah. Well, right now he still has plenty of fight in this game, plenty of opportunities to see if something goes wrong. We see Fabi has already responded with this move, Rook C8, due to the nice tactic you pointed out, Robert, that E4 isn't possible for white because of E5. That's kind of important. But we'll see. I don't know if he really feels that the future of chess itself is on his shoulders, but he definitely knows he has a bright future, and there's a lot of eyes looking at him, right?
But if he doesn't win the candidates and Magnus Carlsen doesn't play for the World Championship, that changes the entire future of chess.
It's not his fault.
I don't blame him. I really don't. In fact, anytime somebody asks me about a young player and, oh, is this a future grandmaster? Is this a future world champion?
Yeah.
It's almost an unfair question to answer.
Yeah.
Because you're putting your own expectations on this person who just wants to focus on chess, who wants to progress, and wants to learn, right? That's what Alireza, he loves chess. The guy lives and breathes chess. He's 19 years old. He doesn't need all this, outside prognostication of if you're not this by this age, well, then you're not the success that we thought you were going to be.
Right.
And this happens in any professional sport when there are eyeballs and media. But I think that, in particular for this event, Alireza, he's dealing with a lot.
Yep.
And we know that Magnus is watching this event closely, so we hope that he would reconsider.
I think Magnus is watching our coverage closely. He usually is. Hey, Magnus, we know you're watching out there, buddy. Just make sure they don't see on Chess 24's broadcast if you've got us on your phone. All right, well, here we have a quick view at what's going on all four boards. Things have really started to change in that Nakamura-Dingley-Ren game. I see you shaking your head, Robert.
Yeah, the left side of the screen. I mean, the bottom right with Nepo playing h4. So Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's going for some kingside play, but the left side of the screen right now, that's where my eyes are, because we see that report just grabbed a pawn on b2 in the top left, and then in the bottom left, as you said, the Nakamura-Dingley-Ren game, that d pawn, it was on d5, now it's pushed up to d4. Don't be surprised when it lands on d3, and that could be a nuisance for Hikaru to deal with.
Well, let's go ahead and check on that one. We haven't looked at it in a little bit. Hikaru is on the clock. His time advantage slowly dwindling. That happens, right? He was playing from prep. He had an hour and 52 minutes when Dingley-Ren was already under an hour. But in the last few moves, the black pieces do feel like they're coming to life, right? Hikaru took the time to grab the pawn. For those of you who have been with us know that the position just a couple moves ago was right here. Hikaru decided to take, and now he's backing up the pieces to more aggressive moves from Dingley-Ren. I'm already liking this position much more for Dingley-Ren. Just the activity, and what did we say about that pawn? That it wasn't in the spirit of the position to take the pawn, right? Just didn't feel like what the white pieces were trying to do, and now black might be getting it back very soon.
And also look at this knight on e6. Knight e5 was a perfect multifunctional move. You were keeping the option of playing knight e4, but then when white took on a5 and switched to another plan, then Ding played knight e6. And you want to play here f4 and f5. Yeah. But you might not have the time to do so.
Yeah, this feels like it's completely turned around. Let's go back to that position with rook takes a5. Again, the move that I was saying in the spirit of the position was rook g3. Not knowing if it was the best move or not, but this is what we have been talking about. And to point out knight e6 right away, probably just not a good idea because the bishop takes h6. So if you're not moving the knight, let's say you play d4 anyway. I don't know, just because we're trying to make a move that for black. This felt like what I thought was going to happen, and I guess the real issue, as you point out, Robert, is white has also lost firepower. So what do you do next? I guess right now what are you doing? Playing queen d3, trying to blockade?
Yeah, so queen d3 looks like a good move, but I think ultimately what might happen here is even if white wins this h6 pawn. So let's say I make a move like rook d5 and you play h4. And my knight has to go. Well, I guess the h4 is also hanging. This knight on e6 is a stallion. Mm-hmm. So I have my king safe because of that knight on e6, and I have a passed pawn. And if a queen is the blockading piece, the queen is the worst blockader because as soon as I attack the queen, it has to move. So if the knight comes to c5 later, and I'm already liking the look of these positions for black. And in particular, in this one, tactically speaking, h6 falls, but so does h4, so that should hold the balance materially speaking. I just feel like if we return to the game, I mean, once that knight parks itself on e6 like it has.
But I would argue even this, though, still is more in the spirit of the position. If we go for like a trade on this, I mean, can I play rook h3? And I've got mate on the brain here. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I still feel like...
Yeah, your bishop takes
actually,
g7.
I could have just taken g7.
Right, so... If we give white everything...
Okay, I'm not giving white... I'm just saying that it feels like if we're evaluating this position... This was the direction of White's plan. I was surprised to see this, and again, I'm no man to criticize the god that is Nakamura. I'm just surprised because it didn't feel like the way you would play the position. Because oh wait, but Almira said before that maybe it was just knight e4. So okay, that was the key point, I guess, and now we're just shuffling. Okay.
Yeah, although this actually, the a5 pawn. Really not as important as this d5 pawn. So if you can win the d5 pawn, you can't play queen e6 because rook takes e4, wins a piece.
Nice little tactic.
There definitely are issues for black to solve here, but I believe that ultimately, even if it costs black a pawn, getting that knight to e6 without getting the king in any danger, even in that situation, it seems that black should be knight c5 here. Right? I'll give you the d5 pawn because I'll take over the d file myself. I'll play knight e6, and I'm going to probably win one of your b pawns at some point.
Yeah, it's a really good. I like, even though we're just kind of going human moves here, we don't care what the engine says, but ironically, the engine agrees. The point is, this is a position that just shows everything we're talking about, right? The knight on e6 is such a dominant blockader. The bishop blocks the pawn. Okay.
And the a5 pawn, it was a simple lure, I think. Just take it. And also I could play knight e6 and stabilize the position.
Yeah. Well, chat says Naka won't be happy with this. He lost a big opportunity yesterday. We'll see. Right now, he's not thinking about yesterday. I mean, right now, if this one gets away with him, he'll be happy for a draw, because the difference between this game and yesterday is that Hikaru was definitely clearly better at some point yesterday. And what happened, we heard his comments after the game with Dina Belankaya about this knight d2 idea not being as good, and he was probably right. So,
but if Liren can win this game, we're talking about yesterday. If he could beat Rajava with black, get back to an even score, be in striking distance of the leaders, that would be something. If he can beat Hikaru after all that preparation, and as I look at this position, we see the eval bar saying black is slightly better, but even several moves ago when it still said white was slightly better, I was saying that this is a position that could really get out of hand for white, because black has the best single piece on the board in that pawn on d4. Like, that's a nice pass pawn. The knight on e6 is better than the counterpart. It's not really counterpart, I guess, the opposing minor piece on d2. And then b5 is under attack. e5 could be overextended, and I just like that pass pawn on d4. It just is the best pawn on the board.
Well, the prep was very real, but we said it, right? In this position, Almira, Robert was saying, we'll go back to that. It was that the foundation, that was the word you used, Robert, right? The foundation of the position, d4, b2, a4, these were things that we were kind of spying, and ultimately black did figure out the problems of the queen and bishop being blocked out, and super important, right? Keep the big picture of what weaknesses could be there despite the specific prep you're dealing with, and Liren did it well.
And which Hikaru face is this? You're the world's leading expert.
I might have to consult the catalog on this one. Oh, there we go. That slipped into one I knew. Hikaru number 19. The squint of displeasure.
Danny, but you said that you stopped playing competitive chess a while ago, but do you still have a patience of playing a classical game like this?
Last time I played classical chess was 2019. Last time a lot of people played classical chess was 2019, before the pandemic. So, I mean, I honestly actually really enjoyed the last tournament I played that was long time controls. It was like meditation. It was awesome. And because I hadn't played since 2015. So, no, absolutely. People want to go to the Duda game. It could be crucial for the tournament. Okay, good call. Thank you, chat. Looks like Duda's dealing with the pawn storm that we left. We'll head over there. We've got it up. We said that the H pawn advanced, and white is about to be rolling forward. And are we surprised about where this has gone? This looks like what we were expecting, right? White's advancing the pawns, and black's about to get in trouble. I mean, I'm not trying to oversimplify it.
No, but that's what the position is, right? You know, it sounds funny. It's just like this board is just controlled by Jan's pawns.
Right.
I look at the e5 and g5 pawns here, and I mean, Jan Nepomniachtchi did something really wise, right? We were looking at f5. That was what we were fixated on. He paused. It's what he didn't do yesterday against Hikaru. He got himself in trouble by playing a little bit too quickly, but he paused and realized f5 isn't the only pawn push that I can go for. He brought his queen from d1 over to the king side to g3 over here, and then pushed his h and g pawns, and I really like his position again.
Amira, what do you think? h6 was played here. Jan played queen e1, like Robert said, right?
Well, I really like Jan's maneuver because he's increasing the pressure once again instead of going for a concrete line. And, well, after White's move g5, you would love to play bishop f5 and h5, but unfortunately you cannot do those both two moves
in the live position.
Yes.
You mean, yeah.
Here,
you'd love to play two moves,
yes.
right? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. So,
yeah, okay.
But here you have to choose, and the threat is imminent. I want to take on h6.
It's a really instructive point that Almira made. If you could lock up with h5 and bishop f5, and then maybe even g6, magically everything is closed and black's position is fine, right?
It's the rook on c1 that's causing black problems.
Okay,
because
let's
h5 by itself looks like a good move, but white has f5 because you can't take this pawn e5. Your bishop is loose over there on c5. So ever since the rook c1, queen e7 dynamic was first played, it means that the e5 pawn is defended tactically in many of these positions. So if you can't play h5, you don't want to take on g5 in the live position. That's clear, because if you take on g5 and white just takes back with the h-pawn, hello h-file, there's probably going to be a checkmate. That king g3 idea that you mentioned, queen h4, king g3, rook h1, and bye-bye.
Let's go back to the idea Almira was looking for earlier. Was there ever a chance to play f5 for black? That was like maybe right here. I mean, this was kind of on point to what you were saying, Almira, that you have to slow down the pawns. Like you have to stop them, and sometimes in order to slow down a pawn storm, it takes your own pawns to kind of stand in their way. So, was this possible?
Well, when black plays f5, the typical reaction would be not to take. I think you have to maintain the tension. So that's where you actually offered king g3 move.
Yeah.
You see? Because we were looking at this position with the king on h1.
I'm just going to play it for fun.
I think that you simply have to leave the pawn on f5 and find something beautiful.
It's not even a bad move.
It's not the worst, but probably something better. But I'm just, because the idea you had, Almira, of playing h5 and bishop f5 if you could play two moves is clearly not going to be possible. Everyone, if you look at the live position above Jan-Krzysztof Duda here, you can't play two moves at once. So it just made me wonder, was there an earlier chance to try to strike back at these pawns?
I liked bishop h7 when Jan-Krzysztof played that here, but maybe rook a to d8, is that the mistake? Because h4 was played.
Okay. And
I guess it's now or never with an f-pawn push, and I'm not really liking it with the queen already on g3, so yeah, it's just, the eval bar says it's not that big of a deal, but I think
this is super tough.
I think the three of us would agree here that if you're faced with this position from the black side, you're looking at this and you're already like, how do I avoid being lost in a few moves? Those pawns are just walking up the king side here, and like it's already too late for an f-pawn, like f6 here for black, or f5, one of these pawn pushes. It just feels like...
But you can even en passant, that you said the queen is stuck.
I think you will play g5, h5.
Right? Yeah, just g5.
Look at that bishop on h7.
On that note, I was looking for a defensive idea, but let me start with bishop f5, and then if you take on h6...
In the live position?
Yes, I would like to play g6.
Okay, so bishop f5, g6, and then g6.
So is it completely losing here?
Keeps it closed at least. I mean, h5 comes to mind.
No,
bishop h3 comes to mind, actually. Get rid of this.
Oh, bishop h3 is really nice, actually. Yeah, because you can always play f5, because the bishop on c5 is loose. That's always the problem.
Is I talk about my king g3. You could probably even take with the king here and play
f5.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but then I will play king h7, just...
And
you will continue with the
Here we go. Yeah. I mean, you can't take e5, bishop hangs. Bishop g5 is coming. Oof. I mean, at this point, even like h5 might be the next move, because the g6 pawn is pinned.
e6. I mean, you just have all these options for white to...
You know this position is becoming easier to play because I'm having a problem wondering.
But something's really... That's funny. But something really instructive that just happened with Almira here is the move bishop f5.
Yeah.
It's one of these human reflexes that's like, my position's looking really bad, so maybe let's give some material just to survive.
Yes.
And that's the real issue with Jan-Krzysztof's position, is not that objectively he's lost, but he's in a position where he may only have one move for the next like 7 turns, and if he doesn't find that single move every single turn, the game will just collapse as we see the eval go sky high after this pawn sacrifice. So look at his face. Look at him studying the board right now.
Yeah.
That does not look like a player who's scored 5 draws and feeling good about his tournament, which he probably came into the round feeling. Right now, he's looking like, oh goodness, these pawns are rumbling up the king side, and white is just dominating over here, and it's not easy to see how black should defend.
Can we try then one last move? I think king h8.
Probably out of desperation, king
yes,
h8
out of desperation.
Yeah. I think that's a nice move, Almira, because
I've tried everything.
One of the only other ways to deal with a pawn storm, sometimes you have to use your pawns to try to do the shuffle blockade thing. The other way is you just know that you can't stop open files, so you get out of dodge, so that if takes, you get to use the g file before you're... Actually, your move might be the best move. Look at that. King h8 might be the...
He took.
Jan-Krzysztof did not play king h8. He took g5, and the engine says, me like.
And I think just as we say in the announcement, just for a quick second, white should not release the tension too soon, because your point is a really good one, Danny, that after GH, black is the first to the file. But if we leave the tension there, you're not really going to play H5 too soon. So you can kind of keep that tension there, the status quo.
Yeah, white could play the moves we were talking. You could try to build up. You could even, what you could try to do at some point is play E3 so that you could play Rook G1.
Very true, but right now HG5 was played and H takes G5 right back from Jan Nepomniachtchi, and I'm looking at this position, Danny. I'm looking at the eval bar. It's just going up and up for white.
He's about to put on his running shoes. He's going to move the queen, bring the bishop up, and get the king to E7.
But the bishop on C5 is loose. You'd spend another turn just to do that.
Yeah. So you can't even do that right away. You can move the bishop right away.
And then what if I just go queen H4? Like what if I just go for the Danny Wrench, queen H4, king G3, rook H1, and just deliver a checkmate down the open H file?
I like it.
Wow, bishop B4. That's a good move. That's a really, really good move.
Yeah, but it goes for solving the problem we keep highlighting. The queen was stuck to the defense of the bishop for how many moves now? Too many moves, right? So this is how you take care of that problem. If you can get a trade in, I think that king f8, king e7 idea is in his mind, honestly.
Yeah, but you solved one problem. It's the hanging bishop. But now when I take on b4, I drag your queen away from where it sits, hitting the e5 pawn. Now I have f5. And g6 is about to trap that bishop on h7. I can always start with e6 and then play f6 if I want to just bust the king side open and just barrel down at your king. This is, I mean, Danny, this is not a position I think anyone would ever want. Almira, as we look here, right, that just looks like it should be an easy win for white, and yet
this is the tournament leader about to get a win, everybody. Let's take a second and take that in. Almira said a couple of rounds ago, it becomes a game of catch me if you can. If he wins this one, he might be, challenging Leonardo DiCaprio for the role in the sequel, Almira.
And this is not the position that you want to get against Jan. Once again, he is in his element.
Yeah.
And he's seen all the tactical shots, even after bishop b4, what I was thinking that Jan-Krzysztof has to go all in, like bishop b4, queen b4, f5, you have to take on b2 and to go for a very concrete line, which is probably losing, but then you have to do something. Maybe here you could sacrifice the bishop, take on e5, and to have some drawing chances. What do you think?
Yeah, no, that's actually, from a practical point of view, that's probably what he has to do. But when you make these decisions, you're like, I'm probably going to lose, but I'm going to go for that. And so I guess here you don't have to rush g6, maybe e6 first, actually, just to keep that rook on e8 out of the game.
Oh, wow.
But the point is, I'm just sending things towards your king, and the engine, right, has no emotion. It's just saying, yeah, it's bad for black, but perhaps you can hold this. Whereas when you do this as a human, you're like, oh gosh, I'm probably going to lose, but I might as well try this, because otherwise I think I'm just going to get steamrolled.
I had this crazy thought, because even if you take all the pawns, but you manage to keep the a pawn and the bishop on g2, somehow in the long run you will still win this game.
Wow, that's my way of
thinking. Commentator after your own heart right there, Robert. Already thinking ahead about the endgame. We joke Robert does that earlier than anybody, but oh man.
What a game.
Human beings have a hard time keeping up with the engine eval in these crazy positions, and we know that Jan had a feel for these positions coming in, clearly better than Jan-Krzysztof Duda did based on the time management. Speaking of human beings commentating on these chess games right now, our own Vishy Anand is commentating on Chess.com India's channel right now, and he applauded Nepo's h4, said it was very tricky, very clever, and thinks that Nepo's going to go on to win this game.
And it showed a good deal of restraint. Right? Yep. Instead of going for f5, he decides, let me go h4, g5, and open up a new avenue for attack. So I think that right now, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's fixed the problem he had yesterday. So what a difference a day makes. And this is the player who won the previous candidates. This is the player who's leading this one. And he might be able to start ballooning that lead if he can win his game.
Let's mash it. Let's bring up the standings real quick. Remind everybody, we won't stay there long because we've got 4 games to get to. But yeah, I mean, I feel like, we're commentating on the chess, believe it or not just the bad jokes. So we get lost in the moment of the specific X's and O's. But this is a massive result here. This could be a 4.5 score. And if the most likely result happens in the game between Firouzja and Caruana, which is a draw, most likely just because chess, that means you're looking at a full point advantage for Jan Nepomniachtchi above the entire field. And he just took a glance up there. He's like, I hear you, Dan. I know what's at stake, buddy. You don't got to tell me. I win this game, I could be a full point ahead of everybody and talk about being in the driver's seat heading into the back half.
And he would be on +3 score after 6 rounds. This is absolutely impressive.
And that would be deja vu because he did that last time and then he got stopped by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in round 7. So he actually started, I believe, this 4.5 out of 6. And that's been both the biggest praise of Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's a streaky player and he gets off the hot starts. But what people also say is, wait a second, when you play 14 games, in a row, the second half of the tournament, I think, is where people start to worry about him. And it's too early to be like, oh, well, he's going to stumble down the street. Of course not. We have no idea. But I think that nobody will be that surprised, I guess, except for all the betting markets who said Jan Nepomniachtchi had no chance. But he
take that, Vegas.
He often gets off to really good starts in tournaments.
Well, there's another game that got off to a crazy start. We thought it was slowing down when the queens came off, but we have to get back over to it.
Whose turn? Oh, it's Czech, so it's White's turn.
Yeah, it's White's turn. There's Black. It's Black's turn. No, White's turn because White is in check. Okay.
We're too tired.
I couldn't process what I was seeing on the board. The rook is hanging, but the king is in check. Legal chess moves for the win. Yeah, by the way, if Nepo wins and Magnus changes his mind to play, it would save everyone a lot of time and resources. We could just use the same graphics, the same templates we had and just send them back to Dubai, too.
The one unhappy person is if Fabiano had to commentate with us again, I think he'd be a little sad.
Bobby comes back to the chess.com couch. The sofa boys return. We rinse and repeat that thing.
Oh no.
No, we'll get lots of comments. Don't worry about it. Anyway, but all right, let's.
Do you think Nepo got scolded yesterday? That was the question.
The Nepo what?
Got scolded? Do you think he got scolded by his team of seconds who were saying, don't play so fast?
Really?
No, it was a question. Yes.
I don't know. I mean, we know that Magnus made comments that like maybe Nepo should have kept playing on. That thought that maybe because Hikaru had kind of lost the thread a little bit, there was time pressure ensuing, and Nepo being happy for the draw, maybe that's another reason to scold yourself. Say, hey, like if you got an opportunity, like take it, And so maybe he really doesn't want to miss this one. But okay, we've moved on. We'll come back to Nepo. Don't worry. We know it is the biggest game around. Wait, a knight is on e3 for it.
Oh my goodness! Because after bishop takes e3 check, free piece, right?
Okay, let's
give me that.
Yep.
King h2. Now, if your rook moves, you lose your bishop on e3.
It's a self-pin, double kill.
But
if I take on g4,
you take on g4, so that you can win the bishop back on g6. Although in this position, exactly,
you can back here and your rook is trapped.
Yeah, you can give a check first, maybe on d1. But the point is that. Rook hd1, and then go to the b file and put a bishop on g5. What's the material count? 2 extra pawns for black?
This is such a weird obstacle bishop position, too, because the danger is very real, even though the queens are off, right? You've got this weird position where I'm like, look, I'm looking at bishop a7, bishop b8 mate. Like, just like crazy stuff, right? Like, absolutely nutty. All right. Report's about to move. I want to quickly see how we got here, because we left the position right here. Oh, okay, so Raja did find the only move. Remember, we said this was the best. Almira spotted it, actually. Very nice. Queen c3 was best. The queens came off. Natural developing occurs. Rook takes on b2, knight c4. Okay, bishop to b4 check, knight g4. Whoa. Okay, wow. Now we're already in just funny territory. Black is up a pawn if you're keeping score at home. Threatening to just win the game.
The rook on b2 is hanging.
Yeah.
But if you take that rook on b2, then rook takes f2 check, the king has to go g1, you get to scoop up that knight on b2 first, and then bishop c5 is like a checkmating threat.
Yeah, because there was knight d3 if you play this immediately, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you don't take. Instead, f3 was played by Raja. Rook f2, bishop c5.
Oh my gosh.
Takes, and then rook f4. That makes sense. I was wondering how we got here. Now I get it. Bishop c5, discovered check, but a sacrifice of a piece. Black says, I'm going to win the piece back. So why wasn't king h2 a move? Why do you... Oh, wait, you're losing the knight anyway. So he purposely brings the bishop to e3. Mm-hmm. That was part of the plan. And Report has captured, so we are all caught up in the live position. I apologize for not doing justice to what was likely just like crazy tactics, but I wanted to get caught up. And Almira, what do you think here? We've got one other big thing that we haven't talked about yet. Only 25 minutes for Raja. No increment.
But that's why he went for knight e3 and not king h2 first, because he wants to to transpose into an opposite color bishops.
Yeah.
And even now he's he's 2 pawns down. He has a more active bishop here, and this gives him more than sufficient compensation, and he might be even better.
Yeah.
He's limited the downside by doing what he's done, because opposite colored bishops, even down 2 pawns in that position, look at black's pawns, okay? A6, C6, E6, all of those pawns are isolated, so white will be able to block them on the dark squares, and after rook takes g4 in this whole sequence, black will be up 2 pawns, but as you were pointing out, and we were laughing about it, the black king actually isn't that safe. Yeah. So the game probably will not result in checkmate, but there are all these threats that black
There's another idea. We keep assuming that rook takes g4. I'm looking at it, and because the king's not that safe, I already have 1 pawn. Is h6 g4 possible? Sacrifice the exchange. I mean, this was the line I calculated in my head. I thought maybe I come back, and I don't know, maybe it's just not enough.
Yeah,
white can just challenge, but okay.
Your bishops are not active. It would be possible if, for example, if you would have your bishop on b7,
yeah,
c5,
if you were a couple tempi ahead,
exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so sacrificing the exchange probably not necessary. So rook takes g4 most likely.
But on the other hand, if I would be able to regroup to put a rook on d5, you know, to play c5 and bishop b7, then I could claim a small advantage for black.
What a position. What a game. Every report game.
Yeah, report has been he gets the A for effort so far in the event. Not that you know the ribbon matters. We say good, but it has been entertaining. It's fighting chess every single battle, every single game.
So would you say that he's the most subversive player of the tournament?
There you go.
Your favorite word,
yes.
subversive.
Progressive and subversive. If I try to sound.
He broke free from the system.
He broke free from the system. He's Neo.
You know, I actually kind of like your exchange sacrifice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I would.
If you come around?
If you just go back, just right here, yeah. After king h2, hg4, bishop f4, take with the rook on f4. Okay. And the problem is that if I can get bishop f2 next and get my pawn at g3, I'm feeling really good about it. And if you play rook to f1, I'll need to move my rook away. I don't really want to trade rooks. But even if I do trade rooks, black has like these passed pawns that are about to run up the board. So
you can't play this maybe because bishop f5 first.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to trade too many pieces. That's for sure the case. But a position like this, yeah, maybe it's not ideal for black, but I could see the temptation here.
Yeah, Chad agrees with us. Report has the most fun games, I swear. I also swear. By the moon and the stars in the sky, that I'll be there. Einstein Parrot, great name. Report is the coolest guy in the tournament, easy.
But given the tournament situation, Robert, would you opt for rook g4 or bishop, like given in exchange here?
It's kind of the Firouzja report question when you're defending, and black will be up 2 pawns in the opposite color bishop position, but he may feel like I have no chance to win that game, and maybe I could go wrong and something, you know, will be a problem because my opponent's active and I'm just trying to find a way to get some counterplay. If you feel like, oh, here I have activity and I have really good chances to hold the game and I don't feel like there's too much risk, then this would be the option. But that's why I think Report is doing an excellent demonstration for everybody at home. Mm-hmm. He knows he has 2 different options here, both of which, according to the evaluation bar, are completely even by the engine's assessment, but they're very different types of moves. So
I love how you looked at me and just like said it in a way to make fun of me. It's completely even, but it's not even. It's not easy. That's the point, right?
Yeah, it's not easy, and you know how I feel about the eval bar. So
Report's about to move, but okay, we got to back up a little bit because the line we predicted in the Nepomniachtchi game versus Duda is actually on the board.
And look at Duda's face
with this e6, and it's not just his face; it's the position, it's the time. Rook takes g4 was played by Report, but we got to head over here to Jan Nepomniachtchi's game versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda. It's Jan's game. It's maybe Jan's tournament. Right now, the man cannot be stopped, and Duda is feeling it. By the way, this is 16 more moves to make as well in 31 minutes, which when you were facing a position like this is quite the uphill battle.
He has to take on a 6 here. I think that's the only move.
Yeah, he has no choice. But I'm just looking at his face. It feels like he's already resigned, right?
Yeah.
Like, remember yesterday's game, and this is a very different type of position, so it's not a fair comparison. But after Jan made that mistake with Queen E4, Queen G4, all that stuff, he looked really upset, but then you could see him like regaining some life. But that's because that position wasn't as clear cut. He's about to lose a piece if Jan Nepomniachtchi wants it, and then he's going to have to grovel for a draw forever. So this looks really tough for him, but he needs to, like, it's easy to say, well, I'm sitting in this chair and not his chair, his very, very tall chair, I might add. But he needs to, like, calm down and then think about the position and be like, you know what, I still have a chance here. This game is not over. You're the first one to call us out after Queen takes B2. Black gets all these pawns, so there is hope to survive this game. It's not over based on the material count.
And I also had a thought that after G6, maybe I should leave this pawn on H7. I will not take it, and it will be a perfect shield for my king.
I like that. Let's show that. G6, E takes F5, and then King H8 by Almir. This is we call it the umbrella method. You use your opponent's pawn to provide shelter to your own king from the rain. This is not so simple, right? Objectively, white should be winning. Maybe you have to start with some move like E2's hanging, but this is not an easy position.
No, you know, go Rook B1 takes B7, all that kind of stuff. But white is running out of pawns.
Yeah.
So if you can get those last pawns off the board, even if it costs black all of his pawns, assuming a queen trade, then black has a good chance to survive. But it's a long story, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's clearly the one happy about this dynamic.
So how we got here was what we anticipated, right? H takes G5 was played. Although remember again, probably King H8 was the best defense, but he goes for this main line. Jan's all in on F5. Queen takes B2. G6 and E6 both look good. After E6, yeah, I mean, it's not over, but it looks like a very straightforward advantage right now for Nepo.
I have to give Jan credit again. He hasn't played G6 yet. He is looking, do I throw Rook B1 in first? Okay. Maybe that's important because instead of ever allowing like a Rook takes E2, maybe the Queen will already fill the square and that could be some difference. So G6 he has in his back pocket, and instead of playing that instantly, he still has 46 minutes left. He's thinking, well, do I play G6? Do I play Rook B1? Do I play F6? I mean, you want to just trap a bishop that's trapped there, but F6 carries the threat of G6 to follow. It also threatens F7 check with the fork. It also, you know, with Rook B1 in the mix in all these places, it's just a good moment to sit and calculate. And we know that Jan Nepomniachtchi is one of the best tacticians in the world. Take a moment.
This was such a great explanation. So, like, explain once again why you stopped playing.
Yeah, Robert, what's wrong with you?
It's a lot easier to explain things to everybody else when you have no responsibility than it is to have the repercussions sitting in the chair. But this position, I mean, there are just so many options here for Jan Nepomniachtchi. And maybe yesterday he would have played G6 in a second. Yeah. But today, after that experience, he's saying, let's calm
They're like,
down.
hey, Jan, you got this, slow down.
And you know, after Rook B1, Black's next move probably is Queen takes E2, but that could be an essential difference in the position.
I think it might be as well as a transposition if you take on F5, like after G6, then Rook B1, Queen E2, and Rook B7 or something like this is possible. Then you take on H7, then take on B7, because there is Queen H5 and Queen G6 if you don't take immediately as well. So,
although such a transposition has already forced that Queen to take on E2, so maybe if you when you take this bishop on H7 here, and after King H8, maybe if you'd played Rook B1 and the pawn was still on E2, then Black can make a different move, like Queen takes A2. So you kind of force Black's hand into taking on E2.
Especially if you like the variation. Black does have Queen H5 check at the end of a lot of these lines, but still very dangerous for Black.
This looks, we even see the evaluation boards going up a bit. The more depth it gets, the more it likes White's position because the A7 pawn is falling and the A2 pawn survives.
Yep. Almira, we were talking earlier in the event before Robert got here. Like you said, he should have been off playing chess, but he wasn't, wherever he was. But we were talking about the same thing, about how it's super important when you're winning and you're better and you're up on the clock that you don't spoil the edge, right? So Talk a little bit about why it's so important that Jan like slows down and does exactly what Robert was applauding him for doing here.
Well, first of all, there's so much at stake, but once again, we all know that how difficult it is to win a winning position because so many things could go wrong, and we know that Jan sometimes makes impulsive moves. So this time, we definitely see a more poised Jan. You know, he's very confident. Let's say yesterday's game was more of an exception in this tournament, and well, he needs to win this game and to increase his advantage, because +3 score, even though we're still at the first leg of this tournament, is an impressive result, and it's very difficult to win one game. So he won 3 games, and
well, he might be about to win 3 games.
Like,
right?
He might be, yes.
Let's bring up his head-to-head and remind everybody he has already won 2 games. He started off the event with the most impressive victory of all, not just because he beat Liren, the highest rated player in the field, but because he won with black. That was a tone setter. He was able to get his second W against Alireza Firouzja in round 4. And as both Robert and Almira were saying, it's the positions that are suiting Jan's style, right? Another very sharp attacking game. Different roads to get there, not E4 tons of Najdorf theory, but a knight F3 approach that maybe threw Jan-Krzysztof off. Here we go. I mean, this is absolutely massive. After this, if Jan wins this and we see a full point separation between him and the field, you're going to start to see the gloves come off a little bit. You're going to have to see more aggressive chess from the other players, right, Robert? Because you're running out of time to catch someone.
Yes and no, because every single player gets a shot at Jan Nepomniachtchi.
That's true. So head-to-head battles really kind of save.
Right, because like for someone like Fabiano Caruana, instead of thinking right now against Alireza Firouzja, I need a win because Jan's winning, it's like, actually I get the white pieces against him in the second half of the tournament. So I can not just chip at his lead, I can bring him down or bring myself up to his score.
Right.
And that way you don't have to put all the pressure on a single game or a single moment. But you know, one big difference between today's game and yesterday's game for Jan Nepomniachtchi, besides the fact that he's on the better side of the position, is this is more his style. Like, he loves these fun, energetic, tactical positions. So he's more likely to like want to think, and that happens for a lot of players. Right? I think we harp on Jan Nepomniachtchi in particular, but it makes a lot of sense when you think about the types of games he much prefers. Some people actually prefer the slow grinds where they're really invested in the position. You mentioned Vladimir Kramnik earlier. You know, at some points in his career, he was like a wildly tactical player, but then he became this Catalan player who just liked to squeeze you. So I think right now, if you know, in this game, Jan Nepomniachtchi is much better, but he's also probably having more fun because the game is really tactical. It fits his style.
It certainly fits his style. It's also one of those positions which he would play by hand, you know, let's say. That's why it's important to think now.
Yes.
Right.
And he played E6, right? Instincts, like E6 is good. And then after E6, like, okay, step 1, let's calm down for step 2.
I like that phrase, playing by hand, one, because the position. And sometimes you feel the position is easier than it is, right? You have to be careful. You don't ever want to play by hand totally, right? Because your brain makes the decisions, not your hand, for most people anyway. But no, it's a really important point that you have to be careful thinking the position is playing itself when there may still be opportunities for your opponent. So,
and actually, we got word from our production team behind the scenes that if we go back before E6, that apparently Rook C3 instead was like a winning move by plus a million. If you let if we let it sit and think for a while, but it makes a lot of sense why it's so good. But that is like a very difficult move to play, to show the restraint to not play E6 right away. And I guess
you just move, and then that
play E6
that is a computer move I've ever seen.
Look at this: Rook C3, D4, E6.
What?
Are you kidding me?
No way.
Just take on F7, I guess. And you just have G6, F6. Like, just throw all your pawns up at this king. Or no, Queen C7 first, I guess. Look, I mean, this is okay. No, this is how humans play, right?
That's how me and Robert catch cheaters on chess.com. I'm actually not kidding. You want to know? I won't name names, but we have caught more than a few grandmasters. And one of the funny ways we catch grandmasters, Almira, this is the only way you can catch a grandmaster cheating, because like there's so many other ways they try to throw you off. But in positions like this, when there's multiple +1, +2, plus even 1.5, right, Robert? But then in like 3 seconds they play Rook C3. We go, no human being ever plays that move and goes for a line that looks like this when e6 was just winning, right? So, little pro tip for all you out there. That's how we catch cheaters right there.
That's
Rook
actually
c3 is not a move.
One of the reasons why I haven't played the online events, because I don't even want to be in a position where I would suspect my opponent. I think from the ethical point of view, I really don't like this situation. So I hope that now the measures that you have taken ensure a very secure environment, playing environment.
Online chess is more secure than it's ever been. That's the truth. And amount of very strong players we've caught cheating would shock you, but we can't talk about that.
Yeah, you've already said a lot. I'm like, you're the boss, so you can say what you want. I tend to keep these things.
I'm not going to make it personal. Don't you worry.
So we did in fact have.
Okay, where are we at? Okay, so he did indeed go for this main line. He is no, he didn't. No, he is not. Sorry. Okay, sorry. This is where we stand. That was my analysis. Apologies. Oh man,
Rook c3.
Rook c3. That's like what? Like,
yeah, no. I mean, real shout out to the production team for getting that information to us. But that's just.
No, we keep showing it all day, but that was crazy.
I would understand if you would play Rook c3 with the idea of playing after d4, Rook b3, then Queen h4, and Rook h3. That's
that's why I figured it was Rook c3, d4, move the Rook, and I was actually about to go on a tangent before it went there. I was going to say, oh, it's instructive because it cuts the Queen off and stops. That's the communication thing you're doing, but actually, it's an insane sacrifice of Rook line for e takes f7. Okay. All right, let's back up and take a look at where all four games stand. This one is the one with the most at stake. Just because if the guy leading the tournament wins, we got storylines changing. But
Fabiano Caruana.
Wait a second, Fabiano Caruana has gotten a better position as black, and a big part of it was because exactly the idea we were saying that Firouzja shouldn't go for with e4.
Yeah.
He went for that idea.
And look at the clock, by the way. 11.5 minutes for Firouzja and nearly an hour for Fabiano Caruana. It's only moved 21 bishop h3.
Let's go to there. We shall go to there in this game.
We should haste.
Wow, I mean, this is so what just happened in the last few moves? How did we get to this position?
Well, e4 was played after Rook ac8, right? As we were saying, that shouldn't be the idea. So if you're just tuning in, we were talking about, a lot of things. One, is this the right style for Alireza Firouzja? We were even speculating he's working with Kramnik, right? Maybe the repertoire here, didn't seem to be a position where Alireza was comfortable. And as evidence, look at the time management, just to kind of level set the storyline. And we were saying, hey, even though knight f3 threatens e4 and e5 to trap the bishop, Robert and Elmira pointed out a nice idea that you can make some move like Fabi did, and there's no threat of e4 because black has the intermezzo e5, very key. You gain a tempo, you stop e5, and that actually e4 is a bad move because it does all the things you don't want in the Catalan. It blocks your bishop, it actually cuts off the communication the queen has in the open board, but that's exactly what Alireza did. He plays e4, Fabi plays e4, and by the way, the engine agrees. Engine is like, e4, not so great. I'm giving black an edge. Fabi doesn't miss his chance. Now knight to b4, which just immediately looks better for black.
Yeah, look at the rook on the c file. This a2 pawn could be a target at some point. If you ever play a3, you're welcoming in more black's pieces on those light squares on the queen side. So as we go to the game, bishop g5. But if this was the idea, just to get your bishop out to g5.
That's what Elmira was saying. Is that was one of the ideas of the knight coming to f3. Is it unleash the bishop here, right, Elmira?
Yes, but you needed to. Well, I wanted to keep the pawn on. I didn't want.
You wanted to do it with the pawn on e2. Yes. No, I wasn't saying you were endorsing the idea. I was saying, but that is one idea. But h6 was played. Knight backs up, and we're already in a position that looks very different. By the way, if you don't take d7, I think black is just like better, right? You move the bishop, you put a rook on d8, here comes d4.
What move does white even play? Like rook d2 would be the other move that I could consider. But after rook to d2, that you see the position black just puts a rook on d8 and the queen on h5 is out of play. So you're in huge danger of being left without the most important piece to help your queen side. Because at some point black will have a queen b4 and just go after all your pawns. So
I think, yeah, I mean.
But just look at the pieces. The bishop on d7 is much better than its counterpart on g2, then the knight on c6 is much better and much more active than the knight on f3. And the queen on e7, of course, has much better perspective. So this position is clearly better for black.
And rook takes d7. This is important, actually. He's trying to solve his problems tactically,
right?
As we see here in the live position. But black can throw in this move f5, and that's what Fabiano was thinking about. f5 just looks bad, because why would you give up a pawn, and after bishop takes f5, it's in the same diagonal. But there's this move, queen to e8, offering the queen trade. So if you take my queen, my c8 rook gets to recapture, and now you're not getting your exchange back.
But I'm not sure he would go for this line, because you can still play on by queen g4 and exploit the weakness of the white squares.
Sorry,
the light squares.
Oh, my mouse is jerking around, but yeah, this is very dangerous.
For sure, and that's what Alireza would have to do, but that's why Fabiano is paused right now, and I'm sure Alireza saw f5, and now they're trying to assess, do I keep the extra rook for bishop and pawn, but my king is perhaps a bit vulnerable, or if instead of f5 in the live position, he can make a queen move, and let's say goes to protect the e file, queen d6, right? Keep control of the d file, protect e5, bishop c8, rook c8. Black is still slightly better here. It's even material, it doesn't look like it's the end of the world, but if he feels like f5 actually carries legitimate risk to lose, then he'll go for this variation where there's no risk whatsoever. But if he's sensing a moment, especially with Alireza's clock, then he's going to play that f5 move, and he is going to say, you know, Jan Nepomniachtchi might have a chance to win, but what about me? I was only a half point behind, and I have the upper hand.
19 moves to make in 11.5 minutes if you're Alireza Firouzja. So, and we see the jacket coming off. You know why? He's like, I might need a little more extra freedom for these arms to fly around the room, because if Bobby plays f5 and we head to a time scramble, you better watch out. Well, we got plenty more to watch out for here in round 6. We're going to take our last break before we get to these time scrambles and time pressure. Don't you worry. We're not going anywhere. And let's remind you that the chess is going nowhere right after the candidates. We got more events coming up for all you fans of American football. I say that out of respect to our international sports fan around the world. The NFL has many superstars. Larry Fitzgerald, a Hall of Famer. Amari Cooper, Pro Bowl wide receiver. Kayvon Thibodeau, just taken in top 5 in the NFL draft. Micah Parsons, so many more. It's Blitz Champs. It's July 9th and 10th on chess.com. John Urschel, celebrating a birthday tomorrow. I love you, John. Happy birthday early. Everyone knows his birthday. It's public information. He has a Wikipedia page. Robert, don't judge me. I'm allowed to say that. Don't go anywhere. We have Blitz Champs coming up. We have more coverage of round 6 of the 2022 FIDE candidates when we return.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With club arenas, you can. Club arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
The FIDE Candidates is the most important tournament in chess. Taking place every 2 years, the Candidates qualifies the victor to challenge the reigning world champion in a World Chess Championship title match. The 2022 Candidates will feature 8 of the world's best chess players. They've all earned their spots through 2 years of fierce competition. They now head to Madrid, Spain, where everything will be settled over the board. One of those 8 spots is always reserved for the previous World Chess Championship challenger. Jan Nepomniachtchi would love nothing more than a second chance at the throne, but he has to get through 7 other great players in Madrid first. 2 spots went to the top finishers of the most prestigious open chess tournament in the world, the FIDE Grand Swiss. Alireza Firouzja won the Grand Swiss, turned the heads of everyone in doing so, and has become the youngest player in history to cross the 2,800 ELO rating barrier. He would become the youngest world chess champion of all time, should he win the Candidates and ultimately the World Chess Championship match. Fabiano Caruana joined him, taking the other spot from the Grand Swiss. The US #1 and third highest rated player in the history of our game is also the only person to never lose a classical chess game to Magnus Carlsen in a World Chess Championship match. 2 of the spots were claimed by the winners of the dramatic 2022 FIDE Grand Prix cycle. Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura is a former world #2, a blitz and bullet chess legend, and the most popular chess streamer in the world. He was joined by GM Richard Rapport. The Hungarian #1 is one of the most creative and dangerous minds in the game today, and nobody is looking forward to facing him in Madrid. FIDE awarded 1 of the 8 spots to the wildcard invite Grandmaster Timur Rajaba. Raja missed the 2021 candidate cycle in consideration of COVID concerns. But as the oldest, most experienced player in the field, he's looking to use that knowledge and punch his ticket to the World Chess Championship title match. And finally, 2 spots go to the top 2 finishers of the knockout tournament, the absolutely grueling FIDE World Cup. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the Polish #1, hosting none other than world champion Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals of that event. Duda would ultimately defeat Karyakin in the final to win the World Cup. However, Karyakin, due to suspension from play by FIDE, sees his spot go to China's #1, Grandmaster Ding Liren. Ding Liren takes the spot due to being the highest rated eligible player according to the May 2022 FIDE rating list. So that's how each of our 8 competitors earned their bids to Madrid. Inside the Palace of Santona, it's about who can sustain the mental endurance to secure the coveted slot as challenger for the world title. But we're not sure who that will be just yet. We do know this. We'll enjoy watching every minute of the Candidates with the Chess.com community as we see how the most important tournament in chess plays out together.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
We are back here in Madrid, looking at the beautiful Plaza Mayor on a beautiful, beautiful day here for the 2022 FIDE Candidates. And speaking of a beautiful day, some players might be very, very happy with their day at the end of the chess going to the rest break, and some others might not be so happy. We're looking at a former challenger to the world title there, playing with the black pieces, who has a very good position against Alireza Firouzja after a surprising choice to take on f5 with the pawn. You can see he took on f5 with the pawn right before you instead of the bishop, like the line we were looking at. Computer no likey. We got to dive into this right now. We don't have a lot of time. Let's figure it out. What is he trying to do by taking with the pawn here, Robert?
I'm trying to figure that out myself. I think that he wants an additional piece controlling the king side, right? With a pawn on f5, maybe eventually your bishop can wrap around and you can use the knight h4, bring all your pieces into the game. But I actually really don't like this for several reasons. One of them is, can I not play queen f7 just to offer a queen trade, then bring my rook from c8 to d8 to the open file? I'm not buying this at all. That knight on f3, it takes a while for it to get to g6, and in the meantime, black's knight can enter d4 and things like that. So the knight on g6 by itself isn't going to deliver some kind of fatal blow.
Amir, you said coming in, we were asking, how much fire should Firouzja be bringing to the board here, right? We know he's desperate for a win, but we kind of were fortunate, like, hey, if you play too feisty against a guy like Caruana, could it backfire? Here, what do you think is going on with Firouzja at this point? Is he trying a little bit too hard to get his first W?
That's exactly the point I was trying to make before the round started, that he needs to be careful not to crash, and that's what happened in here. It looks like one of those blitz games where this bluff might have worked out, but here Fabiano has enough time to calculate everything.
We have 18 moves to make in 11 minutes. Shout out to the very observant Twitch users. That's right. Black-haired 8, 11 minutes for 18 moves. Not very much time. Let's dive into the analysis board here as we see Fabi play the move rook to e8 rather than queen f7. And again, let's back up just a couple moves to show that what we thought this might happen, right? The option to just move the queen would have been a way for black to have a tiny edge, but maybe not great winning chances. So Fabi, he smells blood in the water and says, no, I'm going for it. I'm going to try to keep my rook. But the idea we thought was going to be bishop f5, queen e8, and queen g4. And this looked like, all right, maybe you don't go for this because, yes, black's a little better here, but this looks a little more scary, a little more logical for white, I guess. I mean, it's also, you're still hitting the rook. So in the game, though, he takes with the pawn to try to get a discovery, to try to bring more pieces in. I think your move queen f7 might even have been the best move, Robert. Fabi plays rook.
I like his move.
C to e8. It overprotects the e-pawn. Okay, now you're threatening knight d4. Okay, I'm coming around. Makes a lot of sense.
It doesn't just protect the pawn. He might want to play e4 and e3. It's not like white has too many pieces in front of the king.
All right, black calm down, big fella.
Black. Should I call you James? But yeah, e4 becomes an idea, and it just feels like this is a situation where Alireza kind of has to play knight h4 and on the king side, but everything is under control from Fabiano, and it looks like he did play knight h4 just now, so he's getting closer to the time control. But e4, I think, is Fabiano's intended response.
How important is not to lose your objectivity and to keep a cool head?
You're asking me? I've never had a cool head in my life. Ask Robert. How important is it? You tell me.
I think it's something we've talked about with respect to Fabiano quite a lot this event. And this is only my second day here. Unfortunately, only my second day. But yesterday we were talking about the position between Report and Caruana, where there was the repetition, bishop f8, bishop e7, and so on. And we said that Fabiano, he keeps his objectivity. He doesn't do speculative decisions just to keep the game going. So Fabiano does keep his cool head. And for Alireza, it's a difficult situation. And we have Liren on camera. And Danny, what the? Is that a pawn on d2?
We got to give respect to both Naka and Liren in that game because of how nutty that position is, yet the eval bar says it's equal, meaning they're probably both just like consistently finding best engine moves. Look at the bishop is on h6, the queen is on h5 for Hikaru, the rook is on g3. Ding looking a little frustrated despite the pass pawn.
What happened with the players yesterday?
Did everybody drink too much water last night or something? I don't know. This is arguably the most unbalanced day we've had so far in Madrid. By the way, Rajabov only has 6 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
All right, let's quickly dive into the Liren game just to kind of see what's going on. It's completely nuts.
Wow. Even material. Even pawn count, right?
Yeah.
Both sides with 4 pawns. The knight on e6, proving to be a very nice defender here. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of bishop takes g7 for white.
I was just going to say, this is one that says equals, Robert, but like, if you make like one move, like, you're just like losing to bishop takes g7, I think?
I don't think you're losing because you can't pile up pressure on the piece because queen takes e5.
The queen can take back and defend. Okay, so it's not just winning. if you make a bad move here, but it feels very scary.
Yeah, that's why even rook g7 doesn't work, because you would want to play it with the tempo. Rook g7, knight g7, queen g5, but then queen e5 protects everything and black is winning.
Right. But I think there could be a bailout where that results in a draw. Like you keep taking on g7 and give the king a bunch of checks. I don't know if in some variations if the king will be able to escape.
It's funny because the king probably escapes actually.
Yeah, in this line.
Let's bring up the analysis board to quickly show the line, because we're doing the chat a disservice by calculating our head. We were talking about whether there's some draw here based on this, but I think we were saying that black gets out.
No, queen h6, queen f6, and if you go king d7,
No,
it's e6
no,
check.
no.
Ah, okay.
Wait, but if I play queen g5?
No, e6. After king d7, e6.
Oh, you win the queen.
And I don't even win the game? It's good for black.
No, black takes with the rook and gets rook e1.
That's ridiculous.
No, I wanted to play queen g5 and rook d2 check, you know, but this is a different variation. But
in which position?
here, like when your king is on e7, if you go to the d file, I wanted to play queen g5 and rook d2, yes, so. But here it loses, apparently.
No, instead of, don't play king to d7.
Oh, you can just play
king e6.
King e6.
And after queen f6, I go king d5, and my king is...
you run. Oh my gosh.
Putting on those running shoes.
Probably when we saw Ding kind of shaking his head and looking over the clock, like he's probably knee-deep in weird variations like this, because it's also a try to win for black, right? It's not like Hikaru has to go for this, but if he can figure out a way to escape the onslaught of checks, black will win in a lot of these complicated variations. My gosh. By the way, also Nepomniachtchi maybe moments away from beating Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Let's go back to the bird's eye view here and just take in for a moment so that no one yells at us when we're not able to catch it. It's not easy to follow all the action right now going on. We just looked at this crazy king walk in Nakamura Ding Liren. We've got Nepomniachtchi bringing the heat against Duda, up a piece, still attacking. Fabiano Caruana with an edge against Firouzja. There's so much going on. And the game that we're not even talking about, Rajabov only has 6 minutes over there against Richard Rapport.
And that's a dangerous position for Rajabov, because it's opposite colored bishops, but he's down 2 pawns. And with the time the way it is, if at some point black plays c5 and that bishop gets free, this could turn into a position where Rapport is pressing to win. So I'm nervous about Rajabov's chances right now. And Rapport, look at him. I mean, he may be slouched a bit, but his eyes are just looking.
It's like the slouch of a very devious, like 5-year-old. Like, I wonder if mom and dad know what I did. I know that slouch too well. I have too many kids.
Oh.
Okay. He's actually knee deep in his head, calculating. C5 is the move that likely coming to the board. Let's jump into that game real quick and just show what Robert said, because he plays rook g4. Okay. Rook g4. Attacking h4. But as soon as c5 comes in, even if you lose that pawn, but if you can put the bishop on d5 and start to slowly unwind, you'll still have chances, especially if you maybe win some other pawns along the way.
But I don't like this move, because you can even sacrifice this pawn and to play rook f1, rook f7. That was my idea. What do you think?
Oh my gosh, wait, rook g4.
I just give another pawn, rook f1, rook f7, and what do you do? Because rook f8 precisely, it was a very precise move, because you needed to control the f file.
Wow, that's a huge point, Elmer. Oh my gosh, wait, Raja looks over, he's thinking in his head, he's like, wait a second, I'm surprised to see that move. He was about to grab his rook?
The same exact situation like he had in his game against Ding. He's given a chance in a very tough position.
Yeah. He was down against Ding Liren, also with the white pieces, but given a chance, and he didn't miss it. And Raja looks like he sees rook f1, like he's about to not miss his chance here. Wow, what a huge mistake that might have been from Rapport. The move c5 was what we were looking at because it threatened g2, but also rook f8 might have been the best move in hindsight because of what Almira is saying. And look at that. Rajabov does not miss his chance. He finds rook f1, and all of a sudden white is better. There goes my prediction. The Rapport, look at that. Rook f1, rook c7. the game's like over. If c5, rook f7, if you take g2, king h3, and how do you deal with the threats of rook c7, rook takes b7, the rook is hanging?
Oh my God.
Okay, Almir, I guess black has rook e2 here, maybe. Like, it doesn't make any sense, but if something like this happens, my point is, like, I'm not getting mated, and maybe it's not over.
Well, maybe this is a draw.
Maybe this is...
Like, we've seen in Report Firouzja that you simply give checks on the 7th rank, and then might as well be a draw.
But still, what a huge, I guess, just like gap or miss. It's like one of those positions where it's such a subtle threat to put the rook on f1, Robert, that it's kind of easy, I guess, to underestimate just how powerful it is if this rook lands on this square. But a huge move by Report, and Raja doesn't miss the chance to hop to the f-file.
And it just goes to show what they say about opposite colored bishop positions. The king's safety is paramount, and you're giving up another pawn. Black's already up 2. With rook takes h4 check, that could be a third. But the point is that I'm just getting my rook to f7, and your king is in harm's way. Your bishop is really a big pawn over there. So that's a big miss by Report, and he's up a lot of time. So to allow rook f1 in that position, that's unfortunate for him. It was a complicated position. It remains complicated, but now it's Rajabov, despite having limited time, he's the one who's in the driver's seat. Only a few moves to make before the time control.
Yep.
And this is such a powerful also illustration of how important it is to identify your opponent's threats, to counter them.
Yes.
Well.
Yeah, identifying your opponent's next move is sometimes, it sounds like the easiest thing to do, but it's where mistakes happen. Gregory Kaidanov used to always say that every move you just have to ask before you move, like if it was my opponent's move, what would they play on this turn? And it's simple question, but like just not putting yourself in those shoes is how you miss moves like rook f1.
And how important it is not to give any counterplay to your opponent.
Yeah.
Wow. Actually at the rook f1, it's not easy to spy what black should do, because you want to play c5, you've wanted to play c5, but it's feeling slow with that rook coming to f7.
All right, we're gonna head back over to our bird's eye view check-in. We might be heading over to a game that's ending soon. If Jan Nepomniachtchi can put away Jan-Krzysztof Duda, it's looking more and more imminent that he'll do so. There's a threat of rook f8.
Oh goodness! And
if this bishop can find this diagonal, it's rover.
And if king takes h7, the move rook h5 looks pretty nice.
Oh, very nice. Overload the queen, checkmate on g7. That's why you do your tactics, trainer.
Maybe rook g5 is also a threat if you can take on h7.
Yeah, that's the simple way.
I didn't want to exchange rooks.
Yeah, rook g5 is the next move for sure.
But you said it earlier, the body language of Duda, very different than a person who thinks they still have fighting chances, right? There's almost no nerves. There's just a sort of a submission to what's happening.
Around the point when Nepomniachtchi played g5, that early you could sense that Duda felt like this game was out of hand.
Yeah.
And he did play some good moves, right? Bishop b4 was a good effort. He was able to gain some pawns for the piece that he was about to drop, but it's just not a position that's for a human easy to play, right? You're just down a piece for some pawns, your king is still unsafe, and then white's rooks just barreled down the board and went after pawns on the queen side, the f5 pawn, and then the g7 pawn at long last.
Yeah, just showing everybody what we, the same rook h5 tactic, what we're catching up to, because we were away looking at the other action. We might have multiple decisive results. By the way, who said he was picking all draws today at the start to try to jinx?
You.
I thought you were going to make me fight harder for that. I was saying it as a compliment that I did it on purpose.
Yeah, I was.
Okay, yeah. I was trying to, jokes aside, everybody.
I was giving you the credit you deserve.
So I never know when positivity is coming from you. I feel like a beaten down co-commentator. No, But yesterday I picked 3 wins, and the opposite happened. It was all draws. Today I was predicting peace, maybe as a little reverse psychology to the players. It might be working out with so much action on the board. Go ahead, Almira.
No, that's a perfect rational explanation for.
I'm always trying to provide the commentator's curse. That's my goal, which is if I say something, the opposite will happen. Anyway, this position is the opposite of what Jan-Krzysztof Duda wanted to happen in this game. And rook h5, a very strong threat, whether you take h7 or not.
And that's why he went d4, because now for the rook h5, there's queen e3 check. So you can escape by trading the queens, and all of a sudden, I'm not so sure that black is losing this game.
Yeah, actually, that would be fascinating if we saw a blunder like that. It's actually, yeah, if you go, now you have to stop the e-pawn, I can even just take, and everything is unclear. So d4, a nice defensive threat to try to get the queens off the board.
Rook g5.
Okay, Almira's rook g5 now comes to mind as an easier solution.
It's very unfortunate because it blocks the queen's check on e3, and yeah, you're running out of ideas here for Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
By the way, the other 3 games outside of this one are still in progress here in round 6 for the 2022 FIDE Candidates. There is a lot going on today. The potential for multiple decisive results. By the way, the craziness of Nakamura. Ding Liren is going for the line we potentially talked about. Oh, is rook g7 coming? He played rook g7, queen g5. Okay, that might be one of the crazy ones that ends in a draw. We'll see. But
just don't play. Well, we were talking about it before. Can you play king to d7? Remember, with the queen coming to.
No, he just went back to g8. Yeah, your idea of queen f6 and e6 is more effective there.
And in fact, the f7 pawn would be hanging with devastating effects. So he just goes.
All right, we're gonna go see that one finish before we catch another possible finish between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. But looks like we're about to see just a repetition. And the reason again is that if the king moves to e7, queen f6 check. And when the king moves again, so it's probably not e6 actually.
It's queen takes f7.
It's queen takes f7, which is, Hikaru is doing the Hikaru thing. Taking a sip of water, which means he's confident. Checks out.
Yeah, at this point, there's not much for either player to calculate, right? It's king g8 or king d7. Queen f6 will be the response to king d7, queen g5 to king g8, and you're just going to follow the king.
Yeah, if king e7, queen f6, again, if the king moves.
Because both rooks are hanging. That's the point.
That's the big difference.
After the move rook d5, because you play queen f7 and you cannot play king c6 because I will take the rook on e8.
Right. And he goes king e7, but still drawing.
Let's see the finish here. I think that we're likely to see king f8 and then a draw. Although they did just reach move 40, so perhaps Ding Liren pauses a moment.
Oh, you know what he's thinking about?
What?
So king d7 here.
Yeah. Let's bring up the analysis board so we can show this line real quick.
e6 check loses for white, like you were saying before, because you take the queen, but then rook e1 check at the end is.
Yep, and all of a sudden black is winning.
Take the rook and then pre-move rook h1 check.
Sack the rook, get a queen. So you can't play e6 check, but you can't take.
He wants to play on.
And so king c6, queen takes e8 check. I don't know how to evaluate this, but this is what Ding is going to sit and think about for the next long time. He is going to be down 2 pawns, but with the best, most imposing pawn on the board on d2.
Yeah, white has a 2-pawn advantage, but this pawn is a little scarier than everything else. And okay, well, there are a million things happening on a million boards, and we have more than 32,000 of you with us on Twitch, lots of viewers on YouTube. Fabiano is winning as black against Firouzja.
Oh, and Report.
Report is falling apart. He went from +1 to maybe losing by force. We're probably going to have one game end that we may not even see, because if Ding Liren doesn't go for king d7, we're just going to get a draw. And also the tournament leader, oh, by the way, is about to extend his lead over everybody. Welcome to Madrid, round 6 of the FIDE. I knew we were going to have liftoff today. Decisive results.
And this is Timur Rajabov's. If he can convert this, it'll be his first victory since 2019 in classical chess. And remember yesterday when you were saying, oh, what's your game of the day for tomorrow? And I said, this mismatch of styles, I actually thought Rajabov's chances were pretty good. His chances aren't good right now.
Well,
He's about to.
No, but he just played a move that might have offered a draw. He just blundered.
Oh!
He didn't realize he was winning in that position. And it's actually a line I saw. We have to go to that game. We must go to there. Let's go to there.
Whoa, commentator's curse.
The line, I actually saw it earlier while you were gone with Elmira. The move is you keep the bishop on the diagonal, and there's still no way to stop rook f7.
Oh, my goodness.
And he misses that he was winning.
Oh my goodness.
But that tells you the psychology. Almira, you were talking about that. Like, he was already resigned to the fact that a draw was a good result. So he wasn't even looking for bishop h2. He played rook f7 instantly.
Oh, he thought he was the one.
Yeah, he thought it was just a draw.
To prove the draw.
But this move is, and no one knows Robert was off camera. I just spoiled the beans. Robert took a quick break. It was me and Almira for a minute. But when it first happened, I saw this idea, and then it was possible.
Wow.
And by the way, rook e7 to stop rook f7 doesn't work because you check and win the bishop. Actually, you mate. I'm sorry. So.
Well, the position was a bit different because we analyzed the line with c5 and rook g2. Slightly different variation, but I think that there White had a chance of playing bishop d6.
Yeah, same idea. Keep the bishop on the board.
I guess when you're down 3 pawns, you're worried.
Yeah, you're like, oh, it's a draw. Okay, but Rajabov, looking at his clock, thinking that he doesn't really have any more to play for, instead of bishop h2, keeping the potential to win, he settles on rook f7, and now we are likely going to have a draw in this game. So we're gonna back up and go to a game that may not have a draw, and that is Fabiano's chances to get a win against Firouzja seem to be increasing.
So bishop h5 is the threat.
Okay.
That's why bishop came to g4. So Fabiano does need to keep an eye out for that. He's up on the clock. Very complicated position. What is he going to do?
Well, he wants to play e3, but bishop h5.
Yeah.
No, that works.
That works?
That works. Yeah.
How does it work?
Because e3, bishop h5, you take on f2 with check, which means the rook on d1 is loose. So after queen takes f2, you can play with your rook on f7, move it to f5.
Wait, you can take? Okay.
Yeah.
I was kind of kidding, but okay.
No, because you take e8, you lose d1.
Yeah, it works. Okay.
So e3 is a viable option, and e3 is available. I think you should probably play it.
Well, what's becoming less and less available is time on the clock for Alireza Firouzja. He has 12 moves to make in 8 minutes. And
Fabi is catching up as well here. He has only, how many? 24 minutes left?
Yeah, that's true. Even 23 minutes, not a ton of time. But Fabiano, he's got that, what do we always say? Make fun of him he's got a perch to him when he's winning. You see the perch? It's like he sits up in his chair, crosses his arm. This is a very typical Fabiano is on the prowl kind of perch right there.
And he's looking for a direct knockout.
Yeah.
Because he knows that he has the advantage, but it's the type of position where if you let white squirm, right, you get to just get out of the immediate danger. If you look at the material, it is a bishop for rook, but the king for white is much safer for now.
Yep.
So you could be in a position where that knight lands on e6 or the bishop comes to h5 at the right moment, the e4 pawn, and he pushes to e3.
He goes for it.
Yeah,
this is where he's arguably at his best over anyone in the world. Like Hikaru has said it, he's so technical and accurate, and as you said, like he doesn't speculate, right? He doesn't go for stuff he doesn't need to go for. But when he's challenged to find a concrete line and put games away, he doesn't miss.
Because I was looking also at knight e6, Alireza almost immediately played king g2, but then you could take on f2, and if you take with the queen, then there is rook e6, I think, which is immediately winning.
Yeah, pawn is pinned. Nice spot, Almira.
And if you took with the king on f2, there was take on e6 anyway, because the pin is.
Wait, king g2, you can't take f2 now. Right? Oh,
sorry,
sorry, you
didn't
say it earlier. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what does black do now then if you can't take f2? Whoa, we have a draw. Hikaru and Ding Liren do settle on repetition. I don't even know if we need to bring the board back up. If you see everybody, it was clearly Ding chose to put the king back on g8 and queen g5, queen h6. He decided to not go for the king run. Ultimately, doesn't believe in his d pawn enough, Robert, to give Hikaru too many pawns. So understandable.
Great game by Ding Liren.
Yeah, great game.
He withstood pressure from the preparation. Hikaru was moving instantly up an hour on the clock.
Yep.
And Ding Liren kind of played a perfect game from the black side.
Yeah, held on. And then even at some point was maybe pushing. We know that Ding's really good. We've been sitting here talking about our favorite Ding Liren games now for a couple of days. We might even be showing one to you later on the Telestrator, and we fixed the glare. Oh, twist ending. Now you're a Tarantino, that movie. You're not going anywhere now. By the way, if Rajabov draws this, that extends his non-winning streak to 35 straight classical games. He's lost games, but he hasn't won in 35 draws.
Yeah, no, and I spoke at the exact incorrect moment, when he made the move rook f7 right away, and he is going to draw that game. So he's walking around just with his last few moments in the playing hall. But Fabiano Caruana, he's up from the board. He went rook d8.
Yeah, let's head back to Fabiano and Firouzja as the 19-year-old youngest player in the event. Uses the little time he has, 8 minutes for 11 moves, to try to come up with a way to keep this complicated. Is it just you go nuts now? At this point, it's like desperation?
Hikaru. Alireza didn't see that move coming. He was shaking his head.
Yeah.
So rook d8, it loses sight of the e3 pawn. But Fabiano's okay giving up that pawn if it means trades. Because he is up in exchange. He's a rook for just the bishop. If you take on e3 here, that rook is going to enter the game. And look at the queen side, by the way. Right? At some point, those pawns are just going to march up the board for black. And white's not getting an attack anytime soon.
F takes e3 played. Almira sits up over there nervously. Go ahead.
No, but I wanted to bring my rook into play, and I simply looked at rook c7 here because that's the idea behind the e3 move, because trades in the rooks. First of all, he wanted to play rook d2. That's why white was forced to play rook d8, and now rook c7. And rook c2,
It looks fantastic, actually.
It looks devastating.
If you try to run away with your king to h3, in comes the knight. Knight f7, knight g5, and your king is running out of squares.
Stop using all your pieces. Oh, we have another draw. In agreement. Oh, he just said bishop h2.
Yes, and
he said you had bishop h2.
And Rajabov's like, what?
Oh my God, Rajabov is thinking, what did I do? Like, literally, that was the...
It's funny because I'm almost, watching this like we can hear them, but I remember that there's no sound.
No, Rajabov giving the face of like, wait a second, what?
Yeah, he just never thought that Report would miss something like that either. Right? That's probably part of it. If somebody's making these moves against you, and it's Richard Report, and he's one of the top 10 players in the world, you don't expect him to blunder in your time trouble. So maybe there's a little bit too much belief in the opponent, but Bishop H2 obviously was something that Rajabov, with a little bit more time,
but he had just kind of made up his mind. I mean, it's obviously not one that we're going to dive a lot into, right? Or just arguably just because of where Raja sits in the standings, right? So we're not talking about him leading the tournament. But if he was in a different spot, we would be all over that. I mean, that was a huge miss. So all right, we're back to this game here, and we might be breaking down Bishop H2 a little later. But
here comes that knight.
Bobby finds rook c7. If he finds knight f7. You're freaking out if you're Alireza Firouzja.
And the thing is, you want to play rook c2, but rook c2 runs into queen d1 type of things, and you're pinned on the diagonal, your knight in d8 is hanging. It just gets a little bit uncomfortable here. So that's why knight f7 is such a good move to start with, because you don't give white any flexibility. Knight g5 check is coming, and you're going to play rook c2, in which case you don't have to worry about your knight being loose.
And when the king's on h4, you win the h2 pawn.
Yeah, just with checkmate. So this is just knight f7 is the one move that Fabiano needs to play, and then it's essentially game over.
Yeah, if knight f7 comes first, white also can't really make any useful moves, right? You're just like, what next? I mean, you think about pushing pawns. Oh, and Fabiano finds knight f7, and that might be Fabiano's most important move in the candidates. If Jan Nepomniachtchi goes on to win as we expect, this would allow him to keep pace with the tournament leader and not fall another half point behind. What a move. Fabiano, like we said, he's just so precise when it comes to technique, putting games away.
E3 and rook d8 there.
Yeah.
Chef's kiss.
So what was that again? The chef's kiss.
Well, no one saw it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, huge moment though also for Alireza Firouzja. Unfortunately, this one got away from him at some point in the middle game of this Catalan. We see a very distressed Alireza. There's almost no moves, as we just said. Like, what do you do against knight g5? The moment the king isn't protecting h2, rook c2 comes with devastating effects, and it's over.
Yeah, and you, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that knight f7 is also a very strong defensive resource, curiously, because I wanted to play bishop f3 and bishop d5 to activate my bishop. This is a very important idea because this bishop on g4 is doing nothing.
Right.
And after bishop f3, you could still play knight g5 and even take this bishop, but bishop d5 is no longer a threat.
That's right. And I mean, the idea is very clear. The rook c2 coming down.
Yep.
No knight loose on d8. That's really the one thing that Fabiano had to avoid. And so with rook c2, followed by queen takes b2, the second rank is Fabiano's, and you have to feel for the youngster who just turned 19 the other day. You know, a lot of pressure on him in the world of chess, and you know, when you drop down to -2, 2 out of 6, your tournament isn't over, but if we're being realistic, I think he feels his chances at his first candidate slipping away.
Yeah.
But maybe that's where he would feel liberated from all this burden, like Phoenix, you know, he will
start playing
differently, you know, he would not feel this kind of pressure, at least.
Right. And maybe that allows him to relax a little bit. Whatever's not going well, Jan is observing what's not going well over the shoulder of Alireza Firouzja, probably a little disappointed that the person in second behind him will get a victory and maintain pace, because Jan also close to the W if you just got here versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Here we see Alireza Firouzja, not sure what to do about the looming knight to g5 check.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi over there, you're right, he was looking at that game, definitely disappointed that Fabiano was on his way to a victory, because he wanted to distance himself from the field. But Fabiano, I mean, people have counted him out as he lost, I think, nearly 40 rating points over the last couple of years. But he shows time and time again, when he's in the toughest events, when he needs to play his best, he's ready to step up to that challenge.
Wow. Quite the day today. We could have had 3 decisive results if Rajabov was aware of this potential resource.
Could have 4.
We could have had 4, you're right. Nakamura, Dingli, Ren also did not disappoint. Ended in a perpetual check where white is actually down a rook in the final position, so it was a fun one. I mean, both of these games are on the verge of ending. I don't know where to go. Alireza Firouzja only has 3 minutes for 8 moves, but Jan is just kind of corralling the king. I mean, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda looks like he's about to resign, just body language, any second.
It does seem that way.
Yeah, it looks like it looks like we're about to see the hand extend. I've got the game Nepomniachtchi versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda pulled up here. Let's quickly flash over there and just show what could be the final moment of this.
Rook g3 was a really nice move.
Because he keeps an eye on the e3 square, so he wants to play queen c1, but then you could play rook f8.
Very nice. Yeah, it also stops any of these queen trades we were talking about. g7 is still falling. I think Jan-Krzysztof wiping the sweat off his brow. He has 4 minutes to make 5 moves, but if I had to guess, he will not reach move 40 in this game.
No. Yeah, he sees rook g3, as you're pointing out. The queen moves away from f8, or the queen can't come to e3, and g7 pawn is just falling, and all sorts of problems for that black king on h8.
Yeah, and if the queen. Okay. I'm speechless.
Breathe.
Breathe, Danny, breathe.
Do we have paramedics?
we need. Can we get Danny some help upstairs? All right. Yeah, you highlighted it really well. The queen's trying to guard f8. She was trying to threaten to go to e3. g7 is still falling. Jan has found a ton of accurate moves to put JKD in an impossible spot. He's about to win, and for a moment, will maybe be a 1.5 points up on the field, depending on what happens in Fabiano's game versus Firouzja. So, what a tournament Jan Nepomniachtchi is having so far here in Madrid. We're going to have our shortest round of the day, knock on wood, because it looks like both these games might end before time control.
Yeah, they're a few moves away from victory for the leaders of the tournament. And honestly, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana, they've been playing the best chess.
Yep.
There have been some scary moments. Yesterday, for Jan Nepomniachtchi against Hikaru Nakamura, he just made a really bad move with Queen e4. And then for Fabiano, he was worse against Liren, but never in too much trouble. So I think that Fabiano Caruana has been very steady throughout this event, and he's looking to move to +2, 4 out of 6.
And he will be playing Jan with white pieces in the second half of the tournament. I wanted to remind you that we would not have the exact same pairings, because if you would continue the same way, some of the players would have 3 whites in a row or 3 blacks in a row. Yeah. But
and right there, it is over. JKD resigns. Jan giving a quick opinion on where the game went wrong. But Jan-Krzysztof clearly just dejected, frustrated. Wow.
I don't think he ever wants to think about this game again.
Yeah, this is a game you want to throw away and just know that it got away from you early. Jan takes a big, deep breath, looks up at the sky. He is going to be happy headed into our second rest day.
And on the other hand, Jan-Krzysztof, who had 5 draws at this point, very solid player, showing that he can hang with all of the highest rated players in the world. He has never quite cracked the top 10 despite winning the World Cup and other big events. But it came to a head here with Jan Nepomniachtchi, the last winner of the candidates, last challenger to Magnus Carlsen. It was just too much to bear with those pawns storming up the kingside.
Jan-Krzysztof couldn't get out of there fast enough, right? He was like, it's time to go shake this one off, head to the rest day. I don't even want to talk about where that went wrong. You can always tell when, you've lost a game, super frustrated. Your opponent wants to give an opinion. You're like, look, man, I need to get out of here. I can't take another opinion of how this went wrong. But all right, Fabiano, as we said, the Fabi perch. He knows that he's close. Firouzja did indeed play bishop f3, spotting Almira's idea that d5. If you give white one move, by the way, white's doing okay.
I also wanted, why I wanted to play bishop f3, because I was thinking about a position where my king would be safe, Would it be safe on g4? Then I can play h4, and somehow hold for some moves.
No, it looks interesting. I mean, the bishop comes to f3, threatening to go to d5. You let the king come to g4. Of course, we look at the eval bar and know that Fabi is moments away if he can find the right sequence, but
I mean,
this is actually not so simple. Like what the best move is right now.
He's probably thinking from Fabiano's perspective, do I play knight g5 and just take the bishop?
Yeah.
You can get rid of it.
Right.
And the problem is going to be that white's kind of running out of pieces, and black is in exchange ahead. That said, because there aren't that many pieces remaining, the king on g8, it's not entirely safe, because if you just start trying to win pawns and the white queen can enter the last rank, especially with a knight on f4 poised to jump into a g6 or e6 square, that does leave white some chances. But we've talked about Fabiano and how he's sitting and calculating. He's not rushing just because Firouzja has 2 minutes and 46 seconds. He wants to deliver the final blow over the board, not rely on the clock.
Yeah.
Yes, and after knight g5, king g4, that's what, because you shouldn't rush into king g4, because knight e5 is also an option. And now this threat of bishop d5 is still in the air, because you would want to play rook e7.
Right.
That's why you need to take this bishop.
Right, that's why you got to take it, right? And then if queen takes f3.
And maybe still rook e7 here. What do you think?
Yes. Because the problem for white is you can't stabilize the knight on a square like d5. And if you play knight e6, actually this is just very forcing. Rook e7.
Yeah.
Knight e6, can I just take it and force the queen off the board?
Yeah, just go to the endgame.
Oh, but I'm not up a pawn. I thought I was up a pawn, but it's even material.
Actually, okay.
That's I thought I've taken a pawn. I'm like, okay, I'm one ahead. No, you can't rush that.
Well, you said Fabi is taking his time here because he knows there may be an opportunity to end this game. Firouzja will not have the same luxury. The moment he's on the clock, he has 2 minutes and 46 seconds to play 7 moves, which is, but as you said, I think Fabi just showing the maturity. We keep applauding how the players manage and use their time as a weapon, right? When you get an edge on the clock, that doesn't mean you have to play speed chess with your opponent when they have to play speed chess. Like Firouzja's playing speed chess right now. By the way, with no increment. We don't even do that to people in the SEC. We give them increment in the speed chess championship. This is brutal.
I think I found a concrete line that gets rid of Alireza's chances.
Okay.
So rook c2, queen d1, right? You're just trying to play bishop d5 and cost runs. Queen takes b2.
Okay.
And if you play bishop d5, because I'm going to take on h2 with check, and I think after king g5, h5?
95 is not made.
You can't make the move. But h5, h5 check. And if knight takes, I go queen e2.
Get the queens off the board.
Get those queens off the board, and okay, I have the a pawn that's just going to run.
And if you run to f2, you run into mate. Oh, no, it's not quite mate.
But king e4, queen c2, I also can trade the queens that way. But rook f2 is better, but it doesn't matter. Either way, I'm getting the queens off, and once the queens are off, I know for a fact that I'd be winning the game. So, if Fabiano's looking for something like this.
Rook c2, queen d1. Note that there's no discovery on the queen because she's defended. Queen takes b2, threatens, rook takes h2. If bishop d5, we go for this line. Again, there's no mate because the knight is pinned, but this looks good enough.
Can I go for queen d5 then?
Okay. Almira, trying to defend white's position, says that instead of bishop d5, I'll play queen d5.
Okay, so I take and then bring my queen back to f6 and...
Threatening queen g5 mate.
Even just ask someone to queen trade into mate.
That's cool.
If my opponent ever gave me a chance to queen trade into mate, I would do it. Just to say it was done. Okay, Firouzja is eagerly awaiting his next move. Fabiano only has 11 minutes for the remaining 7 moves too, so we should note that, right? He can't just think forever. This is the only game remaining in round 6 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. The drama has been real today, maybe peak drama so far for Madrid. We've already had one decisive game. Jan Nepomniachtchi currently has a 1.5 point lead over the field. Fabiano trying to win to keep pace with the tournament leader, which would mean it's maybe becoming a 2-horse race. And on that note, he finds rook c2, likes Robert's idea. They grew up together in New York, these two, and says, yeah, it's not a bad idea, Robert. Go ahead, Almir.
No, and he keeps the steady hand, you know, it's such an important quality, like it's like I'm always panicking. And rook c2, queen d1, after queen b2, there is...
Ooh, he plays knight g5 first. Okay, interesting. Not as straightforward as queen takes b2 was. What's the idea?
Maybe now
you have to worry about queen d8 check now.
Yes, but he wants to take on f3.
Oh, okay.
Then.
But if queen d8 check, king h8, knight g6, Firouzja's threatening checkmate on h8.
Well, even if I want to give it back, I can still play knight e5 check. You know.
Okay, just knight e5, you get out of it. Maybe there's something even better. Okay, that's fair. But he goes for it. Okay, Firouzja all in on queen d8. King h7 is the move, and then 2 minutes to play 4 moves for Alireza, so he can take a second to think. Nope, he says, I don't need it.
Oh, he's threatening knight g6 and knight e6.
Yeah. But his king is also in danger. I mean, at this point, Fabi could maybe just take the pawn and get the mating net going.
Yeah, because you queen e2 check to follow, which is very important. Because when the knight goes to g6, it looks like queen h8 mate is happening after king g4. Where the check's coming from, a queen e2 is important. Rook takes h2 is sufficient, but yeah, anything at this point with the king just being hounded by black's pieces.
Wow.
Can he keep his knight on f4 in order to protect those squares and to go for a perpetual, maybe queen e8 with the idea of playing queen g6, queen e8?
Yeah, you might need to do something like that, right? But queen takes b2.
Yeah, I like that idea. It probably loses like everything else, but setting up a chance for a perpetual check might be Firouzja's last chance. Oh man, I feel like the wind is floating out of our sails, but this is this will be the first day where we've had 2 decisive results. No, day 1 we also had. I apologize. Fabiano Caruana beat Hikaru Nakamura, and Jan Nepomniachtchi won with the black pieces over Liren. But okay, he goes for this perpetual idea.
And those are the same players.
And the same 2 players might be delivering yet again in the same realm. It's no wonder they're the only 2 players in the field that have ever challenged for a world championship title. Experience pays off, apparently.
When you know how to win the candidates tournament, certainly helps. And here, queen g6 to e8, just to point it out, put that queen on a yo-yo string. It's going to be a draw by repetition, and that's why this queen on b2 likely is about to go back to f6, near the king, attacking the f5 pawn, stopping the queen from going to g6, and also throwing queen c6 check to trade those queens.
Yeah, I like it.
Queen f6, I would have to play e4. First of all, protecting the f5 pawn, and then I want to play knight g6. That's my only chance.
Yeah, it's only... You somehow need to get that knight to g6. I don't think Fabiano is going to be so friendly about it, though.
Yeah. I mean, you can try queen f6. I mean, try something like g4.
No, I need to play e4 because queen c6 is a very important threat. So.
But now you've opened up more problems. I'm already thinking about bringing the queen back, although the king runs, so unnecessary check should not be given. But okay, what exactly is white threatening in this spot right away? Knight g6. Can I do something else first? But this could be a possible line, so it's not useless looking at. If queen f6, e4 will likely be played quickly by Firouzja, given he only has a minute and a half for 2 moves. It's now or never. So what is black's move here?
So I think your white's king gets mated first. So after rook takes h2,
okay,
knight g6, I have queen c3 check.
Okay.
And your king is just going to be hunted. So you go king to g4, and I only have 1 check, h5.
Yeah.
But the problem is it's a good enough check. Rook f2 and queen takes g3.
Okay. So one of those just super scary positions for both sides. Okay, queen f6 played. Alireza has 90 seconds for 2 moves. He plays e4. As we predicted, that line would be on the board. We are moments away, potentially, from the 4th game of the day ending. 2 decisive results potentially in store here.
And Fabiano has plenty of time, right? This is move 39. So instead of rushing this move to get to move 40, this is an important moment because, as Almira was hoping for, and as we were just illustrating that with the knight coming to g6, there are some ideas for white to survive this game and threaten checkmate. So right now, Fabiano, he doesn't want to let this advantage slip, and that's why he's going to use a bunch of time before ultimately making his final 2 moves of the time control.
I'm so absorbed by the game, I cannot breathe.
We're just proving that you can breathe.
Holding my breath. I'm excited. This is why we came, right? This is why we play the game, as they say. We got 33,000 people on Twitch. Thanks for being with us, no matter where you're tuning in from. This has been a hype day. We've got our 2nd rest day ahead. As we said, a couple of players are headed to that day very, very happy, and they are the only 2 players who've ever played Magnus Carlsen for a world championship match, assuming Fabiano puts away the game here, but looks like he is a move or 2 away from doing so. And Alireza Firouzja, this is not a welcome rest day for the young man right now. Candidates is grueling. Someone said that in a pre-show hype video.
I wonder who.
Mis amigos. The challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid.
Just proving that you can do it live.
I still remember that script. This guy has a legacy, we'll say that, and he would love for his legacy to be that he played for the world title not once but twice, and it might be something we're talking about in hindsight, a win with the black pieces is the kind of thing you need to have happen to get that job done.
But remember what happened yesterday when Liren was on move 39 against Timur Rajabov.
True.
With
That's
the
why it's
winning
not
position.
over yet. Okay, he does take H2. Fabiano has one more move to make. Sorry, Firouzja has one more move to make. I was looking at Firouzja thinking, Fabiano, go ahead.
No, it's how important to be precise in your calculations and to not see a ghost, you know?
Yeah.
What exactly happened to Liren yesterday? And Fabi goes for rook h2, and I'm pretty sure that he calculated it till the very end.
Yeah, most likely he did, meaning that line that Robert was looking at, knight g6, queen c3, check h5, right? More than likely.
Yeah. And you can see on Firouzja's face, you saw that? He just put his hands like, there's nothing left here. What more can I do? I've tried, and he has this last few seconds, right? 37 seconds and counting down. He needs to play a move. Unfortunately for him, we can see in the evaluation where no moves are good enough, but sometimes you feel like you still have a chance, right? You just pose a question to your opponent. I think he feels as if he's out of questions.
Yeah, he has 20 seconds. He's going to have more than a game of 20 questions after this one, because he's got to go back to the drawing board with whoever his team of seconds are. Yeah.
No, but if he plays knight e6, that's the same mate.
Yeah,
queen c3 check.
Okay.
7 seconds, 5 seconds.
He's got to go.
Got to move. Got to move. Queen d7. He does with 3 seconds on the clock. Unfortunately, it's probably the same fate. No, now he can meet h5 with knight takes h5 at least.
In those positions, yeah. But I think Fabiano.
Yeah, Fabiano still has to make his 40th move. And
the good thing for Fabiano, there's no threat. Like if White had a turn here, there's no checkmating threat. So he can bring his queen back in with queen c3 check.
Yeah.
And after king g4, he can even bring his queen into more, like queen d2. Offer a queen trade, threaten queen d1 mate.
Right.
And that actually, after queen to d2 there, I don't see a way you avoid the queen trade as White. And if you trade queens, you obviously are done for.
Yeah, that makes sense. So queen no longer threatening the yo-yo, as Robert said. So now you're back to many options, right? Not just, it doesn't have to be forced mate anymore. You can go for the line Robert just said, offer the queen trade. If she goes right back, now you've got new options. Queen d1 check is, well, the computer says it's mate in 31. So
I saw that.
Whatever, computer. Anyway, but yeah, the idea is the queen improves herself against the white king. And again, Fabi being patient, he has 3.5 minutes. I don't need to rush my 40th move. Takes poise, under pressure to get the job done. He's been here before, and he knows how to do it.
He just needs to remember that he has not made his 40th move.
Yes, he needs to remember that. Takes a sip of water.
You know that looking the book that we were talking before, looking through the glass, like what is the translation? Alice in the Wonderland.
Yeah, through the looking glass.
Through the looking glass actually starts with a strange position where Lewis Carroll announces a mate in 11. You know, so that's the computer evaluation.
Fabi looks like he's about to move. 2 minutes to get this last one on the board, but
Queen c3
he does find queen c3 check, and indeed sometimes it feels like the silence is deafening, right at the end.
I'm just talking about
the oxygen has been sucked out of the building by Fabiano Caruana. What, Silence of the
Lambs.
That's, first of all, a great movie.
I know.
Shout out to you, Jodie Foster.
Anthony Hopkins, what a role.
All right, king g4 played quickly there by Alireza Firouzja, despite having extra time on the clock, but he shakes his head. He knows that it's not a question of, it's not within his control anymore. He gets back into this game if Fabiano gives it away, and only that is a way for him back in it. So.
And Fabi's just kind of hanging. He's looking at the position. He knows it's over. You can see by his body language.
Yeah.
Like, this is just a matter of a couple moves, and then I get the victory.
Yep.
And queen d2 looks just KO on the spot.
Well, one of the most experienced players in the field, playing in his 4th candidates, is Fabiano Caruana, and showing that experience pays off in a game like today. And again, we expect him to move quickly here. Go ahead, Almira.
No, I had a very strange question. Do you think that both of these players, for example, Nepo and Fabi, they hope that Magnus will not play, and then they will.
Then they'll play a match.
Then they will play a match.
Well, if they finish first and second, we will ask them that. We will ask both of them that.
I don't think either of them actually wants that. I mean,
no.
They would love to become the world champion, but becoming the world champion because Magnus abdicates his throne is very strange. So
right.
I think that they want to beat the best, and they would like to beat Magnus Carlsen for world championship rather than play each other. That feels...
I think we can say for sure neither of them would like that. They'd much rather play Magnus Carlsen. The world would rather see Magnus Carlsen play. Queen to d2 is played by Fabiano Caruana in this game. And I don't expect it to be much more. Oh man! After this game, everybody, we will quickly remind you of what the results were on the day and show you where the standings are, and probably break down some of these wild, critical moments right after a very, very short break. So don't go anywhere. We don't want to miss this final huge moment. We've got some exciting chess to bring you because we didn't get to catch all the critical moments of this amazing round. The two games that ended in a draw had just as much fireworks on the board that we couldn't quite follow as closely as we wanted. Show you the final moments of Nepomniachtchi's victory over Duda, as well as add anything more to this one should we need to do so. That's me just telling everybody why they shouldn't go anywhere, in case you're wondering. That's just me doing my job. I've got 33,000 people and a lot of people on other platforms as well besides Twitch. This has been awesome. We're excited.
I've just been looking for checkmates, and I found a few.
You found a few?
Yeah.
Tell me. In your head only.
Only in my head? Okay, so it's telepathy.
Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, go ahead.
Well, okay. Actually, this might happen. Yeah, h5 check here.
Okay.
Because if the knight takes on h5, you go queen e2, and at the very least you win the knight. And if the king goes to g5, instead of taking the pawn on h5, you queen d8. Yeah.
Stone cold.
You have to look at those backwards moves. Those are the easiest ones to miss, actually, in chess.
Let's actually bring up the analysis board. Joking, we won't make the chat do it because it's actually just over. If Fabiano plays h5, I think we actually will see Firouzja resign. King f3, the only mate that Robert didn't point out, is mate for both queen f2 and rook f2, for the record. Knight takes h5, allows queen to d1.
No.
Oh, sorry. I meant queen e2. Queen e2. That was a kidding. Oh, so funny. Okay, that was a joke for Danny. Oh, so funny for me.
Oh, it was Robert's attempt at sportsmanship, because he wanted like.
And if king g5, queen to d8 is checkmate.
Indeed. Never too late to.
Never too late. Well, you said the backward moves are the moves that are the hardest to see, and I wasn't really paying attention, to be fair, at that point. But in fact, Firouzja just resigns as Fabi returns to the table. Doesn't even make him play h5, and we officially have a 2-horse race here in Madrid, ladies and gentlemen. And that's not counting any of the other players out. But right now, the players on a different level are the only two guys to win on the same day twice. Round 1, now round 6. Fabiano Caruana says, hey, anything Jan Nepomniachtchi can do, I can do better. I can win with the black pieces too. And he takes down Alireza Firouzja here today.
What a big moment for Fabiano Caruana, and a very sad one for Alireza Firouzja. He has now lost 2 games. He goes to the bottom of the standings. He's alone down there, and it's going to feel lonely because he came here to win. He didn't come here to just do okay, to get second place. He wanted to win this event.
Before we bring up the standings, we'll remind you of how it all went down. A draw between Rajabov and Rapport, but not one with not crazy drama. We will show you that literally right before that game finished, it could have been a different result. So if you missed it, you don't want to go anywhere. Obviously, as we just saw, Alireza Firouzja goes down. We just added a lot of drama to that, so I'll jump to the Nakamura Ding Liren. Another draw that was exciting, full of craziness, and Nepomniachtchi dominant yet again with the white pieces, beating the second youngest player in the field. First he beat Alireza Firouzja, now Jan-Krzysztof. He's beating up on the kids. Jan, you're beating up on the kids here. But okay, let's talk about where that puts everybody in the standings. What can we say, Almira? 2 people at the top, separated by a full point over third place.
Oh, that's a very close race, of course, but look at the bottom of the standings. Alireza Firouzja is all alone there at the bottom of the standings. Such a different trajectory that everyone has predicted at the beginning of the event.
Yep.
So, well, everything is still possible for Hikaru Nakamura and Richard Rapport, so we will see.
Yeah. Your thoughts on that? What does Hikaru Nakamura and Richard Rapport take with them into the rest day? They see their two competitors win. What's their mindset to make sure they don't feel like this is getting out of hand?
Well, Rapport has 6 draws, and today he can count his blessings because he was on the verge of losing for the first time all event. But it has become a 2-player race right now because Jan Nepomniachtchi is a 1.5 points ahead of everyone not named Fabiano Caruana. So right now the difference is huge. I mean, that's really a lot because look at the win column, right? 3 wins for Jan, 2 for Fabiano, and then only Hikaru has the other victory. Players aren't just beating each other here. So who's going to be able to catch up to Jan? If you're looking at this from Rajabov, Liren, Duda's perspective, where you're 2 full points behind, you need to not only win games yourself, but hope that Jan keeps losing from the top. So I'm not counting anybody out. It's still early, but that gap is widening, and that's a problem for everybody that's not Fabiano Caruana, and it's really looking like a 2-player race.
Okay, well, as promised, we're not ending the show. We're going to take a very quick break because we just feel that we have to do justice to what went down here in round 6. We're going to give you some instructive takeaways, talk about the critical moments, maybe even show an immortal game or two because a queen sack is what Ding Liren would do. More for Chess.com's coverage from the 2022 FIDE Candidates in Madrid in just a moment.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
We are back in Madrid after an absolutely wild day. You guys are both looking at me like, what just happened, right? Elvira Skripchenko, Robert Hess.
Are we live?
I think the chess world is like, what just happened there? Those were some incredible games today. Hats off to all 8 players. We know that obviously it didn't go the way of a couple players in particular. So not everyone is feeling fantastic about their chess, but the live audience down there is feeling fantastic about the show that they got. As you can see before you, we had 2 draws and 2 decisive games. And wow, we're gonna make our way quickly through all 4 games and just show what the critical moment was. Talk a little bit about how it went down and what it might mean for the players, regardless of the result. And on that note, we're gonna go right back to the game that took us to the break, which was of course Alireza Firouzja's. It didn't go his way. His Catalan, I was about to say, his game against Fabiano Caruana. And we went back to this moment to just show that this really was the moment that reflected that he had clearly kind of lost the thread on the position. And with time pressure creeping in, he went for an exchange sack that didn't work out.
And I feel like I even misled you, because when we were talking about what position we should look at, maybe it's even earlier. I hate to put us back
the
in the
E4?
game. No, when he went knight d2 and after queen e7, right here, when he went knight f3, like trying to go for e4, e5, it felt like he didn't want to accept that this position might just be even.
Right.
And we were talking during the round about knight e4 as a
Elvira was
possibility.
calling for knight e4, yeah.
And it just looks like a level game. But then he goes for this knight f3 and e4 push, and that e4 push started to get him in trouble. And then as we continue, just the next couple moves, he plays this rook takes d7 idea, hoping that, okay, I'll get the bishop, then I'll play bishop h3. But as we saw, instead of queen d6, which just leaves black slightly better, Fabiano said, you know what, I'll keep that material. I will play f5. And after e takes f5, that was really the move that kind of lost Alireza most of his chances, but he already was in a bad position.
But then I also think at the opening phase, and now that we know what was the outcome of the game, and I think that he should have played knight c3, because Fabi had such powerful pieces, and especially the knight on d5. Then maybe the trouble started
instead
here.
of queen d3?
No, like a little bit later.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
after
when he had
c5.
Instead of rook d1.
Yeah.
Instead of rook d1 here, maybe knight c3, a simple move.
Yeah.
And then let's go. After bishop f6, you simply go somewhere, but you need to exchange this knight.
Well, it's just, and again, it shows you how far we're going back, because I think just psychologically, emotionally, we all feel like something never felt right for Alireza in this game. And we're all saying that as fans of him, right? We're watching this kid's meteoric rise, and his time management said he didn't feel comfortable, right? And the position just with it's like little mistakes lead to big mistakes. You can't argue that any of these moves really was the blunder that went wrong, probably until the exchange sack with f5. And even then, you could say, like, maybe if he takes with the bishop. But it's just afterwards, the story is like, it just didn't feel right for Firouzja. It was slipping from the very beginning.
Yeah, that's actually a great summary, is that from the start of this game, when he chose the Catalan, an opening that we were surprised by, he plays it and he never felt like he was comfortable. And he doesn't have the experience to just, on the fly, take down Fabiano Caruana. That doesn't mean he has to lose the game, but he was clearly playing for an advantage. Like, he wanted to win this game. You could sense the hunger. And that served him very well throughout his chess career to this point. But that's actually one of the storylines we talked about yesterday and then even today. You need to be objective against Fabiano Caruana, because he might be the most objective chess player on the planet. Where he doesn't risk things if it's unnecessary. He doesn't do speculative sacrifices or ideas. He just plays the position. And he was able to play a position where he was given some material and he never let that advantage slip.
And I'm just going to finish it off with that, because this is when we were all now saying, okay, this is Fabi at his best, right? Like, the best engine line is like, you play this e3 move, and then what you said Firouzja missed, of course, is based on this rook d8 idea. You unpin the pawn from the queen so that you're threatening to take. These things are just going to happen very, very quickly now. The pieces start coming off the board. And okay, like, you could argue different ways, but every time it felt like there was a key critical move. Otherwise, this game could get messier than the eval bar says it is. Fabi would find those moves with knight f7, then bringing the rook in. Ultimately, he went for this knight g5 idea. Maybe here there was queen b2, rook h2, but we're not splitting hairs over that. And as we said, this was just a matter of technique. Fabiano plays perfect chess when he's winning a lot of the time, and which is not an easy thing to do. We say it like it's easy, but it's not an easy thing to do, and Fabi gets the job done there. So, okay, we got to go to the other winner, because we had to come back to that. It was the one that had all our viewers right at the end. But the guy who won first, and the guy who was in first, is Jan Nepomniachtchi. He took down Jan-Krzysztof Duda. The final moment here, Almira, as you said, rook to g3 is just, what a retreating move, right, to win on, because you stop the queen from not only trying to trade queens, but you also force the queen off of the f8 square.
It's a very elegant solution, you know, to use the terms for mathematics, because you need to play rook f8 or to take on g7, but you simply need to deflect black's queen.
Yep.
So rook g3 is a very simple move, but it's very beautiful.
And if you play d3 to stop, we didn't have this in the game, but if you play d3 to stop the queen and you push your d pawn, now that you don't have queen e3 anymore, we're back to just taking g7, and it's just simple. So the only other thing I want to show in this one, just to highlight that it was really out of control from the very beginning, is the move that Vishy Anand on our India coverage just said he called it elegant, in a position that was good for white, but maybe it wasn't totally clear how to proceed. Jan played this really nice h4, kind of patiently building for the attack. He doesn't rush forward with the move f5 that would have actually let the advantage slip a little bit, not because black could take the pawn and then lose the bishop, but actually because of this move, bishop d4, which would have been a really nice way to expose extending too fast. So what can we say about Jan playing h4 and also the body language we were already seeing from Duda at this point?
Yeah, Jan looked like he was in charge.
Yeah.
Jan Nepomniachtchi was playing moves with confidence. He brought his queen over to the king side. He pushes the h-pawn. And a lot of our focus, and I'm sure Jan-Krzysztof Duda's focus, was on the move f5.
Yeah.
But what Jan Nepomniachtchi did is he showed tremendous understanding and restraint to play for g5 instead, because he has an extra pawn on the king side. In fact, he has two extra pawns because they're double e pawns.
Yep.
But we just look at the front four pawns. That's more important.
Yep.
So they're 4 on 3, and he's like, let's go for that attack. We want to push that pawn forward to g5, and the way he handled himself was really excellent.
Yeah, he goes forward. We're not even going to talk about the move rook c3 because that's how cheaters get caught. But it was a very nice solution, and as Almira said already, so elegantly, Jan's finish was elegant with the retreating move rook g3. So that's how the two winners got the job done. If you missed it, someone had an opportunity to get the job done and completely changed their fate, so to speak, right? I don't know how else to say it, like with more drama behind it, right? Because take us through it, Robert. Timur Radjabov has now won in a lot of games, classical chess. How hard is it, though, when you've made up your mind that you were losing, so now you're just happy with the draw, to spot what could have been this move, bishop to h2 for the win?
The move by itself, if this were a tactic, is very easy. And
Yeah.
Radjabov would have found it in 5 seconds.
Right, if given the position and said white to play and win.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just, or white to play and move when there's
Yeah.
just like a position thrown you. But with the weight of the game behind him, the fact that he was down, now he's down 3 pawns, but before that he was down 2 pawns, and
Yeah.
he was finding ways to survive. Remember, there was a point where Radjabov only had one move, that queen c3 move.
Yeah.
If he didn't find queen c3, he would have just lost the game. So he had so much stress
Yeah.
from earlier in the game where Rapport was doing all this preparation and then played really energetically. And then to like turn it around in your own time trouble to find bishop h2, I think flipping that switch in your head is difficult. Radjabov is more than capable of doing so. But maybe there's a reason he hasn't won a classical game of chess since 2019.
He needs to think about that think about Robert Hess's words on the rest. No, I'm kidding. But Almira, part of the reason we were saying psychologically he wasn't thinking about the win is because of what Robert just said. You found queen c3 when we were going it. It was the only move. And it led us to this line where Roger was just defending, but under so much, look how crazy this game was. The rook being sacrificed for a mating attack. Roger can't even take it. This position was just unreal. Walks into a discovered check. Anyway, this game was awesome. But I wanted to go to a point you made in real time, Almira, because I think it was huge that really Rapport gave Roger that chance we just saw, gave him the chance for the miss win. And you made a really important comment, which is that you have to be aware of your opponent's next move, opponent's threats. And when you're up so much material and the queens are off the board, maybe you don't have a right sense of danger. How lucky do you feel Richard Rapport feels on the rest day that he didn't lose this game when he blundered this move, rook g4, allowing rook f1?
Well, he's certainly singing now because I saw already a small smile, you know, on his face when he was leaving the playing hall.
Yeah.
The thing is that if we come back to the position where Radjabov played Rook F7,
okay.
You know, I had a glance at their time, to their clock, so he still has 5 minutes left. And the thing is, he knows that the draw is inevitable after Rook F7 simply because Black has nothing to do. That's the only chance to go for this perpetual. So basically, I think that it was a very impulsive move.
Yeah. So you're saying the criticism for him not getting a victory for the first opportunity he would have in 35 games, right?
You got to think, right? I think Amira's point's a great one. That you can make that draw with 4 seconds on your clock.
Yeah.
Rook F7, there's nothing that Black can do.
Yeah.
So if you use the remaining time to think maybe there's something better, he would have found the bishop retreat. And I think it was a very tense game, as I mentioned.
Yeah.
And well, if we're going to criticize Radjabov, we should criticize Report because he had plenty of time. Just go before
Rook G4.
Rook G4, right?
Yeah, here.
He has 45 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
And White's idea is to bring that rook in the game, so he himself could have played with like c5 or rook to f8 just to keep the rook out of the f-file. And yes, it's easy to be in this chair and look at the evaluation bar, but he had a lot of time. Mistakes happen, and that's okay, but he could have spent more time at this moment, and I think that maybe he lost his sense of danger.
Mm-hmm. It seems like both players. I mean, he lost his sense of danger, and then Raja didn't realize how much danger the Report was in, by the way, because the best move to maintain the advantage for Black is to play Rook F8, thinking, what is my opponent's threat, and to stop it. It's a hard move to see if you don't respect the file, right? It's a weird game, right? But amazing.
Maybe one explanation to it is that sometimes while you're calculating the variation, you almost convince your opponent that something doesn't work in this line, and you have the same kind of blindness.
Right.
So the same
mutual
square,
blindness.
your mutual blindness.
Okay, well, as we said, though, one more time, a reminder, the final position, okay, not the final position, a move before the final position, White is winning if you just bring the bishop to safety because you still can't stop the threat rather than playing the Almira described impulsive move, rook to f7, so quickly at least, and taking the draw. So, okay, unfortunately for Radjabov, the storyline continues to haunt him and chase him. The monkey is not off of his back yet. As they say, he has not won a classical game in more than 35 classical games played over the last 3 years. So he may not get another opportunity better than that. All right, last game we haven't looked at real quick from this epic round 6 was a really fun rook sack, I guess, to end with a perpetual. We should probably back up, though, because it doesn't do the story full justice. I think if we go back really to where Nakamura's prep, I think, started to slow down a little bit because it was bishop takes b5, right? The first move that Ding Liren found that put Hikaru on the clock. Talk a little bit about this decision to play bishop takes b5 and how Ding's effort had gotten him this opportunity to squelch Nakamura's prep.
Yeah, if it weren't for those other 2 players who won their games, we might be just praising Ding as the best
game of the round. Yeah.
He was facing engine preparation, very deep preparation, and you see from this position, he was down nearly an hour on the clock. And he plays bishop takes b5, but it wasn't just a, let's trade pieces idea. It was, let me bring my knight to e6. He saw the critical idea is that knight on e6 was stabilizing his position, making sure he wouldn't get checkmated, and also led him to a position where he could even play for a win. We saw that d-pawn running up the board, and we also saw Ding's face, where he was kind of upset that the game was going to result in a draw.
Yeah. Well, Elmira, Robert talks about the knight on e6. That was really the key piece, right? I mean, the defensive position of the pony is the reason Hikaru had to bail out for the draw, right? So tell me, Elmira, given that Hikaru, it does feel like he bailed out for the draw and not Ding Liren, how do you think Hikaru is feeling about the fact that this game ended peacefully?
Well, actually, there was a very important psychological moment, first of all, after knight g5, because Ding was absolutely sure that Hikaru would not go for bishop g5, because he needs to keep his bishop on the board in order to play all the attacking moves, rook g3, then bishop h6, and that's why this move is so strong.
Perfectly timed.
Perfectly timed. So Hikaru wouldn't go for bishop g5. He wanted to launch an attack, and then at the end...
I want to expand on that because that's such a good point, because actually objectively, bishop takes g5 might be the best move objectively, right? To take and then go for what is likely a draw, but that's a really good point because it's because Hikaru is still feeling like he should be better, because he's still remembering that prep that he had, that he wanted to get the W, that Ding takes advantage of that psychological moment to put himself in a spot where suddenly he was maybe playing for a win. So I love that point, Almira. That's a great point. And now we get to the end where you said that knight was so great at defending the attack, and Hikaru had to bail out.
And here, I think Hikaru once again has sensed perfectly that he needs to sacrifice all his pieces and to go for the perpetual.
Yeah. So that's a good thing for Hikaru, I guess, to sense that it's getting away from me. Don't let it get all the way away. And go for the draw.
And that's why I think Ding was so upset, because when he went D2, like, you're told when your pawn is that far up the board, you should play that pawn push like at least 20% of the time.
Right.
You are looking to do that. But this is around the moment where it felt like Ding Liren, he was feeling confident that maybe I can play for a win, because if there's no checkmate on the king side, well, we have a D pawn and a C pawn that will be happy to join it eventually. So at this moment, we see off to the side, the evaluation bar says slightly better for black. D2 kind of forced this drawing sequence, but if he brought his queen back to B4, very easy to say in hindsight, but this queen helps defend the king, and you look at the evaluation, it is better for black because the passed pawns are so strong, and that knight on E6 is holding everything together.
That's a really key point. Queen to B4 is actually maybe the only move that keeps the edge for Ding Liren, right? A hard move to see, so hard to hold against him, but a really good point. That's why he was maybe shaking his head, because you do it with tempo. You hit the rook, you can defend at a moment's notice, and you still have chances to push the D pawn later on. So, okay, well, Ding Liren may have missed that opportunity. Either way, it ends peacefully, and we wanted to bring this show to a close with, we don't want to miss our opportunity to show one of all three of us, one of our favorite games of all time. I don't know why. Everyone just loves Ding Liren. Can we get one more shout out for Ding Liren? Everyone loves him. We know everyone loves Hikaru. He's got more fans on Twitch than everybody. But everyone loves Ding Liren. And we wanted to show, if you haven't seen this game, Ding's magnum opus. Ding's immortal. Let's do it. Oh, hi. Didn't see you there, everybody. I was just heading for a stroll. And, well, wouldn't you know it? Look at this game on the board here. An amazing game. Jin Shi Bai playing the white pieces versus Ding Liren. And so, because Ding Liren's black, we should definitely flip this thing around and show you this game. If you haven't seen it, you're in for a treat. So, this is Ding's, one of the games that I guess arguably put Ding Liren on the map. He was already, of course, an up-and-coming player. Maybe people are already predicting he would become China's first ever 2,800 player, first and only still at this time. But this game literally turned heads and is still arguably the best queen sack we've seen in the last few years, at least at the highest level of chess, maybe ever. So E5 starts with this idea that knight takes E5 is looks like white is opening the center. Maybe things are going to collapse. But because the king is in so much danger, Ding Liren has the right sense of danger, and this is the move that starts everything. D takes C3, sacrificing the queen on D8 to go on an epic king hunt that will not disappoint. It's not over yet. You're down a queen. The eval bar says, oh yeah, black was winning. But no, this was not an easy one to put away, and tons of fun ahead. So after queen takes b2, we are going to see what makes Ding Liren so dangerous. Kind of like Fabiano Caruana. I think Robert would agree that when he's winning, the dude is just, Ding is the dude. When he's winning, he's super precise, never fails an opportunity. Most of the time, oh man, as I say that, I'm remembering Rajabov's game yesterday. Okay, we're not talking about that. We're celebrating Ding's victory right now. One tempo move after another. Knight a4 hits the queen. Knight c3 hits the king. And then the move that, if you haven't seen this game, pause the stream and try to find it, and you'll catch up in real time. One of my favorite chess moves I've ever seen, rook to d4. He's already down a queen, and now he's sacrificing a rook to continue the mating attack. But the most important thing is that white cannot take this rook. Black would win back the material with interest as the attack isn't even over it. So h3 is played instead. And here we go, h5 threatening g4. g4 would be checkmate, by the way. Takes, takes, knight takes, bishop takes to end the game. So the bishop runs to h2 to free the king. g4 check, king g3, rook to d2. Every time I see this game, I just want to pause and take it in. Queen runs away. Oh, by the way, okay, if the queen takes it, we have knight e4 check. And black's position just continues to roll. After the king moves, we'll win back the queen, and as we said, with interest, because the attack is going to continue. So instead, the queen ran, and Ding Liren continues the mating net. King h4, bishop e7 check, king takes h5, and then this game just never stops disappointing. Like, it's b takes c3, it's rook d4, right? And now it's king g7. He's down a queen, and the game is just continuing. Now the threat is you move the bishop anywhere, the rook is coming into h8 with mate. There's really only one disappointing aspect to this entire game, And it happens in a few moments after bishop f4, bishop f5, threatening rook h8 mate, as we said, bishop h6, king h7. Again, so many different mates threatened here. Queen takes b7, rook takes f2, absolutely crazy. Bishop to g5, and after rook h8, the most disappointing thing about this game is that after knight takes f7, bishop g6 takes, and knight e5 check, is that Jinshi Bai didn't let Ding Liren checkmate him. What kind of a person doesn't let you checkmate you when you play a game like this? Who is Jinshi Bai? I know I'm just going off the rails here, but I'm unhappy that this game did not end in a checkmate. Look at it. The only move after knight e5 check is king h4, and the checkmate is forced on king g7, knight to 8. What happened? King g8. Okay, sorry, king g8, because you have to unpin the bishop. My bad. Okay. And after knight h6, rook takes h6, and it's over. Okay, there we go. So, lots of fun for Ding Liren, one of our favorite games. Keep talking. I'm still talking.
I know, we're having a great time.
I'm still talking. Here. Oh, we're having a great time over here.
Yeah, we're just enjoying that.
And we just had a great time going over this. Hold on. Why was king g7 wrong? What did I do on king g7?
Oh, because you can't.
Oh yeah, because you take the rook.
Yeah,
okay,
the bishop's pin.
Dude, what are you doing, man? We need a professional to do this. This is not your role.
Oh my God! Did you guys plan this the whole time?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Here?
How did you get the big board? What's the deal?
What happened was I texted you. I texted you, and then you didn't get back to me, and so I had to do it myself. By the way, that sure looks great on you.
Yeah, looking good. Looking good.
Thank you.
You should always have this role.
I appreciate that. I'm going to do it. You guys hear that? Maurice actually said I should always have this role.
He's complimenting.
What's up, Robert?
What's up, Maurice?
He was like, man, you're supposed to call me back for dinner. What's the deal?
What do you mean? Then Danny would know you're here. It'll ruin the whole bit.
Trying to keep it secret. Okay.
Wow.
Oh my God. Maurice Ashley in studio, ladies and gentlemen. This is the guy that made the monitor breaks happen in chess. You all know that. I don't need to tell you. But dude, well, anyway, we just showed Ding Liren's Immortal, and we showed my blunder. This is why the pros do it, because I make blunders when I'm on the monitor with king to g7 instead of king g8. But that's what Ding Liren would have played. The game would have been over. But look at us, a couple of guys dressed in salmon.
It's ridiculous.
Huh?
It's ridiculous.
It looks pretty good, I'd say.
Appreciate you having me on the show. Keep doing a great job.
Thank you, sir. Amazing that you're here, and maybe we will catch up with Maurice later. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is already shocking. I had no idea this was happening. So, all right, man, great to see you. I mean, I would invite you to come sit down, but we're kind of.
No, you got it. You
Okay.
guys got it.
All right.
Close out your show. Bye, everybody.
Oh my God, what is going on? Maurice Ashley, everybody.
You were so
Did
scared.
you know they were doing that?
I had no idea.
Oh my God.
Oh, well, we do know that Jan Nepomniachtchi is atop the standings after 6 rounds of action. He's trailed by Fabiano Caruana with 4 out of 6, and after that, it's quite a distance between the rest of the field. So, Denny, you okay over there?
I'm still freaking out. I honestly felt at first that Maurice was like coming through to like confront me about being on the monitor. I was like, oh my God. Wait.
Well, you don't want to have a fight with Maurice. We should start with this.
Maurice actually is a great boxer, for those who don't know.
Oh, well, this I know.
Yeah, okay, so you know, I don't want to,
His
no idea.
his sister's
If
a
Maurice
champion
wants to
boxer.
take over the monitor, he can come in any time.
Your sister's a champion boxer.
Yeah. Yeah, so. Anyway, that was awesome. Maurice Ashley showing up in studio.
A legend walked in the studio.
A legend walks in the studio. A guy that seriously made highlight moments on the monitor. That content that St. Louis started doing years ago. Just amazing stuff. And we're having Maurice Ashley here as we tried to do our best to emulate it. And I even blundered king to g7. What was I thinking? Okay. Awesome stuff. So anyway, this has been quite the day. A lot of fun. The stage is set. Will any challenger step to the plate and slow down Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana, or is that going to be the rest of the story? We're going to find out after the second rest day. But anyway, I got nothing else to say.
Maybe we should have a look at the pairings.
We do. Let's look at the pairings for the back half. If we have the pairings for the back half of the rest day, maybe remind everybody of what's coming up.
Yeah, we get the day off, so the players, so they're gonna prepare. Dina asked Fabiano, I remember in the interview, it was like, oh, what did you do in your rest day? It wasn't too fun. I just, prepare. But that's what the players have to do. And there's a reason why a player like Fabiano and Jan Nepomniachtchi, they're using their days off to recuperate.
To win tournaments.
To win tournaments and win this one.
Yep. Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi is still the guy to beat. One of the things that we'll see here when we got the matchups is colors in the last round. I'm trying to remember who have they not played yet, because I don't have the pairings in front of me and it's been a long day.
It has been a long day. Now I'm trying to think about off the top of my head, who have they not played yet? So much pressure now.
Yeah.
Has Fabiano played Rajabov?
Let's see if we can guess it. Fabiano has not played Rajabov.
Got one of them.
I think Jan should play Richard.
Report.
Do that and report.
Matchups. Okay.
Yeah, they played in the first
Moment
round.
of truth. Were we
Oh,
right?
that was
look at that.
quite a while ago.
Man, we're not the worst in the world.
No.
You said Duda and report.
No. Jan Nepomniachtchi. Yes, because Jan is Jan and Duda is Jan-Krzysztof.
And I was the one
So
who
I was
made a
right,
comment before.
yes.
I should swallow my words.
It's interesting. Report has a winning record against Nepomniachtchi. Now only one game, but they played 9 games, so it's not like they haven't played. So there's a little bit of a storyline there. Report, as you said, counting his lucky stars that he still hasn't lost in this tournament after today's game. Duda Nakamura, also an interesting one. Another one where Hikaru has a 1-game lead, but they've only played once. A little bit hard to draw too much there. I was
going to say, it's a very dangerous game for Hikaru.
Okay.
Because Duda just lost, so you may think, let me try to beat the guy who's lower than me in the standings, and he's won their only game head-to-head. But Duda with the white pieces, I mean, that guy is a menace, and so if you're thinking about this from a results-oriented perspective, that can really backfire.
Yeah, agreed. Ding and Firouzja, they've only played twice, a couple of draws between them. Also a very dangerous game for Alireza Firouzja. We'll see how he deals with the rest day. But if Ding Liren gets the white pieces after having 2 very good games as black, by the way, almost beat Rajabov. Great game against Hikaru today. If Ding is slowly finding his form, that could be a very tough game for Alireza Firouzja. And then you've got Caruana. I mean, if there was an opportunity, I hate to say it because it's no disrespect to Rajabov, right? But he has a 4-0 score against Raja. He's a half a point behind Nepomniachtchi. He has the white pieces. We know that Fabi is going to bring it on Saturday after the rest day. So, okay. So we'll just say that the table's been set. We know that we're going to have really exciting chess on the back half of this event. We're not even quite there yet, but after this rest day, it's round 7. And we, of course, will see you then on Saturday. But there is chess on Friday. So as we bring this show to a close, let's remind people that while we will be enjoying a break, all of you still have events to watch. It's the Women's Speed Chess Championship. Last year's quarterfinalist, in Katerina Lagno, now the 2 seed in this event, plays the rising star women's grandmaster Vantika Agrawal, qualified her way in. She's playing fantastic chess. That starts at 5 a.m. Pacific time. Right after that, we have the I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. That matchup will decide who plays Eric Rosen in the final. James Canty just got past Shubalova, taking on Lawrence Trent, who I also saw wandering around Madrid. Shout out to Lawrence. So right after the WSCC, we have the I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. If you've never tuned into those events, they are a ton of fun, lots of excitement, and they are in back-to-back fashion on Friday. So tune in, check them both out. That second event obviously begins at 9 a.m. Pacific, as you can see. So, all right. We'll bring this thing to a close here, yeah.
I'm waiting to play against you in this event.
That's next year. Next year. We'll maybe make that a first-round pairing just to go for it. But okay, this has been an awesome day. So much fun. The players delivered. This was a blast. Maurice Ashley delivered. Thank you so much to him for coming to us in studio. Shout out to the team working super hard. We will see you all over the weekend. Almira Skripchenko, Robert Hess, Danny Wrench. Enjoy the day off, everybody. The Palacio de Santonia waits for you on the other side of the second rest day.